Very good morning everyone, and welcome once again to the Royal International Air Tattoo 2024. Yes, the air show itself is now over, but the aviation action is not, and we have another very busy day coming up from RAF Fairford, where somewhere in the region of 250 aircraft from around the world will be heading off back to their home bases after 3 glorious days of flying and static displays. Welcome to Planes TV's live coverage. We've been broadcasting the entire show from the first arrival on Wednesday, and we did say until the last arrival. We should probably clarify, we mean until the last arrival tonight, because it is possible, just possible, that there could be some aircraft that don't make it out today because of weather or technical problems or other such factors. However, we will be live until somewhere in the region of 5 or 6 o'clock tonight, when the last of those scheduled departures leaves RAF Fairford. And I was going to read through a list of movements we're expecting to see today, but I've just changed my mind on account of the fact that it is 16 pages long. I think it's just safer to say that at some point over the next few hours we will be seeing every aircraft, theoretically, that has arrived or moved here over the last 5 days. We'll be seeing all of them, and that will include Phantoms, it will include the F5s, it will include the Mirage 2000, Tornadoes, F35s, F15s, all of the display teams as well. An awful lot of aircraft, and for the next few hours RAF Fairford will be one of the busiest airports in the world. We have movements scheduled probably on average every 4 minutes until lunchtime, and it does get a little bit slower after that point, but the steady stream of movements continuing until around 5 p.m. local time. Thank you to everyone for joining us for this live broadcast, and I'm going to be trying to interact with you in the live chat. I'm going to be using the YouTube live chat for this because it is the one that is the busiest, the most active. However, if you are a member of our streaming service, watch.planestv.com, then we are simulcasting over there. You'll be able to watch ad-free over there. So, if this isn't too much of a technical challenge, watch over on the streaming service, but use the live chat on YouTube, and then I'll be able to keep on talking to you. I'm going to try my best to keep you informed as to what is happening today. Monday departures can be a bit chaotic, but the theory is that I will be providing commentary throughout the day. We've got Andrew and Ian in the trailer. Andrew will be doing the live mix. Ian will be digging out some clips from the air show proper, which we hope to show you, the ones that we recorded particularly on Friday and Sunday when we had some fantastic weather. On the main camera we've got Matt, and on the wide-angle camera we have Andy at the moment, and Adrian is doing other tasks, but he will come back and join us later in the day. The weather at the moment here is a little bit gloomy. There's some rain around, but the drizzle does seem to have passed through, and I think what we can probably expect now is, if not bright and sunny conditions, then at least dry conditions for the next few hours, and we will hopefully be avoiding any further rain. The first movement we are expecting to see is coming up in less than 10 minutes time, and that will be the Piper Cub, actually. And I see I'm just looking at the wrong day's movement list, so slight confusion there. But yes, the first movement of the day will be just after 8 o'clock local time. early movements today will include the Piper Super Cub from the Shuttleworth collection, which will be arriving rather than departing at just after 8 o'clock. And then the first departures of the day will start 4 minutes after that, and we can in fact hear them at the moment down at the left-hand end of the airfield, the two F-16 AM Fighting Falcons of the Royal Jordanian Air Force, followed in fairly short order by the two CF-188A Hornets from the Royal Canadian Air Force. Indeed, the rest of the Canadian contingent will be heading out pretty early in the day. Immediately after those CF-188s, we'll have the CC-150 Polaris providing their tanker support, and then one of our very interesting civilian participants in the static display, the Breguet Alizé from Alizé Marine. Some lighter movements after that. The Yellow Sparrows, the Velis Electro, the Super Cub will be departing, along with the Shuttleworth collections, de Havilland Chipmunk, but then back into some of the heavies, both arriving and departing. So why are we seeing aircraft arriving today? Well, that's because a lot of these arriving aircraft are support platforms supporting the aircraft that have been here on flying and static display, so they will come in this morning in order to load up with some of the equipment and personnel being used to support those deployments, and then they will take off again, usually in quite close proximity to those flying and static display assets themselves. We've had an absolutely brilliant 3 days of flying displays here at the Royal International Air Tattoo, with up to 7.5 hours of flying per day, and we're very grateful to everyone who joined us over on our streaming service to watch that. We were broadcasting exclusively on watch.planestv.com. We hope you enjoyed the show, and there have been some absolutely wonderful highlights of that flying display. Standing out in my mind particularly, we had the Canadian CF-18 yesterday, and its absolutely wonderful paint scheme, a similarly wonderful paint scheme on the Friday from the Danish F-16 and the Germany F-2000, which were both absolutely fantastic displays. The Italian C-27 being flown in a way that I've never seen before, even having seen many Reparto Sperimentale Volo C-27 displays in the past, but so many rolls and a full loop and half Cuban as well, which is quite outstanding for a large transport aircraft. We had the F-15QA, the European debut of that aircraft type, the Spanish Harrier Solo Turk with the F-16, the RIAT debut of the new Royal Air Force F-35B Lightning roll demonstration as well. It has been a fantastic flying display. I've forgotten some of the Friday only acts. We had the U-2 from the US Air Force with a roll demonstration, the first such roll demonstration at a British air show for somewhere in the region of 30 years. And we had the NATO fly past when we had that succession of minimal interval departures from a huge variety of aircraft types, having Tornadoes, the F-5, the Mirage 2000, the Eurofighter, and a gaggle of F-16s all blasting down the runway in front of us just a few seconds apart. That was quite wonderful as well. If you want to go and watch the recordings of the RIAT live broadcasts, you can do so on our streaming service watch.planestv.com. They are all available to view on demand, and later this year, we are targeting the 1st of November, we will be releasing a roughly 2-hour highlights program featuring snippets of every single aircraft performance here at the Royal International Air Tattoo, plus some of our favourite arrivals and departures as well. If you do sign up, you won't just get access to the RIAT content, although you will see the RIAT content not only from this year but also from every other air tattoo from 2015 onwards, but you'll also get access to our back catalogue of programmes stretching back somewhere in the region of 30 years, and we'll be showing you some excerpts of that over the course of today's broadcast, in addition to the clips from the Royal International Air Tattoo flying displays that we've recorded over the last few days. What you're seeing at the moment is one of the static display aircraft being pulled over to the opposite side of the airfield, and the reason for that is because this is an aircraft that I believe is no longer flying, a former Royal Netherlands Air Force aircraft painted up in this special Viper 50th anniversary commemorative scheme specifically for the Royal International Air Tattoo 2024. There are no fewer than 4 active Royal Netherlands Air Force F-16s on static display as well, and while we won't be seeing this particular aircraft departing because it is a non-flyer, we will be seeing those 4 flying examples in the air later on today. Plus many F-16s from a variety of nations, including a few nations that haven't sent F-16s to RIAT before. Jordan, for example, theirs will be taking off in fairly short order. But also Romania and Morocco, plus some nations that we are rather more used to seeing contribute F-16s to the air tattoo, for example Belgium and Turkey. They have all been sitting out at the far left-hand end of the static display as part of what has been termed the Viper line, an enormous collection of F-16s about 200 metres long. A very impressive sight. Standing at the end, we went walkabout in the static display on Saturday night and stood at the end of that Viper line looking down a row of about 20, I don't recall the exact number, but about 20 noses of F-16s. Quite an unbelievable sight. I think I'm right in saying that RIAT this year has been the largest, or one of the largest, public gatherings of F-16s in history. What you might hear over the course of today, and you might be able to hear it at the moment indeed, is some construction noise. The site is now in teardown mode, and whatever we do with our microphones, I'm afraid we won't be able to fully avoid that. There will be vehicles moving around the showground and dismantling some of the VIP chalets, which are just to our right-hand side, and the area that we use as our filming area, the media and commentary position here at the Air Tattoo, also becomes a bit of a staging point for those construction teams. So apologies in advance for some audio disruption during this broadcast. It's just part of the nature of being here at RAF Fairford on a post-air show day.
Yeah.
I probably shouldn't make any predictions about the weather, because having just said I thought the rain was over and had skirted us, there is a little bit of drizzle in the air, and looking out to our left-hand side, it does appear that there is further rain in the vicinity. We will, of course, keep live broadcasting throughout any rain. We're no strangers to that, and anyone who watched our broadcast on the Saturday will know that it did get a little bit drizzly. There was some low cloud around, but that not a wholly bad thing, because there was also some fantastic vapour coming off those fast jets. As we wait for the first of the departures, which is due to occur, well, it was due to occur 2 minutes ago. As we wait for that, let's take a look at the first of our clips from the weekend, and this is showing, there it is on the screen now. This is the U-2 roll demonstration provided by the United States Air Force. Actually an aircraft that is stationed here at RAF Fairford, so we won't be seeing the U-2s depart as airshow participants, but we were very, very lucky on the Friday not only to get this U-2 roll demonstration, which included a takeoff, a spiral climb, a simulated engine failure, and then some low passes and touch and goes, but also to see a fully podded up mission U-2 returning from operations just after the end of the flying display. So I don't know how long it's last been since an airshow anywhere in the world has seen two different U-2s in the course of a single day, both in different configurations, but that was quite an extraordinary moment. We're continuing to watch this ex-Dutch F-16 taxiing down, or rather being towed down, the far side of the runway, and as that happens, let's just introduce you to the geography of RAF Fairford. So we are expecting the majority of departures today to be occurring from our right hand side. That is the predominant runway direction given the prevailing winds. We are facing north. The runway runs east-west. We are at more or less the midpoint of the runway, with the VIP chalets to our immediate right and the RIAT enclosure, the spotters grandstand, to our immediate left, and you'll be seeing that pop into shot a few times over the course of today's live broadcast, I am quite certain. There will, however, be a small number of departures from the left-hand side, and predominantly that is going to be the largest and heaviest aircraft parked down at the left-hand end of the static display. That is because currently the parallel taxiway to the runway is not usable by the largest aircraft because of construction work, which is limiting the width of that taxiway, and anything larger than a C-130 isn't able to use it. So in the interest of time, assuming the wind conditions make this permissible, some of the very largest aircraft from the left-hand side will probably be taking off from the left to avoid them having to backtrack the length of the entire runway before departure. Good to see a reference in the chat already from Kevin about the final RIAT departure of the KC-10, and he says he's watching from California, which is, of course, where the KC-10 will be heading to after departing from the Royal International Air Tattoo. We've been very lucky here this weekend to have a KC-10 on static display, one of, I believe, only 4 examples still in operation, with just a few weeks to go before the type is retired from service. And we are very much looking forward to seeing that leaving here, probably the last time that we will see a KC-10 in military operation here on Plains TV. What with the US Air Force being the sole remaining operator of the type. Recently retired, of course, from Dutch service and replaced with the Airbus A330 multi-role tanker transport. They called it the KDC-10 rather than the KC-10. KC-10 in US Air Force service, and they had 80 or so of them procured for a rather interesting reason. That was to support well, initially, the Yom Kippur War, C-5s operating between the US and the operating bases had to operate with only a partial load of cargo in order to have sufficient range to make it all the way to the theatre, because many European nations simply didn't allow them to land in their own nations, so they had to fly non-stop from the USA, and there were these range limitations, and thus the US Air Force decided that it had a need for an aircraft with greater range than the C-5 had. That is the reason for the KC-10 having been developed. Some 80 or so of them were built, and we are now in the very twilight phases of their operation as military assets. Another early departure we're expecting to see today is this aircraft, the Royal Canadian Air Force CF-188A Hornet, and you see it here recorded yesterday as part of the Sunday airshow, and what a lovely paint scheme that is, marking 100 years of the Royal Canadian Air Force as the aircraft pitches up to show its top surface to us. Then we'll get a good look at that paint scheme with mechanical motifs at the back, binary code in the middle, and computer circuitry at the front to showcase the and symbolise the development of technology within the Royal Canadian Air Force over the past 100 years. Now the aircraft just heading off crowd rear for its crowd rear arrival after takeoff, which is a pleasant surprise to see, because it's of course not normal to see display items other than the big national aerobatic teams performing crowd rear manoeuvres here in the UK. Back home in Canada, the Royal Canadian Air Force would perform this kind of thing around 3 times over the course of a demonstration, but flying a modified show here with a crowd rear arrival and the rest out in front of the spectators. And they're demonstrating one of the facets of the CF-18's manoeuvrability, thanks in part to the large horizontal stabilators, but also thanks in large part to the leading edge root extensions on the front of the aircraft, which at high angles of attack produce vortices over the main wing, thus allowing that wing to continue functioning and generating lift at much higher alpha than would otherwise be possible. And that featured several times over the course of this performance, some very high alpha pulls with a great deal of elevator authority being demonstrated, a trademark of Hornet displays for many years now. Manoeuvres like the square loop demonstrating it particularly well, the rudder rolls as well, and we saw both of those manoeuvres over the course of this display over the last few days. We also saw at the end of its performance yesterday and on Saturday a heritage flight with a Spitfire Mark V in Canadian markings, which came to us from the fighter collection, which was a nice treat to see as well. Tailhook extended and the aircraft about to roll inverted. There it goes. And look very closely, just next to the cockpit you will see a searchlight, which is a feature of the Canadian CF-18s. You might wonder why an aircraft needs a fixed angle side facing searchlight. Well, in the case of Canada's Hornets, it is used to aid night interception missions, such that the Hornet can get up close to whatever aircraft it is attempting to intercept and use that searchlight to illuminate, for example, its registration number. you have just joined us over the last few minutes and you're wondering what you're watching, these are replays from the Royal International Air Tattoo over the past few days. We are awaiting the first departures of the morning, which were scheduled to begin around about 10 minutes ago, and there are some aircraft noises from around the airfield, but we are yet to see any aeroplanes moving under their own power as it stands. However, once the departures start, they should be coming thick and fast as RAF Fairford becomes one of the busiest airports in the world for a few hours at least. If you'd like to watch the full recordings of the live broadcast, including footage such as what you are seeing now, albeit with audio and commentary, we're just showing you the silent versions at the moment to allow you to continue to hear what's happening here at RAF Fairford, and indeed to continue to hear my voice as well, then head over to watch.planestv.com and sign up for membership. You'll be able to access the, well, by the end of today, 6 days of live broadcasting, all available as catch-up on demand. And in addition to that, a forthcoming highlights programme of the show, which will include cockpit footage and the best of the flying displays, plus a few favourite arrivals and departures. For the duration of your membership, you will also be able to access our entire back catalogue of, well, I say our entire back catalogue, that's not quite true. We have plenty of programmes in our back catalogue that haven't been digitised yet, but you will be able to access a substantial part of our back catalogue of airshow programmes stretching back to the late 1980s, and we'll show you a few clips of those later on in today's broadcast as well. But this, I believe, the final pass of the CF-18's display from yesterday, and we will continue to watch that now as Captain Caleb Roberts gives a wing rock, showing off that wonderful paint scheme one last time, the logo on the underside being that of the RCAF centenary, and that centenary is of course their primary reason for being here at the Air Tattoo, supported by a substantial contingent of Canadian aircraft in the static display, CC-150, CC-130, CC-177. Had a Kingfisher here as well, that was a RIAT debut, and one aircraft that we won't be seeing departing today, or at least not visibly, and that is a Griffon helicopter, which will be departing in the cargo hold of the CC-177. I've mentioned a few times already this morning the archive video that we have available on our streaming service, and to give you a little taste of that while we wait for some movement here at RAF Fairford this morning, here is a little look at the sort of thing you can expect to see.
The Canberra joins the Venom and the Vampires in a unique tribute to pioneering British jet technology.
Well, could this be our first movement of the day, or is it merely an aircraft operating in our general vicinity? As we watch this helicopter some distance out to our north currently. Some questions about the arrival, departure times, I should say, of the big aerobatic teams, the Saudi Hawks, the Red Arrows and so on. The Saudi Hawks will be leaving at 11:32 according to the list in front of us. The departure time for the Red Arrows being 9:40. However, this is the same list that is telling us that we should have been seeing movements 20 minutes ago, so it could be that the plan has changed substantially since this movement list was disseminated last night. Other interesting movements I spot as I work my way through the list: the Turkish Air Force F4s due to leave just after 1 o'clock. The A4 Skyhawk at 12:25. NATO's E3 Sentry at 11:42. More F4s, the Hellenic Air Force examples at 11 o'clock. The Spanish F5s also at around about 11 o'clock. I must confess to being unable to find the B-52 on this list, but bear in mind it is some 16 pages long, so forgive me if I can't find one of the 200 or so entries offhand. And questions as well I saw about the departure time of the Harrier. That should be at around about 10 minutes past 9. All of this caveated, of course, by the fact that so far we have not seen things unfolding in the expected manner, albeit Matt has said that there may now be something on final approach, and in fact there it is, a Finnish Air Force C-295, and this one of the support aircraft that I was describing earlier, in that it is arriving to pick up some of the equipment and personnel supporting the deployment of the Midnight Hawks to the Royal International Air Tattoo, and then it will be leaving again later on today, along with the other Finnish assets, the F-18C Hornet in the static display and the quartet of Hawks that they've provided for the show. 3 of those being Hawk Mark 66s in the very attractive red and white paint scheme, and the other being a Hawk Mark 51 in the more normal Saudi Hawks, Midnight Hawks grey paint scheme. Looks like we are finally getting back towards the anticipated schedule, where the first departure of the day was expected to be some Jordanian F-16s, and Matt has just called that he can see some F-16s, presumably those Jordanian examples, which are the only ones scheduled to leave quite so early in the morning. Jordanian F-16s being on the RIAT debut as part of the Viper line in the static display. The F-16s roll onto the runway. We've just spotted something else very exciting, which is the arrival of the first patch of blue sky of the day. The F-16BM on the screen now. Jordan sent two F-16s to the Air Tattoo, one of them being this BM twin-seater, the other was a single-seat F-16AM. Jordan received its first F-16s in 1997. They were second-hand aircraft from the United States Air Force. They were later supplemented by deliveries of further second-hand aircraft, upgraded ones this time from Belgium and the Netherlands, MLU aeroplanes, making for a total of 79 aircraft. Most of those ex-American jets have now also been put through a similar midlife upgrade, bringing the entire fleet up to more or less the same standard. And while they are all rather old airframes at the moment, Jordan remains committed to the F-16 as a platform, and last year they signed a contract to acquire the new F-16V Viper as a replacement for these rather elderly AM and BM models, the Viper being a new build aircraft, or indeed it can be built from donor fuselages, but the Jordanian examples will be new build aircraft equipped with some technology from more recent jets like the F-35, for example, active electronically scanned array radar and large area displays in the cockpit. And so, half an hour later than planned, it is time for the first jet noise of the day, with these two aircraft both coming to us from number 1 Squadron of the Royal Jordanian Air Force based at Azraq, and this is the first time that Jordan has sent fast jets to the air tattoo for somewhere in the region of 25 years. Here they go from the right. First two fast jet departures of the day, but the first of many, because there is much more to come. Specifically, we are expected to see roughly 250 aircraft departing. Some of them going in groups, of course, like those Jordanian F-16s we've just witnessed. Some of them going in quite large groups, namely the 6 national aerobatic teams that we have had here at the Royal International Air Tattoo, the Saudi Hawks, the Red Arrows, the Midnight Hawks, the 3 national teams flying the Hawk T1 series, but also the Yellow Sparrows, the Royal Jordanian Falcons and the Patrouille Suisse, and we look forward to seeing them depart later today. No displays today, of course, so if you're hoping to see a Red Arrows display, I'm afraid you're going to be disappointed, but you will be getting an 11-ship departure, which is an impressive sight in itself. We showed you earlier those recordings of the Canadian CF-188A Hornet solo display, and we think there is a good chance that those Canadian Hornets could be the next aircraft to depart the air tattoo. There is a little bit of jet noise I detect coming from our right hand side, which is the direction from which the Hornets will in due course emerge. And as we continue to hear the very distant sound of those F-16s disappearing and anticipate the entry onto the runway of the CF-188s, it's probably worth remembering that at this air show, which marks 50 years of the F-16, there is a shared story between the F-16 and the F-18, because both aircraft types were competitors in the US Air Force lightweight fighter program in the 1960s. albeit the Hornet at the time was known as the YF-17 Cobra. And while the YF-17 lost that particular competition, it did perform well, and it piqued the interest of the US Navy. They wondered if the YF-17 might be a suitable candidate to replace the A-7 Corsair and the F-4 Phantom, and so Northrop set about modifying the design for that purpose. The aircraft was enlarged, the landing gear beefed up to take the stress of repeated carrier operations. It was fitted with a tailhook, and it got a new name, the FA-18 Hornet. Canada was an early adopter of the Hornet, the first export customer in fact, and they purchased 138 A and B model Hornets to replace a multitude of older types, including the CF-101 Voodoo, the CF-104 Starfighter, and the CF-116 Freedom Fighter in Canadian service. It is designated not the FA-18 but the CF-188. And the reason for that unusual designation, there's something similar done with the C-17, which became the CC-177, that is to fit in with Canada's aircraft numbering system, the serial number system, which gives each aircraft a 6-digit number, the first 3 digits of which are a type designator, and the last 3 digits are an airframe designator. So if an aircraft has a 3-digit name, like the Airbus A330, then that simply becomes the CC-330. But if it has a 2-digit name, like the FA-18, then the last digit, the last 8, is doubled up. So F-18 becomes 188, and C at the start for Canadian, F to denote its role as a fighter. If you have just recently joined us, then welcome to Plains TV's live coverage of RIAT departures. This is our 6th day of consecutive live broadcasting from the Royal International Air Tattoo, and we're all a little bit short on sleep. I've got a slightly husky voice, you can probably make that out, but we're going to continue nonetheless, soldier on through what is going to be a long and busy departures day here at RAF Fairford. If you are not familiar with us, if you're not familiar with Plains TV, we broadcast air shows from all over the world. We also have an extensive archive of programmes, old DVDs and VHS tapes, which have now been digitised and put onto a streaming service, watch.plainstv.com. That streaming service is also where we output some of our live broadcasts, and that goes as well for the live broadcasts from the airshow proper here at RIAT. We've done arrivals and departures free on YouTube, the airshow proper exclusive to the streaming service, so if you want to relive those roughly 7.5 hour flying displays, the full recordings from Friday, Saturday and Sunday are available to watch on catch-up on demand over at watch.plainstv.com, and for as long as you're a member you'll also be able to access all of our other live broadcasts. That will include further shows coming up this year. This Friday we're going to be at the Duxford American themed Flying Day. Then later on in the year we're going up to the International Airshow Festival of Flight in Scotland. We will be broadcasting from the Duxford Battle of Britain Airshow and the Duxford Flying Finale also. Plus, of course, if you're a member you'll get access to the digitised portion of that archive, currently 100 to 150 programmes available, stretching all the way back to the late 1980s. So if you want to enjoy some airshow nostalgia and see the likes of F-4 Phantoms and Jaguars and so on flying around, then the Plains TV archive is a great place to do so. If you want to sign up, we have a coupon code available, which is DEP24. That will get you 20% off your first 3 months of membership. That coupon code is available only for today. So if you sign up for watch.planestv.com today to watch the replays from the Royal International Air Tattoo, plus get access to the upcoming streams and the archive, use the code DEP24 and that will get you 20% off. Question from the live chat on our streaming service, where we have a separate live chat, which I apologise I haven't been able to monitor quite as closely as I would like, but someone asking when the last departure is today, and the answer is it is scheduled for 5:15. Whether we stick 5:45, I apologise, whether we stick to that schedule, well, that's anyone's guess. It's a hugely complex operation, this departures process. Aircraft that need to be heading off, some of them at specific times, some of them with a bit more flexibility, but also the challenge of getting them out of the jam-packed static display in the correct order for those departures, because right now most of the aircraft here at RIAT are blocked in. So a process underway of slowly removing those aircraft one by one, and as each aircraft is removed, then that frees up space for the others behind it to make their way out to the runway. Taxiing onto the runway from the right hand side now, we have one of our 2 Irish Air Corps participants in the static display, about to head off to its home base at Casement, which is indeed the only Irish Air Corps airbase. And the instruction has been to line up and wait, pending a runway inspection, making sure that there is no FOD, and he has now been cleared to take off. This, a C-295 MSA from the 101st Squadron of the Irish Air Corps, and it's the first time that we've seen an Irish C-295 at the Air Tattoo. The Irish Air Corps previously used a pair of CN-235s as maritime patrol aircraft. They entered service in 1994, but it's now in the process of replacing them with 3 newer C-295s, which are modernised and stretched versions of the same airframe. 2 of those aircraft were delivered last year. Their primary task is to patrol Ireland's large exclusive economic zone, which accounts for 16% of the EU's entire fisheries, but they also have secondary roles, providing logistical transport, paradrop capability, medical evacuation and search and rescue support. While we wait for the next departure, then there is perhaps something that we ought to explain, which I know generated some surprise at the time. If we go back to yesterday afternoon, we broadcast something that was not a typical feature of our Plains TV live shows, and we had in-cockpit material from some of the participating displays. And here an example of that, the Finnish Hawk Mark 66 solo display, and you'll see this is not something that we've edited after the broadcast. This is from the live broadcast itself that we outputted yesterday afternoon. Cockpit material mixed in live, and I'll be honest, this was not live cockpit material. We don't have that capability. This was material that had been recorded a few days prior, earlier on at the Royal International Air Tattoo, but mixed in live with impeccable timing throughout, and giving you a very interesting view of this balletic performance. A really enjoyable display, this Hawk solo. We had two different types of display from the Midnight Hawks. We had this solo routine, but we also had the four-ship routine as well. Fantastic skies for that solo display. As you can see, a lot of cloud definition making that footage look really dynamic. We so much enjoyed that Hawk solo. And if you want to watch it, you can do. The full replay of the live broadcast is, as I have already mentioned, available on watch.plainstv.com. So go on, sign up using the code DEP24. That's DEP24 to get you 20% off. That code only usable today. And just for the avoidance of any doubt, that version on the streaming service has the official live airshow commentary as well from Ben Donnell and Mark Manwaring. Chris asks why no sound on the excerpts, and that's because of the live commentary from Ben and Mark. So if we had sound on this, we would inevitably be cutting in midway through a sentence and cutting out halfway through another sentence, and it would just be a bit messy and confusing. And also, of course, it would prevent you from hearing me and the live audio from here at RAF Fairford. Down at the right-hand end, as you see this C-17 taxiing out, you might also be able to make out some members of the public forming a bit of a crowd down there. Now, it is possible as members of the public to come and watch the departures here at the Royal International Air Tattoo, and there are two ways of doing that. The first is to become a member of RIAT, the Friends of the Royal International Air Tattoo, and they have access to the big blue grandstand that you've been seeing out on our left-hand side. RIAT offering various multi-day packages to attend the show. The grandstand is open from Thursday to Monday, but then there is a public option as well, which is called Park and View, and this Park and View option is available. There's the RIAT grandstand. The Park and View option is available on Wednesday, Thursday and Friday, and that is a pair of viewing areas at the extreme ends of the runway just outside the official showground, and because they are outside the official showground, they are allowed to remain open during the validation displays when the public is not allowed into the showground proper. So that is a way to watch the Wednesday arrivals and validations. And just holding short of the runway as well, you can see the KC-390 Kingfisher from the Royal Canadian Air Force, but on the roll first, the C-27J Spartan. And you'll all be pleased to know, I'm sure, that the Harriers have also been on the move. They will be departing fairly shortly. The two Spanish EAV-8B Matador 2 Plus jets, which have been participating in the flying display. Another small rain shower passing over the airfield at the moment, but not sufficient to disrupt the flying action here. Of course, no displays occurring, just departures, and therefore the restrictions in terms of cloud base and visibility are rather more lenient. And there, standing out well despite the falling rain, is the KC-390 Kingfisher, another aircraft type making its RIAT debut in the hands of the particular operator in which we see it here. This is an aeroplane that will be known by its manufacturer as a C-295W, but KC-390 Kingfisher is its Canadian designation. Deliveries of the type commenced fairly recently, only in 2020, and the type is slowly replacing the C-130H in the search and rescue role. And as the aircraft takes off, take a look at particularly the underside, where you can see some of the sensors that have been installed on this aeroplane. Sensors that are capable of detecting a person from more than 40 kilometers away using its MX-15 multi-sensor imaging system and its night vision capabilities. It's also got a search radar fitted underneath the fuselage, and that can track vessels from a distance of 200 nautical miles. Kingfisher can act as a search and rescue platform in its own right, or it can function as an airborne command post, controlling other assets such as SAR helicopters. And on your screen now, one of numerous C-17s that have participated in the air tattoo this weekend, and I can't, I'm afraid, tell you which C-17 it is just yet. We'll get a closer look at it shortly, but this, I think I'm right in saying, the first time that we've had more C-17s than we've had C-130s on static display at the air tattoo, because we've had C-17s from Qatar, from the NATO Strategic Airlift Capability, from the Royal Air Force, from the United States Air Force, from the Royal Canadian Air Force. Out to our right hand side, the two Wildcat HMA-2s of the Black Cats from the Royal Navy, from 825 Naval Air Squadron, are holding short at the end of the runway, albeit our view of them is slightly obscured by the rain. So until they do something, we will stick with this Canadian, it's not Canadian, I can say it's not Canadian, it's not Qatari, but it could be British or NATO, or I've just been told in my ear, this is an RAF Globemaster. that is now taxiing down the runway to our left-hand side, while the Black Cats continue to hold short to our right. This aircraft then coming to us from number 70 Squadron, and has one of the shorter transit flights home because it's based at RAF Bryce Norton, which is only about 10 miles away. But there you see the Black Cats out to our right hand side with the two Wildcat HMA2s, and their transit home will be slightly longer because they are based at RNAS Yeovilton. And what a delight it was to see the Black Cats returning to two-ship displays for the first time since 2016. They have not been very active on the airshow circuit for the past 4 or 5 years, but they have done the occasional solo display, and then they managed to resume two-ship displays 1 week ago for the Southport airshow, and then performed a two-ship here at RIAT as well. And what an enjoyable display it was. Particularly memorable the carousel manoeuvre with the two aircraft face to face, rotating in a spiral climb, and also their penultimate move, which was a lovely on-crowd opposition brake. The C-17's role here at the Royal International Air Tattoo, as we watch the Black Cats depart, the C-17 about to taxi past us from the left, and the C-17 has had a rather interesting role here at the Air Tattoo because it hasn't merely been on static display, but it has also been participating in the flying display, acting as a jump ship for the RAF Falcons, and it was, I believe, the first time a C-17 has been used in public as the Falcons jump ship. We did get a comment from someone saying it's a shame they didn't line up all the C-17s. Well, they couldn't have done, and that's for several very good reasons. One of those reasons is because this aircraft arrived during the flying display on Friday as a result of being used as a jump ship for the Falcons, so it simply wasn't able to get into the majority of the static display area anymore, which was already full. It had to go at one of the extremities out of the left-hand end. It's the only place it could reach. And the other reason why the C-17s weren't lined up is because two of them were in themed zones of the static display. So the Canadian example was in the Royal Canadian Air Force Centenary Zone of the static park, alongside the CC-150 and the CC-130, the Kingfisher, and so on. And there was also a Qatari C-17 here, which was part of a Qatar Emiri Air Force 50th anniversary zone that also included a Typhoon, a Hawk, and an NH-90. But we're going to take a look now at the C-17's role in the flying display, and there it is being used as the Falcons jump ship. This a replay from the Friday air show, and what a lovely sight that was, especially given that we are more used to seeing the Falcons jumping from a light civilian aircraft such as the Dornier 228. The reason for the RAF's acquisition of the C-17 is an interesting one, because it wasn't really supposed to operate the type for nearly this long. The C-17 was originally leased by the Royal Air Force as a result of delays to the A400M programme, but during the course of that lease the RAF decided they quite liked it, They decided to buy the aircraft outright and then followed it up with a second order for further C-17s, giving a total fleet of 8. They now serve alongside the A400M, so certainly not a case of one replacing the other in the end. We'll probably be able to see this aircraft for almost the entire duration of its transit flight, because RAF Bryce Norton is only just over the tree line, and over the course of the arrivals broadcasts, if you joined us for those on Wednesday and Thursday, you might have noticed we got rather excited on occasion by large shapes on the horizon which turned out to just be regular traffic operating in and out of Bryce Norton. A regular hazard for us here at the Royal International Air Tattoo. The result of this rather strange fleet that the Air Mobility Force has ended up with is that it's ended up with two aircraft that are in many ways quite similar. The A400M and the C-17 both have some tactical airlift capability, but first and foremost, really, they're operated as strategic airlifters, whereas the now retired C-130J Hercules, the Hercules C4 or C5 as it was known in RAF service, was a predominantly tactical airlifter with some strategic airlift capability. So there has been a small, hopefully temporary, sacrifice to some of the tactical airlift capabilities of the Royal Air Force. The A400M is slowly filling some of that gaps as additional capabilities are approved, such as the dropping of supplies from the rear ramp, parachute operations from austere runways and extreme low-level flying, which was all previously the domain of the C-130. And after a hold at the end of the runway, the C-17 has been cleared for takeoff. We do call it a C-17, the American name, even in British service, and that's because originally when the aircraft entered service it was leased rather than owned outright, so it didn't get a British designation. It probably would have been called the Globemaster C-1, but because it didn't get that British designation at the time of its entry into service, it has been left with its American name ever since then. Rolling from the right from 99 Squadron Royal Air Force, the C-17 Globemaster. So here, another dig into the replays from the Friday, and what you see on your screen are the RAF Falcons lining up after their jump and the C-17 performing a low fly past over the top. Not very often that we see a C-17 in a flying display, and how we enjoyed seeing it on the Friday. Just that one fly past after dropping the Falcons, and then it entered the circuit to land and took its position in the static display. So back with the live action and taxiing down the runway now, the first of a pair of EAV-8B Matador 2 Plus jets from number 9 Squadron of the Spanish Navy. These jets have been entertaining us greatly over the course of the last few days in the flying display. There's the second just coming into shot now, both aircraft wearing special air tattoo tails as well. And there aren't many air shows in the world that have the sway to encourage foreign military assets to apply special colour schemes just for that one event. It is quite remarkable, and the Spanish Harriers are not the only aircraft to have done that. Some of the Phantoms in the static display have done likewise as well. So as the Harriers make their way down the runway, we also have some clips available of their displays here at the Royal International Air Tattoo over the last few days, and this, I believe, is the Friday performance. Close-up view into the cockpit there of this fascinating aeroplane, which we probably didn't expect a few years ago to be calling a RIAT regular, but they have now attended 3 editions of the Air Tattoo in fairly short succession. So we'll be seeing the Harriers taking off fairly shortly as they head back to their base at Rota in Spain. Meanwhile, from the right-hand side, the CC-150 Polaris of the Royal Canadian Air Force, based at CFB Trenton, has just entered the runway. We'll show you that in just a moment's time. This aircraft coming from the 437th Transport Squadron. And who knows, this could well be the last time we see a CC-150 here at the Air Tattoo, because the type is on the cusp of its retirement, soon to be replaced by the CC-330 Husky, which is the Canadian version of the Airbus A330 multi-role tanker transport. The Polaris is based on the Airbus A310-300 airliner, and in fact all of the 4 CC-150s currently used by the Royal Canadian Air Force are former commercial airliners, previously used by Ward Air and Canadian Airlines. They were converted for military use in the 1990s, and of those fleet, 2 of them in the late 2000s were also converted to be able to carry out aerial refuelling, and this is one of them. You can see out under the wings there are hose and drogue pods installed, and they can be used to refuel Canada's Hornet fleet, as indeed will be the task of this aircraft over the next day or so, as the Hornets return across the Atlantic. Here it comes from the right. And because of its role in support of those 2 CF-188A Hornets, we can, I think, expect to see the Hornets themselves departing very shortly indeed. And indeed, there they are, the colourful aircraft at front, in that glorious RCAF 100 paint scheme, which we didn't see on Friday, but we did see it on Saturday and Sunday. There's a second grey aircraft here in support, which performed on the Friday. The A model and B model Hornets used by the Royal Canadian Air Force arguably a little past their use-by date, and great effort has needed to be gone to in order to keep these aircraft operational. Some of them have been withdrawn and replaced with second-hand jets with fewer flying hours, purchased from the Royal Australian Air Force after Australia retired the Legacy Hornet a couple of years ago. The fleet have recently been through various upgrade programs, a substantial one completed between 2001 and 2010, in which the sensors, data link and communication systems were more or less in line with the newer F-18C model. But Canada has now finally selected, after a very drawn-out procurement process with a few false starts, has selected the aircraft that will replace the CF-18. They've settled on the F-35A Lightning II. That won't be a quick fix though. The CF-18s will need to soldier on until around 2032, while Canada waits for those F-35s to be delivered and to reach some level of operational capability. On the roll now, following its first flying display in Europe in some 6 years, the CF-18 demo team of the Royal Canadian Air Force. And as they depart to our left, the Harriers holding short of the runway out to our right. An interesting combination of the visions of several different people and organisations. The French engineer Michel Wibeau being one of the first to imagine an aircraft in this kind of configuration, made possible by the Pegasus engine and developed into the Harrier. But this is not a Harrier, this is a Harrier II, which is a joint American-British refinement of the original Harrier design. The Spanish Navy was the first international customer for the Harrier II. They ordered 12 aircraft in 1983 to replace their aging first-generation Harriers, which were in turn sold to Thailand. Those original Harriers had been called in Spanish service the AV-8S Matador, so it was only logical that their replacement would get the name AV-8B Matador II. A further order for 8 AV-8B Plus Harriers, a further upgraded model, followed in 1993, and in 2000 it was decided to send the very oldest AV-8Bs back to the USA to be remanufactured and upgraded to AV-8B Plus Standard, which included new multi-mode radar, new engines and avionics, and integration with the AIM-120 air-to-air missile. But taking off now from our left-hand side, the Apache AH-2 of the Army Air Corps, and this, I think, the second air tattoo appearance of the Mark II version of the Apache, equivalent to what the Americans would call the AH-64E. And with the Apache clearing out to our left, that leaves the runway clear for the two Matadors, which have now entered the runway out to our right. Today, all of the remaining Spanish Harriers have been upgraded to AV-8B Plus standard. They're all operated by number 9 Squadron, based at Rota, and they can be stationed also aboard the 1 Carlos I amphibious assault ship. Within a couple of years, though, Spain will be the last remaining operator of the Harrier. The the US Marine Corps, I should say, will retire theirs very shortly. The Italian Navy will do likewise, leaving just the Spanish Navy. They are due to remain in Spanish service until around 2030, and a competition is currently underway to find a replacement for them, with the F-35B Lightning II being the sole competitor. Just to explain some of the unusual noises you might be hearing, the site here at RAF Fairford is in teardown mode at the moment, and there are vehicles moving around the site. Furniture is being packed away, fence lines are being taken down, so you will be hearing some noises on occasion throughout the broadcast, and that is just part of the nature of being here at RAF Fairford the day after an air show concludes. But now I can hear those engines spooling up from the two Matadors out to our right hand side, and this, I anticipate, will be a fairly short takeoff roll, the two Harriers departing in tandem. There are the VIP chalets being slowly dismantled, and just out of shot to the left are the Midnight Hawks, about to line up on the runway. They are currently holding short, but here comes a quite fascinating aircraft from the left-hand side. The Breguet Alizé from Alizé Marine. An aircraft that we didn't know would be continuing to fly this year in an airworthy condition, because it lost its hangarage, and this was for a time expected to bring about the end of its operation as an airworthy aircraft. But a new home has since been found. This is the only flying Alizé in the world, so we are quite delighted that a solution was adopted to keep it flying. Cold War carrier-based anti-submarine aircraft, also has a secondary anti-shipping role as well, though. First flew in 1956, and in support of its combat roles, it can carry a variety of torpedoes and depth charges. It also has an internal bomb bay, in addition to being able to carry a number of missiles or rockets on underwing hardpoints as well. The aircraft is operated by a crew of 3. The third crew member actually sits facing sideways at the back of the cockpit. Taken to the runway now from the right-hand side, the Midnight Hawks and also the Finnish F-18C Hornet. The Midnight Hawks flying in quite an unusual configuration here, because we're used to seeing them in the Hawk Mark 51, which is the primary version of the Hawk operated by the Finnish Air Force, procured because they are combat capable. The Finnish Air Force was at the time limited to operating only 60 combat aircraft by international treaty. So procuring combat-capable versions of the Hawk, namely the Mark 51, was a way of increasing the combat capability without technically increasing the number of combat aircraft, because while combat-capable, the Hawk Mark 51 was nonetheless classified as a trainer rather than a fighter. We see one Hawk Mark 51 here. It's on the left-hand side of the image. It's the grey aircraft, but the others are painted red and white. They are pure training aeroplanes, Mark 66s, initially purchased by the Swiss Air Force, although the Swiss very quickly decided that they didn't really need them. They were put into storage with very low flying hours, and the Swiss sought a customer for them. The Finnish Air Force was happy to oblige. They purchased the Mark 66s, allowing them to replace the very oldest Mark 51s, and they now operate a mixed fleet of the two types in the training role. They've been substantially upgraded, including with new glass cockpits, and that will allow their continued operation until the early 2030s, many years after every other European nation retired its Mark 1 series Hawks. Both of these variants of the Hawk are part of the Mark 1 Hawk family. There's only two European operators of military operators of the Hawk Mark 1, and one of them is the Red Arrows and the other the Finnish Air Force. Taxiing out the Milmai 8 of the Lithuanian Air Force, one of the most successful helicopters ever produced. It first flew in the 1960s and is still in production today. Around 17,000 Mi 8s have been built, including its more modern and export derivatives such as the Mi 17 and the Mi 171. That aircraft just clearing the runway to our left-hand side, allowing the Midnight Hawks to depart from the right, and they will be taking off in stream. Let's take a quick look in this next gap of we were going to look at some Midnight Hawk clips, but there might be further movements before we can get to it. I did spot a Bait Slayer saying it's a real pity the Finnish chose one Hawk instead of their Hornet as part of the NATO flypast. The answer is they didn't. the Hawk was readily available in the flying display area, and thus that was chosen for the fly past. The Hornet, meanwhile, was in the middle of the static display and was not able to get to the runway, and that would have been known about months and months in advance. A decision by the air operations team here to use that F-18 exclusively as static display asset, not available for the flying. So that is why the Hawk was used rather than the Hornet. It was a simple case of logistics. Plus, of course, for all we know, the Finnish Air Force might not have even offered the F-18 for a fly past. Quite a queue of aircraft processing down the taxiway opposite. F-16, Alizé and Mil-My 8, but out on the runway threshold to our right hand side we have a C-130, and I would guess that this is the Canadian CC-130J. Rather confusingly, what they officially designate the CC-130J as actually a C-130J-30, the stretched version. This CC-130J coming from the 436th Transport Squadron based at Trenton. Canada was an early adopter of the Hercules, going all the way back to the B model in the 1960s. Today it operates two variants, the C-130H in the search and rescue role, and also some of them fitted for aerial refueling duties also, and the C-130J-30 as a tactical airlifter, and it is the latter that we see starting its takeoff roll now from the right hand side. A pair of Typhoons now taking to the runway out to our right. We think these are the two German examples, in which case, for the sake of being technically correct, let's call them Eurofighter EF-2000s rather than Typhoons. Germany being the largest operator of the Eurofighter, and only to extend its lead in the coming years with more aircraft on order, a substantial order of Tranche 4s, providing a like-for-like replacement of the retiring Typhoon Tranche 1s, whereas many other nations, including us in the UK, we're retiring our Tranche 1s without replacement. Now here is a replay from the Friday air show. We'll take a look at that in a moment's time when Ian's found a slightly more dynamic part of it. But the German Eurofighter EF-2000 there, kicking in the reheat at the end of its high alpha pass, spectacular special paint scheme, and this is the first time that we've enjoyed seeing German Eurofighters in the flying display at RIAT. Here they are now, heading for home. Here's more replay action, just showing you the wonderful paint scheme in rather sunnier skies. This is an aircraft procured by Germany to replace the MiG-29 and the F-4F. The first was delivered in 2004, and their operational debut came in 2008 when they took over from the F-4 in the quick reaction alert role. Germany is also, in the relatively near future, going to operate a new variant of Eurofighter, the Eurofighter EK, a forthcoming electronic warfare version, which will be created from donor airframes from their existing Tranche 2 and 3 fleet. But now on the right-hand side, already having taken to the runway, the Breguet Alizé, aircraft featuring as its primary sensor a retractable radar dome. It can also deploy sonar buoys from undercarriage sponsons. It saw service with both the French and the Indian navies. India having for many years been an enthusiastic customer of French military equipment. In French service, though, the Alizé flew its final combat sorties during the 1999 NATO campaign in Kosovo. It was finally retired in the year 2000. After over 40 years of service, a civilian group known as Alizé Marine have restored this one, serial number 59, to airworthy condition. And they've been displaying the aircraft at air shows all over Europe since 2013. This, I think, the first time, though, that it has appeared on static display at the Air Tattoo, and the first time that any Alizé has appeared on static display at the Air Tattoo in civilian hands. Out to the left-hand side, what you're seeing there is a four-ship, a wonderful sight, a four-ship of Dutch F-16 AM and BM Fighting Falcons. This will be the last time we see Dutch F-16s at the Air Tattoo, because the type is just a few weeks away from retirement. A quite remarkable contribution from the Royal Netherlands Air Force, sending us so many of their dwindling number of F-16s as part of the Viper line here, marking 50 years since the first flight of this aircraft type. The last of the four F-16s just clearing the runway, and that should allow the Alizé to take off. rolling from the right. Here goes the Alizé, an aircraft that produces an unusual sound as it flies. Let's listen to that now. Cleared takeoff from the right, another F-16, and this one, my guess, having not had a good look at it, is probably the Belgian air component F-16AM from the 10th Tactical Wing based at Kleine Broge, although we'll be able to confirm that when we see the tail of the aircraft as it flies past us. So it was Belgium, but not an F-16AM, rather a twin-seat F-16BM, giving us a quite sprightly departure there. Lovely to see, and it's a shame, of course, that we're no longer able to see Belgian F-16s in the flying display here at air shows, not just at RIAT, but also generally. Unfortunately, many pressing requirements on the Belgian F-16 fleet at the moment, the need to preserve airframe hours being one, the need to train Ukrainian pilots on the type, it being another, and the need to focus their own efforts on realigning their own air force to the F-35A Lightning being a third. So very sadly, that solo display, that quite brilliant solo display, coming to a premature end 1 year earlier than anticipated at the end of the 2023 season. Although, of course, if you would like to see some brilliant Belgian F-16 flying display action over the years, we have many such videos on watch.planestv.com, and that includes some pilot talkthroughs from RIATs in circa 2015-2016, when we have uncut cockpit recordings of the performance, complete with pilot narration describing the manoeuvres, the gate heights, the performance, and so on. Taking to the runway out to our right hand side, the Lithuanian Mi-8 that we saw earlier on. Lithuania uses the Mi-8 primarily for search and rescue, firefighting, and for emergency organ transport duties. This is almost certainly the last time we'll see one in the UK. But before that goes, got another rotary asset departing from the midpoint of the runway out to our left-hand side before the Mi-8 departure. This almost certainly the last time we'll see a Lithuanian Mi-8 in the UK, because they are due to be phased out early next year and replaced by the UH-60M Black Hawk. as those Mi-8s are being retired, some of them, perhaps all of them, will be gifted to the armed forces of Ukraine. But yet another movement before the Mi-8 departs, and here one from the Irish Air Corps. The Eurocopter EC-135 from 302 Squadron, and a helicopter wearing a special paint scheme as well, which hopefully, given that it seems to be crossing the runway and heading to the threshold, means that we'll get a chance to see that special paint scheme a little bit closer up later on. Yet more movement down at the runway midpoint though, because while that Mi-8 waits very patiently down at the right-hand end, the German CH-53G Sea Stallion is also crossing the runway. A reminder that while we are broadcasting the departures from the Royal International Air Tattoo for free here on YouTube, we have been hard at work broadcasting the airshow proper over the last few days, which was exclusively broadcast on our streaming service watch.planestv.com. If you want to re-watch those live broadcasts, you can do. Head to watch.planestv.com, sign up, and when you get to the checkout, use the discount code DEP24, and that will get you 20% off your first 3 months of membership. That's DEP24. The discount code is only available until the end of today. For as long as you are a member, you'll get access to our back catalogue of programmes, recent live broadcasts, but also archive programmes dating back to the late 1980s. You'll also be able to watch all of our future live broadcasts, which will include later this week the Duxford American Themed Flying Day on Friday the 26th. Further Duxford events later this year as well, including the Duxford Battle of Britain Air Show and the Duxford Flying Finale, and we're also going up to Scotland for the International Air Show Festival of Flight. Entering the runway now to our right hand side, a pair of Typhoon FGR-4s from number 29 Squadron of the Royal Air Force, based at Coningsby, flying in the number 2 position, the special scheme aircraft, wearing a paint scheme inspired by that of a Hawker Typhoon operated on D-Day. That scheme being applied to mark the 80th anniversary of D-Day this year, and it is the team's primary display jet. Incidentally, this is probably the last season in which we'll see Tranche 1 Typhoons being used by the Typhoon solo display, because 2025 is the out-of-service date for those early model Typhoons. They are not being retained in British service, and that is for 2 reasons. Partly the software architecture, which is hard to upgrade, and partly also because of the physical structure of the front section of the fuselage, and particularly the forward bulkhead, which does not leave space for active electronically scanned array radar, the new European Common Radar System, which is about to be fitted to all of the other Eurofighter Typhoons. The Tranche 1s therefore are not full multi-role capable aircraft because of those software limitations which make it difficult to integrate precision air-to-ground weaponry, but because also of the fact that they are not particularly future-proof when it comes to those future radar upgrades. Thus, the Typhoon Tranche 1s are only able to serve as air defence fighters with medium range and short range air-to-air capability and non-precision air-to-ground capability. As a result, they will be retired next year. But unlike Germany, where I was mentioning earlier, they are acquiring new Tranche 4 Typhoons on a one-to-one basis to replace those retiring Tranche 1s. The Royal Air Force will not be replacing those Tranche 1s, leaving just the Tranche 2 and 3 aircraft, albeit in massively upgraded form in RAF service in the coming years. Meanwhile, lining up on the runway to our right-hand side, the 4 F-16s from the Royal Netherlands Air Force that we saw taxiing out earlier, this outstanding contribution that the Dutch have made to the Viper line in the static display. All the more extraordinary given that the F-16 is on the cusp of retirement from Danish service. From Dutch service, sorry. It's been a long few days. I do apologise for the occasional slip-up. The Netherlands once operated many F-16s, over 200 of them in fact, but very few are left. Just one squadron remains, its 312 squadron based at Volkel. That squadron has already received its first F-35s, and the final F-16s will be withdrawn from service in October of this year. Anyone who joined us on the Thursday when we talked about Adrian's favourite air shows of all time will remember that he identified as number 3 on his list the 100th anniversary of the Royal Netherlands Air Force show at Volkel in 2013. That event available on our streaming service if you are a member. Chris asking if there's a new time for the Red Arrows, because according to the original time they should have departed already, 12 minutes ago to be precise. And the answer, I'm afraid, is that we don't know. We are operating off information from yesterday, and if there are changes to the schedule, which obviously there have been on several different counts, then that's not something that we would typically find out about, I'm afraid. We will show you whatever happens whenever it happens and do our best to talk you through it, but we can't really make any specific promises regarding timings, nor can we make any particularly detailed updates, I'm afraid. But now the Irish Air Corps Special Scheme EC-135 departs. And further rotary assets behind it, because I see either a Juno or a Jupiter lining up on the runway. We'll be able to tell whether it's a Juno or a Jupiter as it passes, and we can get a bit of a judgment on its size, and the CH-53 also holding short out to our right hand side. So, Juno or Jupiter, both of them painted identically, both of them used by the Royal Air Force as part of the military flying training system for basic and advanced rotary training respectively. The Jupiter being the larger of the two types. I think we were looking there at a Juno HT1. There is a Jupiter in the static display as well, at least one, and we'll see that depart later. Back to its base at RAF Shawbury, the same destination for the Juno, incidentally. And there goes another MFTS asset now. Is this a second Juno, or will this be the Jupiter? Oh, we've actually got two further MFTS assets. The lead aircraft that you see on the screen now is, I think, a Jupiter. I remember a discussion last year in which someone very kindly sent an email telling me how to distinguish between the two, and as far as I can remember, the most obvious difference was the number of windows along the passenger cabin, whether there was one large rectangular window or two, and I'm afraid from where I'm sitting I just can't get a good enough view of them with the Mark 1 eyeball. But now a helicopter I definitely can recognise from the German Air Force, a CH-53G. CH-53 was developed for the US Marine Corps during the Vietnam War to provide heavy transport support to airborne assaults, with an ability to carry howitzer artillery cannons or Hawk surface-to-air missile systems into battle. However, since then, many new variants have been produced, and it remains very much in service. Germany operates the G model, a license-built version with a larger cabin capable of transporting 55 troops. 112 of them were produced for the German Army, but they were handed over from the Army to the Air Force in 2013. They're now getting a little elderly, and thus Germany intends to procure 60 Chinooks to replace them, but taxiing out now one of two Pipistrel Velis Electros that have been in the static display here as part of the Pushing the Boundaries theme. These aircraft are fully electric, and the second Velis Electro just arriving in the frame there. These aeroplanes coming from Nebo Air, who are the UK distributors of the Velis Electro, an aircraft designed in Slovenia. It recently became the world's first electric-powered aircraft to receive type clearance certification back in 2020. As a result, it can be used commercially or for formal pilot training. The battery can be charged from 30% to 100% in under 2 hours. The aircraft can fly for 50 minutes at a maximum speed of 113 miles per hour, and currently a network of fast chargers are being installed around the UK, particularly by a company called Aerovolt, who have actually had their trade stand set up just behind us. You'll notice one difference there with the electric aircraft as compared to a typical piston engine is that when the engine is idling, the propeller completely stops. And a short takeoff, no need to use the full length of Fairford's runway. It's a substantial runway here, large enough to have been designated as an emergency landing facility for the space shuttle. It regularly takes large US Air Force strategic bombers such as the B-52 and the B-1, so a Velis Electro absolutely does not need to take off full length. Anyone who's been watching our Planes TV broadcasts over the last few years will have seen Velis Electros performing at airshows several times, particularly the old Buckingham Airshow, where last year we broadcast the first ever all-electric display by a formation team. It was probably these two very same aircraft, in fact, flying as part of the Electric Arrows, and that performance was entirely powered by clean, renewable energy generated by a solar panel charging station at the airshow venue itself. And before someone cynical says, yes, but that was probably brought in on the back of a petrol-guzzling or diesel-guzzling lorry, no, it was a permanent installation. The aircraft took off from their base, where they charged from a permanent charging station, flew to Old Buckingham, where they charged from the solar panel station there and flew entirely using that clean renewable energy. Exceptional acceleration, as you can see, challenging aircraft to fly in a formation airshow routine because they are so slippery, they are so low drag, and there's no induced drag from the propeller or little induced drag from the propeller when you pull it back to idle. So maintaining close formation without accidentally overtaking the lead aircraft was pretty challenging work, but they did a very nice job, and that live broadcast, should you want to see it, is available on watch.planestv.com, but it's also available on YouTube. We are welcoming viewers from YouTube, Facebook and Instagram to this live broadcast. We have been broadcasting RIAT arrivals and departures for free on YouTube and social media. The airshow proper was exclusively broadcast on watch.planestv.com, and if you're not a member already, then do sign up to go and watch the full replays of those roughly 7.5 hours of daily flying displays, including 12 fast jet solo displays, 6 national aerobatic teams. If you use the code DEP24, then that will get you 20% off. That discount code is valid until the end of today. On your screen now, and just departing out to our left-hand side, a Westland Gazelle from the Gazelle Squadron, here as part of the Pushing the Boundaries theme, because that particular aircraft was previously used by Kinetic for flight testing duties, and it's fitted with a large pitot probe on the front, not that you can see it from this angle, to facilitate those testing operations, and a landing from the right, one of the support aircraft supporting the deployment of some of the flying and static display assets here at the Royal International Air Tattoo. I'd love to tell you what it is. It's a Challenger of some kind, and I'll identify a nation shortly as soon as I get a look at the tail. It's a Swiss Challenger. And we'll go very shortly from one Swiss aircraft to another, to several, in fact, because taxiing out onto the runway from the right-hand side, the F5s of the Patrouille Suisse. Eight F5s about to take to the runway. The 6 aircraft used in the display itself, plus 1 spare, and in addition to that, 1 standard grey F5, which has been appearing on static display here at the Royal International Air Tattoo. I think the grey F5 is taking off with the rest of the formation. Yes, I'm pretty sure I can make it out. 3 aircraft lined up on the runway currently, and we have very much enjoyed seeing the Patrouille Suisse over the past few days. A wonderful display. Yesterday it was one of those displays with which we were able to include cockpit footage as part of the live broadcast, and perhaps we'll show you a clip of that shortly. This quite possibly one of the last times that we'll see the Patrouille Suisse in the UK. This was at one point due to be their very last airshow season. They have now been given a potential stay of execution up until 2027, when the F5 will finally be retired from Swiss Air Force service. They may look like airshow jets, and indeed some 12 of the 18 or so F5s in Swiss service are painted in Patrouille Suisse colours, but this is a part-time team with part-time pilots, and the aircraft, when they are not being used for airshow duties, are part of the regular pool of F5s available to the Swiss Air Force, who use them for target and training duties. In that respect, the paint scheme is actually quite useful because it improves the conspicuity of these aircraft, which are famously quite difficult to spot due to their thin wings and slimline fuselages, particularly head-on. It can be quite a challenge to see them. And after this second batch of F5s departs, I'm very much hoping that we'll be able to show you a clip of their display yesterday in absolutely glorious conditions. It was the sort of sky that we love to film against, with good cloud definition, blue patches, but also white patches as well, cockpit footage mixed in. And here we have a look at some of the absolutely glorious footage from yesterday of the Patrouille Suisse display. This is their pass in a rather unusual double-layer echelon formation. And I'm going to specify once again, this is a clip from the live broadcast. This is not something that we've mixed together in post-production. We so much enjoyed filming and mixing this display yesterday with the multiple angles. great skies, almost alpine skies at times. There goes Tiger 5 pulling out of the main formation. Now, that is a lovely special scheme to see, marking 50 years of operation of the Tornado, and you can see on the tail the roundels of the 3 partner nations, Germany, Italy and the UK. Germany sending no fewer than 3 Tornadoes to the Royal International Air Tattoo this year, a pair of Tornado IDS jets, and that's the interdiction and strike fighter version, and 1 Tornado ECR. ECR being the anti-radiation version. Let's take another look at the Patrouille Suisse from yesterday's live broadcast. This is one of their trademark manoeuvres called the Tunnel. Tiger 6 from the left, the main formation from the right. Tornado, of course, a multi-role combat aircraft, manufactured in 3 versions. The ADV, which was an interceptor fighter used by the Royal Air Force, we call it, for example, the F3. The IDS, which is what we see here, and the ECR, which we will see later on. I'm now starting to doubt my aircraft identification skills. This might be an ECR actually, but I do know we've got at least one example of each, one ECR, one IDS on static display from the German Air Force. Rolling from the right though, C-295. That is the Finnish Air Force example that we saw arriving earlier today. Someone asked in the chat how technically we were accomplishing those onboard views, and I did explain earlier, but for the sake of full transparency, I'll explain again, and yeah, I'll admit those were not live onboard views. It was a live mix, and the ground cameras were live, but the onboard material had been recorded here at Fairford, but a couple of days earlier, from the Friday airshow, whereas, sorry, from the Thursday practice display, in fact, whereas the live views were from the Sunday flying display. And those, I mean, there we're getting another look at it again, at their 2 versus 2 split and cross. Ian working very hard in the trailer to make sure that they were synchronized as far as possible. Perfect match weather-wise between the 2 days. These, I think, are Greek F-16s, F-16Cs of the Block 50/52 variant, which we see taxiing from the left-hand side, complete with their distinctive conformal fuel tanks. Which do make F-16s look like a pretty beefy piece of kit. Those external tanks can carry 2,200 litres of additional fuel, allowing for an up to 40% increase in range. They do carry a small performance penalty, but a much smaller one than a centreline tank would carry. In fact, the CFTs take 50% more fuel than a centreline tank and induce only 12% as much drag. Plus, unlike a centreline tank, CFTs don't affect the F-16's maximum load factor, which stands at 9G. And if you have external stores under the wings or centreline tanks, then they will reduce that maximum load factor to at least reducing it to something like 7.5G, and in some configurations close to 5G. We are nearly at 3,000 views on YouTube, and if you haven't already, then please do give the broadcast a like. That will encourage the YouTube algorithm to show it to as many people as possible. The German Tornado is now taxiing onto the runway and about to depart. Germany once operated a huge fleet of Tornadoes, 247 of them, and then they also subsumed 112 more handed over from the German Navy. But nowadays the fleet stands at around 90. They've been constantly upgraded and will continue to serve for at least another 6 or 7 years, with the Tornado IDS being replaced by the F-35A Lightning and the Eurofighter Tranche 4. The Tornado ECR, meanwhile, is being replaced by the Eurofighter EK, which I described earlier, a forthcoming electronic warfare variant of the Typhoon. Those Typhoon EKs will be built from donor Tranche 2 and 3 airframes and then kitted out with various anti-radiation equipment and missile compatibility. Rolling from the right with some fascinating contrails pouring off the right-hand wingtip there, here comes the Tornado from the German Air Force. We're expecting a landing next, and I think this is going to be from a French Air and Space Force Qatari CN-235. That's looking like it could well be a CN-235 to me. This is the predecessor of the ubiquitous C-295, of which we have already seen a couple of examples today. It was a joint project between Spain and Indonesia to develop an aircraft that had both military and civilian utility as an airlifter, but also as a commercial airliner. And indeed, it is still in use today with a small number of airlines in Southeast Asia, should you want to go and fly on one. In military service, it has been largely superseded by the newer, more modern and more specialised C-295, both in the cargo role but also in specialised roles, the C-295 having been optimised for various other duties, such as maritime patrol. A couple of years ago here at the Air Tattoo, we saw the debut of a maritime patrol version of the C-295, the Persuader, which came to us from the Royal Air Force of Oman. This year we had the debut of the Canadian search and rescue version, the CC-295 Kingfisher. But here, its predecessor, the CN-235. John Seymour has asked a few times what my favourite display was at RIAT this year, and I'll be honest, I was sort of ignoring the question because I don't have a good answer for it. It's a difficult question. That is a very difficult question because the variety has been so extraordinary. And also my enjoyment of displays is influenced by how well I filmed them. So I thought the German Eurofighter EF-2000 was an absolutely terrific highlight of my weekend, but that may just be because I feel like I got some absolutely killer shots of it. I'll let you be the judge of whether I did. So that's one answer that pops into mind. The Italian C-17, that was fantastic. I love all the jet teams, but the Patrouille Suisse, I had so much fun filming the Patrouille Suisse yesterday, partly influenced by the tremendous sky, and the same goes for the Saudi Hawks as well. A lot of fun filming them. But another moment that really stands out for me was the NATO flypast, and particularly the departures for the NATO flypast, when we had a whole slew of relatively rare fast jets, including that special scheme Tornado we just saw. We had Spanish F5s, a Spanish F5 Mirage 2000, multiple F-16s, including some quite rare ones, the Romanian one, all blasting off down the runway doing minimal interval departures. That seemed like quite a special moment to me. And then the F-15 displays, we had the displays proper And then on the Saturday, due to low cloud base, the aircraft wasn't able to perform displays, but it was able to perform some low flypasts and beat-ups. And one of those beat-ups really sticks in my mind as well, where we saw the aircraft approaching very low over the runway and then over the threshold, retracting the gear, pulling hard back on the stick and going into the vertical briefly before pushing negative G to stay clear of cloud. And that was quite a remarkable moment as well. Landing now a C-130H Hercules of the Transport Squadron of the Moroccan Air Force, here in a supporting role. Morocco received a total of 19 C-130Hs between 1974 and 1984. Today, 16 of them remain operational. Of those 16 aircraft, some of them have been converted for specialised roles. 2 of them have been converted to KC-130H standard for aerial refuelling, and a single example has been converted into an EC-130H electronic intelligence aircraft. And taking off from the right, or lining up to do so at any rate, the F-16s from the Hellenic Air Force, specifically from the 336 Squadron based at Araxos. Greece acquired its first F-16s in the 1980s, and since then they've ordered 4 further batches. They now operate 170 F-16s, which is the largest such fleet in Europe. The oldest of those went through a major upgrade in the 1990s, structural modifications to extend their fatigue lives, and new targeting pods as well. And now an even larger upgrade is underway, with 84 of the newer aircraft being upgraded to F-16V Viper standard. The first 20 F-16Vs have now been handed back to the Hellenic Air Force. The upgraded jets feature F-35 style large area displays in the cockpit, active electronically scanned array radar, and the new Mark II joint helmet mounted queuing system. The upgrade program will be completed in 2027, giving Greece the largest and most advanced F-16 fleet in Europe. Muran asks why things are arriving on departures day, and then goes on to add that he has the sound off, so he won't be able to hear my answer. I'll answer anyway, just in case anyone else has been wondering the same question. It is simply a case of support aircraft arriving that haven't been able to stay here over the weekend on static display, and they will be coming in to, for example in the case of the Finnish Air Force, collect personnel and equipment supporting the the Midnight Hawks flying displays over the weekend. Rolling from the right, the first of the 2 Hellenic Air Force F-16s. Just a reminder that while we are broadcasting Departures Day at the Air Tattoo free to view, the rest of the show, the airshow proper, was broadcast exclusively on our streaming service watch.planestv.com. You can head over there in order to find the full replays of the live broadcast, a forthcoming highlights programme from the show, various other live airshow broadcasts coming up over the next few weeks, and also our archive of older programmes stretching back in excess of 30 years. And we're going to take a brief look at the archive now. Here are a few clips to give you an idea of the sort of thing you can expect to find.
Small though it is, the IL-114 is positively dwarfed by its big brother, the Ilyushin 96. This turbofan widebody stems from the IL-96-300, a much bigger aircraft which has up to 440 high-density seats, or 386 in the comfortable version.
We use two smoke winders for smoking in the air, and the other no change in the aircraft.
The second of those three clips there showing Solo Turk, a display that we very much enjoyed watching here at the Royal International Air Tattoo over the past few days. But that particular recording coming from Airshow Turkey 100 in Izmir in 2011, marking 100 years since the foundation of the Turkish Air Force, and that, if you recall our live broadcast from Thursday, Adrian picked out as one of his top 5 air shows of all time. A show that included some real gems, numerous national aerobatic teams such as the Thunderbirds, and one that no longer exists, Biała-Czerwona Iskra from the Polish Air Force, the JF-17 from Pakistan, that was a rare catch, the IAR-99 from Romania, a lot of Turkish Air Force assets, including Solo Turk. It was one of Solo Turk's first airshow appearances, if not the first airshow appearance, and we had 4 or 5 cockpit cameras for that performance. If you go and sign up to watch.planestv.com, you can watch the entire highlights programme from Airshow Turkey 100. If you want to sign up, use the code DEP24 and that will give you 20% off your first 3 months of subscription. You can also use it to get 20% off the annual subscription, I believe. That code is DEP24 and it is only valid until the end of today, so if you want to avail yourself of that discount code, there is not long left in which to do it. Parading down the runway, backtracking before their departure, 2 of the Royal Saudi Air Force participants in this year's Air Tattoo. Of course, not the only Saudi participants, because we've also very much enjoyed seeing the Saudi Hawks aerobatic team. In the lead, an Airbus A330 multi-role tanker transport from 24 Squadron based at Al-Kaj. And following it down the runway, an F-15 SA Saudi Advanced Eagle from number 6 Squadron at Khamis Musheit. And it feels worth acknowledging at this point that the Advanced Eagle, as seen here in Saudi service, has been making its RIAT debut, albeit with multiple variants here at the show. We had this example on static display, the F-15 SA, and then another version of the Advanced Eagle, the F-15 QA, the Aberbil, as it is known, taking part in the flying display and performing two different versions of its flying display over the course of the show. We had the dirty aircraft armed with imitation AIM-120 missiles, but then we also had a clean jet with conformal fuel tanks and pylons removed, both flown by different crews and performing different demonstrations. It's not the first time in Europe that we have seen an advanced Eagle display, because the Saudis have performed an F-15SA demonstration at Athens Flying Week in the past, but it was the first time in the UK that we'd seen an advanced Eagle display, and it was also the first time in Europe that we'd seen an F-15QA being put through its paces, that particular subset of advanced Eagle. And a quite tremendous demonstration it was. Aircraft provided by the Qatar Emiri Air Force, but operated here by Boeing. A display that included abrupt pulls, a tail slide, a quite spectacular sequence from the clean jet, which at one point involved a split S, with the aircraft decelerating in the vertical downline with quite significant alpha being exhibited, straight into a low-speed high-alpha pass. Parading along the display line at low speed and high alpha, and then kicking in the reheat from its enormous uprated engines and powering straight from that slow pass into a double Immelmann, two half loops stacked one on top of the other. Taxiing from our left-hand side, a pair of Warbirds, and you can see on the screen now the Corsair, F4U 5NL Corsair from Flying Legends in Germany, that Warbird collection owned by George Raab, and following behind it is a P-51D Mustang Francis Dell. Both aircraft have been here on static display. Francis Dell has visited the UK a couple of times before, but for this Corsair, which was acquired by Flying Legends only last year, this is its first UK visit since coming into Flying Legends ownership, and it is a particularly rare Corsair because it is the only Korean War veteran Corsair still in an airworthy condition globally. Served with VMF 512, the Flying Nightmares of the US Marine Corps, and then with the Argentine Navy. We were very lucky a few weeks ago to see both of those aircraft performing in a flying display at Antidotum Airshow Leszno, the Corsair and the Mustang from Flying Legends, both being displayed by George Raab himself, and that was at Antidotum Airshow Leszno, an absolutely superb airshow in Poland that we went out and covered a few weeks ago, back in mid-June. The entire collection of 4 live broadcasts from that event is available on our streaming service, watch.planestv.com, for members. It's an airshow quite unlike any other that we've covered before. It starts at 3 o'clock in the afternoon and then continues until 11 o'clock at night. An awful lot of nighttime pyro displays, quite a few creative only at Leszno performances, some of which were more than 3 years in the making. And the whole thing filmed in an unusual style for us, because we had 2 cameras in an elevated camera position at show centre, and the camera platform had orange tarp draped along the front to make sure that pilots could see it. Our camera platform was the show centre marker, but also for parts of the display we also had drones flying with the performances as well, and that included an FPV racing drone I remember particularly some torque rolls from Rich Goodwin in his jet pits, and the FPV racing drone orbiting the jet pits with perhaps only 30 feet of clearance at the top of that torque roll. It looked absolutely extraordinary, all done live as well. That is most certainly something to check out if you do join our streaming service, and a reminder that you can use the code DEP24 to get the 20% discount, provided you sign up by the end of today. Lining up now at the right-hand end of the runway, a pair of PC-9M Hudurniks from the Slovenian Air Force, the 152nd Tactical Aviation Squadron, the PC-9 being the only fixed-wing combat aircraft operated by the Slovenian Air Force. They use both for training duties but also for combat duties, air policing. They've recently been training air-to-air and air-to-ground capabilities as well. And these aeroplanes have been used in the flying display over the course of the weekend, flown by Captain Andre Fiorelli, and he has been performing a quite delightful and technically accomplished demonstration, which has included a few real standout manoeuvres. We had, for example, a negative G avalanche, a full outside loop with a roll on the top. Another one that sticks out in my memory is a slow roll, an outstandingly slow roll, performed all precisely on the level as well, not a hint of altitude change over the course of the manoeuvre. So we're going to show you a clip now while we wait for the start of the takeoff roll of the PC-9's display. And no, we're not. We're going to hold on for a moment because the PC-9s are now rolling for takeoff, but as soon as they're gone, we'll show you a clip from their performance yesterday. Dan Rogers saying that slow roll was fabulous. I quite agree. And here it is, a recording from its display yesterday in absolutely wonderful skies. Actually, I think looking at the cloud and the amount of blue sky there, that might be a Friday clip. A terrific performance by an aircraft that, as I mentioned, is used not just for training but also for combat, capable of carrying iron bombs, rocket pods and guns on its 7 hard points, powered by a Pratt & Whitney PT6A 62 turboprop producing 950 shaft horsepower, and in the Pilatus line of turbo trainers it sits quite nicely in the middle of the pack. There's the PC7 which is the lowest cost aircraft to operate, but coming with a much more modest engine as well, 450, 550 odd horsepower, I can't remember the precise number. Then there's the PC9 in the middle. The PC21 is the highest spec version, all three types remaining in production in some form or another. The aircraft that we've just seen taxiing out in front of us, and indeed still on the screen at the moment, are the two Romanian Air Force F-16s. Also taxiing down the far side of the runway, we have a Spanish Citation. But the next movement, we think, will be an arrival rather than a departure, another of the support aircraft that have been heading in and out of Fairford over the course of today, and they will continue to do so. And we are expecting at around this point in time a Czech Air Force C-295M from the 242nd Transport and Special Operations Squadron. Yet another example of this ubiquitous light airlifter. Used by some 35 nations, and in this case supporting the Czech Air Force contribution to the flying and static displays. In the flying display we've seen their Jas-39C Gripen, a special scheme aircraft no less, and in the static displays an L-159 Alka Advanced Light Combat Aircraft, which is an advanced derivative of the L-39. This is, as it turns out, not the Czech C-295. Rather, this is a slightly embarrassing case of misidentification, really. That's quite a bad one. That's nothing like a C-295. That's a PA-18 Super Cub from the Shuttleworth collection, which is acting as a support aircraft for the Shuttleworth collection's static display contribution. A de Havilland Chipmunk, which is here as part of the Royal Canadian Air Force Centenary area. We've already seen some of the aircraft from that Canadian zone of the static display departing, the CC-130 and the Kingfisher for example. But there was some historic aircraft involved in it as well, the Chipmunk and also the Vampire of the Royal Norwegian Air Force Historical Squadron. The Romanian F-16s have just been cleared for departure. It's the first time that we've welcomed Romanian F-16s to the air tattoo. Romania has operated a small fleet of Fighting Falcons for around 10 years now, 17 second-hand examples from Portugal, but with the retirement of the MiG-21 over the last couple of years, Romania elected to purchase additional fighters and ordered another 32 second-hand F-16s, this time from Norway. They began arriving earlier this year. All of Romania's F-16s have been upgraded to the MLU standard, roughly comparable to the F-16C Block 50/52. They will soon be further upgraded with night vision, encrypted communication systems, new mission planning systems, and other minor improvements. The Spanish Citation now lining up on the runway, and shortly after that it appears that we will be seeing the departure of the two Saudi static display aircraft, the F-15SA and the Airbus A330 multi-role tanker transport. But we won't be seeing them taking off just yet, because something appears to be backtracking down the runway at the moment from the left-hand side. We're not quite sure what it is yet. And confirmation in my ear that it is the Aero Legends Dakota Pegasus, which has been here on static display to mark 80 years since D-Day. Further F-16s. Oh, they're not F-16s, they are Spanish F-5s, I think. Proceeding down the runway, backtracking out to our left. They will turn off onto the parallel taxiway shortly, leaving the runway clear for the Spanish Citation to take off. And after the Citation does take off, seeing as we've got a bit of an F-15 Advanced Eagle theme to the next couple of departures after that, we will try and show you a clip of the F-15 QA display from the flying display here at the Royal International Air Tattoo, just in case you missed it. We will let the Citation go first because the runway is now clear, and I suspect that it will be rolling any second. with the Citation clearing away and giving a little wing rock at the same time. Let's take a quick look at some of the F-15 action. There are 3 variants of the Advanced Eagle. The first was the F-15SA for Saudi Arabia, then came the F-15QA for Qatar, and then the US Air Force was convinced to procure a small number of F-15QAs as well in American service, and they have a few very minor adjustments compared to the conventional F-15 QA, and they are called the F-15EX Eagle II by the US Air Force. Ah, that's an interesting aeroplane that's just taxiing out to our left-hand side now. That is a Valmet Vinca, the L-70 Vinca, which was developed in the 1970s in Finland as a piston-powered light trainer and private aircraft. It was developed by the state-owned Valmet company. It typically accommodates a crew of 2, however, an additional 2 people or a stretcher with a carer can also be placed in the rear of the cockpit instead. It wasn't a commercial success, the Vinca. None were privately acquired. 30 of them were produced for the Finnish Air Force, and the type was used as a basic trainer by the Finnish Air Force Academy at Kauhava before they moved on to the Hawk. The final Vinca was retired in September 2022. Some of them did at that point move into private hands. The military fleet was replaced by the Grob 115 Tutor. And this one that we're watching now, now operated on the civilian register, and it's here in tribute to Perttu Karevalo, a former member of the RIAT Flying Control Committee, and indeed a huge part of the European airshow community generally. A former display pilot, an air boss at several major air shows around Europe, a committee member at the European Airshow Council, and he very sadly passed away last year. So this Vinca attending the air tattoo in tribute to him. Taking to the runway on the right-hand side now, the Airbus A330 multi-role tanker transport from 24 Squadron of the Royal Saudi Air Force based at Al-Khaj. The A330 MRTT is an increasingly common tanker transport based on the A330-200. It can carry up to 290 passengers, or, with the seats removed, 45 tons of palletized cargo, but its main role with the Royal Saudi Air Force is as an aerial refueling platform. Like the RAF Voyagers, this aircraft has 2 underwing hose and drogue systems for refueling Saudi Arabia's Typhoons and Tornadoes. However, as Saudi Arabia also operates the F-15, which has no refueling probe, the Saudi A330s have also been fitted with a rigid boom under the rear of the fuselage, which we'll see as the aircraft comes past us now. The Saudi A330 multi-role tanker transport made its RIAT debut last year. We're very pleased to have it back for a second consecutive show. Saudi Arabia operates 6 of them, and they began entering service in 2013. But now on the runway threshold, the F-15SA Saudi Advanced. Saudi Arabia was the very first customer for the Advanced Eagle. It's a modern derivative of the F-15E Strike Eagle with a fly-by-wire control system, a digital electronic warfare suite, infrared search and track, a joint helmet-mounted queuing system, 2 additional weapon stations, and active electronically scanned array radar. In total, the F-15SA can carry up to 24 air-to-ground weapons or 12 air-to-air missiles. Saudi Arabia purchased 84 of them. They were delivered between 2016 and 2020. And this is the first time we've seen one at RIAT. It's rolling from the right. And here some clips of the F-15 QA display from the flying displays over the last few days, which we have so much enjoyed seeing. An absolutely remarkable performance, and what has been most exciting about this demonstration has been the transitions between low and high speed, often at quite unusual points, but the tail slide proving absolutely remarkable as well. Next movement from the right, from Aero Legends, is their Dakota. This one is called Pegasus. And following that, we have a pair of SF-5M Freedom Fighters, or as they are officially known in Spanish service, the AE-9, and they come to us from Ala 23 of the Spanish Air and Space Force. They've been here participating in the static display, although we did also get to see one in the flying display as part of the NATO flypast on Friday. We will try and show you a clip of that NATO flypast, a very impressive flypast indeed, after the SF-5s depart. The F-5 began life as a privately funded light fighter intended to produce a high performance but low cost and low maintenance fighter with a secondary ground attack role for use across NATO. That didn't quite work out because actually it was many years, over a decade, until anyone purchased the aircraft as a fighter. It was instead purchased by the US Air Force initially as a trainer, and they called it the T-38 Talon. And indeed, the Spanish Air Force use F-5s in the training role as lead-in fighter trainers. Spain has operated the F-5 since 1970. And they've used it over the years as a lead-in fighter trainer, as a fighter, and also as a reconnaissance platform. Today only the 2-seat trainers remain in service, and they are due to continue flying until around 2030. Efforts are currently underway to find a replacement, and a few years ago there was talk of Airbus developing an all-new clean-sheet advanced jet trainer. There was also talk at one point of Spain procuring the T-50 or the FA-50 from Korea, but both of those ideas do seem to have gone a little quiet over the last 2 or 3 years. Here's a clip of the NATO flypast, a Friday-only feature of the Air Tattoo this year. This is just one part of the flypast. It's led by the NATO E3, flanked by a German Eurofighter EF-2000, the Spanish F-5, and a Finnish Hawk Mark 66. But there were 4 waves of this flypast. Another featured the Royal Air Force RC-135 rivet joint, along with a Tornado, a Mirage 2000, and a Swedish Gripen. And then there were various F-16s at the rear. Well, you just saw a brief glimpse of some of those F-16s there before we cut away back to the live action, and a pair of NH90s from, I believe, both different operators making their way down the far taxiway at the moment. What looks like a static display German Army NH90, and heading over to join the flying display example, I presume, before it departs, and then also a Royal Netherlands example. So an interesting comparison there between the aircraft at the front, the German one, which is of the tactical transport helicopter land-based version, and the aircraft at the rear of the NFH NATO frigate helicopter version. And as the camera pans round, it'll very shortly pick up another movement, which is the Swiss Air Force Challenger, which we saw arriving not long ago, now departing from the right-hand side. And it looks like there's a few rotary departures getting ready at the moment down at the right-hand end of the runway. Sadly, we didn't get to see the German NH90 on Saturday and Sunday due to a technical problem, although we did see it in the flying display on the Friday. Regular participant here at the Air Tattoo for the last few years. It flew in 2022, 2023 and 2024 now as well. The NH90 was developed by NH Industries, a consortium involving Airbus, Fokker Aerostructures and Leonardo, although it's now been wholly bought out by Airbus, and it was developed in response to a NATO requirement for a multi-role helicopter suitable for use on the battlefield and at sea. The tactical transport version, which is what we'll see taking off first, is capable of transporting up to 1.5 tons of cargo or 20 troops, alternatively up to 12 people on stretchers in the case of medical evacuation missions. It can be used for search and rescue duties, or even as an airborne command post or electronic warfare platform. 2 of them now taking to the runway, both of them from the German Army, from the 10th Transport Regiment. Probably unlikely to move for the moment, because rolling down the runway backtracking is a C-27J Spartan. One of the key features of the NH90 is its rather unusual shape. It's got a diamond-shaped hull constructed from carbon composite material, and that has 2 distinct advantages. First, a very low radar cross-section. The NH90 has the lowest radar signature of any helicopter in its class, and secondly, it gives the aircraft a very low empty weight, and Airbus estimates that that has improved the NH90's range and endurance by 30% compared to what it would have been had the construction method been a little bit more conventional. And as they come past us, look at the top of the fuselage and see if you can identify where the engine intakes are, and you'll probably struggle. The intake's cunningly disguised, and likewise the exhaust is suppressed by heat deflectors, and that helps to substantially reduce the aircraft's infrared conspicuity and its susceptibility to heat-seeking missiles. Good to see the Dutch NFH example taking off at the same time, a lovely three-ship formation of NH90s, which is not something that I think I've seen before. Running up in the background, the Royal Air Force Chinook HC-5 that was performing a roll demonstration in lieu of the full solo display, which is not being staged this year. A roll demonstration instead, which is a little bit easier on the squadron. It doesn't require the same level of training, and that is being used to demonstrate a different facet of the Chinook's capabilities. Rather than focusing on raw manoeuvrability, we've been seeing demonstration of carriage of underslung loads and also internal loads. But it looks like C-27s will be occupying us for the next little while, because there is one example about to take to the runway to our right-hand side, another example crossing the runway to our left, and that clearly a very new one. You can tell by dint of the winglets. And we've enjoyed seeing C-27s in the flying display here, or a C-27 in the flying display here over the past few days. That one coming from the Italian Air Force 311 Gruppo, the Reparto Sperimentale Volo, which is their flight test centre, performing an incredible display, which has already been singled out in the chat by many of you as the highlight of the show. A performance filled with rolls and derry turns, but a loop in the middle, followed immediately by a half Cuban. The sort of thing that no one would have believed had they not seen it. Further aircraft backtracking the runway before we can get this C-27 into the air, and that is the Mirage 2000-5 of the French Air and Space Force, which was another participant in the NATO 75th anniversary on the Friday before taking its position in the static display for Saturday and Sunday. And there's a third aircraft making its way down the parallel taxiway as well, which is a Grob 120 TP. So that C-27 coming from 902 Squadron of the Romanian Air Force based at Bucharest. Romania ordered a fleet of 5 C-27s in 2009, and they are used both for transport and also for aerial firefighting. leading that little train of aircraft is another C-27J Spartan, but that aircraft coming from the Slovenian Air Force. It's their one and only C-27. It was delivered last October, and this is the first time that a Slovenian C-27 has appeared at RIAT. A second example of the Spartan will be delivered to the Slovenian Air Force shortly. An Italian A200A Tornado now backtracking down the runway. This quite possibly the last time we'll see an Italian Tornado at the Air Tattoo, as the type has an out-of-service date of 2025. This one comes from Sixtomo, based at Gedi. It's an IDS version, much like the two of the three German examples appearing here at RIAT. But now in the process of being replaced by the F-35A Lightning in Italian service. Italy, one of the three original partner nations that produced the Tornado, and indeed that 50th anniversary German aircraft, special scheme aircraft that we saw departing earlier, made reference to that with its tail, which was adorned with the three roundels of those three partner nations, Germany, Italy and the UK. Out to our right-hand side, though, the Slovenian C-27 has now taken its position on the runway, appearing here on static display, but also acting as a support aircraft for the quite brilliant PC-9M Hudornik display that we saw a few clips of earlier, and we've already seen those two PC-9Ms depart. And if you exclude dedicated training aircraft and just look at operational aircraft, then some 20% of Slovenia's fixed-wing military fleet is present here at the Royal International Air Tattoo in some capacity. An absolutely brilliant commitment from the Slovenian Air Force. And taking to the runway behind it, a Mirage 2000-5 from Escadron de Chasse 1-2. First time in quite a few years that we've seen a Mirage 2000-5 at a British airshow, participating in the NATO flypast and then appearing on static display. And this, the Mirage 2000, is the last in Dassau's long line of Mirage fighters. The first of them date back to the mid-1960s. Mirage 2000s are now being slowly phased out of French service. The nuclear strike variant was removed from operations a few years ago. The Mirage 2000C interceptor fighter was retired in 2022, and that leaves three models remaining: the 2000B two-seat conversion trainer, the 2000D ground attack platform, and this one, the Mirage 2000-5, which is an upgraded version of the 2000C fighter. It is an old airframe, but they have been substantially improved with modern radar, a glass cockpit, and integration with various smart weaponry and guided air-to-air missiles. The remaining Mirage 2000 variants are expected to serve until around 2030, whereupon they will be replaced by the Rafale F4, and at that point it is quite likely that for a period the French Air and Space Force, and indeed the wider French military, will be operating just a single type of combat aircraft, of fighter aircraft anyway, That was always the intention of the Rafale, of course, an omni-role aeroplane that could replace somewhere in the region of 7 or 8 different platforms and take over every single fighter role within the French Air Force. Nuclear strike as well would be a carrier-based fighter too, and indeed the Rafale M is now the sole fighter aircraft operated by the French Navy, following the retirement of the Étendard and the Super Étendard. So a very versatile aircraft indeed, and one that will capably replace the Mirage 2000, particularly in the massively improved 4.5 generation Rafale F4 configuration. But it will be a huge shame to see these characterful Delta wing fighters retire. Aerodynamically speaking, the Mirage 2000, a very interesting aeroplane. We see it rolling now, and as it comes past us, look out for some tiny little fins on the engine intakes. They are, aerodynamically speaking, very important. The purpose of those fins is to deflect air up towards the vertical stabilizer and energize the air around that part of the airframe, and thus increase the effectiveness of the vertical stabilizer, and that gives the Mirage 2000 the stability that it requires in order to fly at extremely high angles of attack, somewhere in the region of 40 degrees of alpha possible in this aircraft. And next up from the right hand side, the Grob 120 TP, operated in the UK by the Royal Air Force as an elementary flying trainer and referred to as the Prefect T1, but used by other nations in more advanced roles, such as an intermediate trainer, a basic jet trainer even. Might not look like much externally, but this is a surprisingly potent and capable aeroplane. A 456 shaft horsepower turboprop engine. A full glass cockpit as well. And that's quite a sight out to our right, as we now have no fewer than 3 Tornadoes all lining up on the runway or next to the runway. 2 examples from the German Air Force and 1 example from the Italian Air Force, which is holding short at the end of the runway. It is the German aeroplanes which will be getting into the air first. And let's hope for a close formation departure, which is what we saw from the 2 German Tornadoes when they participated in the Royal International Air Tattoo last year, albeit last year they were here for the flying display as part of the Sky Tanker theme marking 100 years of aerial refuelling. We saw them performing some close formation passes with an A400M with hose and drogue system deployed. And then following that, the 2 Tornadoes returned to demonstrate buddy-buddy refuelling. It was a fantastic display, a real highlight of the show, and of course you can watch it back if you're a member of watch.planestv.com. You can view the official highlights programme from RIAT 2023, a roughly 2-hour programme which includes the official airshow commentary, plenty of cockpit footage, and a portion of every single flying display performance that took place over the course of the week. We'll be producing a similar programme for RIAT 2024, which will be released in a few months' time. And again, if you're a member of watch.planestv.com, you can find similar such programmes from 2015 onwards. covering every single air tattoo held since then. We do have a discount code available if you want to sign up. Use the code DEP24 when you sign up to our website at watch.planestv.com. That will get you 20% off your first 3 months. The discount also applies if you wish to take out an annual subscription. But don't take too long making your mind up, because that discount is only available until tonight. The code again, DEP24, and if you're a member, you will get access to the back catalogue of programmes, including those air tattoo highlights programmes, but other programmes dating back to the late 1980s as well, covering air shows all around the world. Plus, you'll be able to catch up on our RIAT live broadcasts from the past few days, and indeed watch upcoming live broadcasts as well. We'll be live at Duxford this Friday from the American-themed Flying Day. Future Duxford events also going to be covered on watch.planestv.com. The Battle of Britain air show and the flying finale will be exclusive to the streaming service. Friday's stream will be simulcast on YouTube, albeit the YouTube version will have adverts. And we'll also be heading up to Ayr in Scotland for the International Airshow Festival of Flight, which once again will be simulcast both on YouTube and the streaming service. But if you're a member of the streaming service, you'll be able to watch over at watch.planestv.com advert free. Also holding short of the runway at the moment, 2 aircraft from the Shuttleworth collection, their support aircraft, the Super Cub, which we saw arriving earlier, and the de Havilland Chipmunk, which has been here as part of the Royal Canadian Air Force centenary celebrations. Not the only historic aircraft here as part of that theme, because the Royal Norwegian Air Force Historical Squadron's Vampire has been attending, and a large contingent from the modern-day Royal Canadian Air Force, their CF-188s in the flying display. We've already seen them depart. Static contributions including the CC-150, the CC-177, the CC-295 and the CC-130, plus another aircraft that we won't see departing today, the Griffon, the CH-146. We won't see that departing because it will be loaded into the back of the CC-177. Just being cleared for takeoff, and it seems spooling up their engines based on the cloud of smoke out to our right, the 2 German Air Force Tornadoes. And if that's not enough for you, as far as tornado action goes, well, we are about to see another. Absolutely glorious departure from the Italian A200A Tornado, and now something completely different, because lining up on the runway from the right hand side is the Airbus A319OH from the Executive Transport Wing of the German Air Force based at Cologne, Bonn. Most famously, the A319 is a commercial airliner, of course, a shortened version of the Airbus A321. Around 1,500 of them have been produced for that role, but it's also used by the German Air Force for two distinct duties. The Executive Transport Wing operates 3 A319s, 2 of them are VIP configured A319CJs, and they were ordered new in 2010, but the third, and the aircraft that we see on the end of the runway now, was actually purchased second-hand in 2019 from an airline, modified into a bespoke variant called the A319OH, and this is a surveillance platform fitted with various infrared sensors and cameras, which Germany uses for open skies treaty missions. The aircraft is expected to conduct 20 such missions per year, and the rest of the time it can be used interchangeably with the A319CJs from the Executive Transport Wing for VIP transport duties. It's quite a large squadron, because in addition to those 3 A319s, they also operate 2 A340s, 2 A350s, 3 A321s, and a variety of small business jets and helicopters, making it one of the biggest governmental VIP transport fleets in Europe, if not the world. And next to line up on the runway, the Chinook HC-5 that was used for the Chinook roll demonstration that I mentioned some time ago. Quite an interesting performance, carrying an underslung gun and later depositing a quad bike. And nice to see a Chinook HC-5 rather than the more usual Chinook HC-6A. This is the first time we've seen an HC-5 performing a flying display at the Air Tattoo. Distinctive mainly because of its enlarged fuel tanks for extended range, visible in the form of larger than standard sponsons on the sides of the fuselage. extended range Chinooks were ordered in 1995, the idea was that they would be used for special forces. They would be equipped with radar, night vision equipment and other advanced sensors, but unfortunately the whole process went a bit awry. The equipment didn't work as required, the parts didn't talk to each other properly, Type was unable to get its airworthiness certification, and the fleet was grounded for almost a decade. Eventually, the only way to get them into service was to strip out much of that advanced equipment. They finally entered service in 2010. Functionally, they were basic, ordinary Chinooks, apart from the larger fuel tanks by that point. If you include all the variants of the Chinook that the RAF operates, then that makes the UK the largest export customer for the Chinook, and the fleet is set to be bolstered in the coming years with the arrival of 14 Block 2 H-47ER Chinooks, optimised for special operations, finally fulfilling the role that the HC-5 was originally envisaged for. The first of those will arrive next year, allowing the oldest HC-6As to be phased out, and that will make the UK the first overseas operator of the Block 2 Chinook. Lining up now on the runway and starting their takeoff roll, the two aircraft from the Shuttleworth collection, the Chipmunk, seen regularly at airshows at Old Warden, the Super Cub, not an airshow performer in its own right typically, but it is used as a tow aircraft for Shuttleworth's vintage gliders at the Old Warden airshows, such as their Lunac, for example. And then after this, it looks like we'll be seeing the Saudi Hawks departing. Very much enjoyed seeing the Saudi Hawks here at the Air Tattoo, and I was particularly pleased to see them performing their full show yesterday, and that included the full vertical version of the manoeuvre that kicks off the second half of their show. It holds the world record for the largest piece of skywriting in the world, the Saudi national symbol of a palm tree crossed by two swords, and I think that it is the very first time that the Saudi Hawks have ever been able to perform the full vertical version of that manoeuvre here in the UK, despite the fact that it is their fourth visit to our shores. And we're watching here a replay of that manoeuvre recorded yesterday. 5 aircraft pulling up the synchro pair, 6 and 7 staying low. There is the palm tree, and there are the two swords. And another brilliant skyscape. I had a stupid grin on my face throughout this entire performance because it is such fun filming aeroplanes against that kind of sky. And now the Saudi Hawks taking to the runway out to our right hand side. This is the last time that we will see them here at Fairford with their Hawk Mark 65s, because next year they will be taking a year out, switching to a new aircraft, the Hawk Mark 165, roughly analogous to switching from the Hawk T1 to the T2 in Royal Air Force parlance. The Mark 165 being larger, more powerful, featuring advanced avionics, an extended nose to accommodate additional sensors and avionics. Saudi Hawks will then become the second aerobatic team in the world to fly the T2 series, the AJT series version of the Hawk, because that variant is currently already used by the Indian national aerobatic team Surya Kiran, which translates as rays of sun, and they fly as a 9-ship, albeit without a conventional airshow smoke system. The Saudi Hawks benefit from the same smoke system that the Red Arrows use, the centerline smoke and the centerline smoke tank. The Surya Kiran have not been able to implement that to their Hawks, which have been built under license in India, and that has created some problems as far as smoke implementation is concerned, so they instead have adopted Sanders SCSG 5A smoke pods under the wings, which looks quite unusual for such a large formation of aircraft. We're used to seeing that from, for example, the Midnight Hawks, or formerly Team 60, flying as a 4-ship and a 6-ship respectively, but 9 aircraft with underwing smoke pods. That's quite an interesting sight. But Saudi Hawks, number 88 Squadron of the Royal Saudi Air Force. The nose lights are on, the engines are clearly spooling on account of the cloud of black smoke that has appeared behind the aircraft, and they now roll for the last time at RAF Fairford with those Mark 65s. The 7 aircraft used in the display leaving first. And then the spare jet keeping it very low on departure as he follows the team out, and they will be heading back to RAF Waddington, which is their temporary base for this UK deployment. They arrived in Waddington around about 10 days ago, I think, and they performed at the Waddington Family Day last weekend. They also used Waddington as a base for some practice and acclimatisation flights before heading down here to the Royal International Air Tattoo on Thursday. Anyone who watched our arrivals broadcast will also remember having seen quite a number of movements from Saudi C-130s, 4 of them provided to support this deployment, and they were shuttling between Fairford and Waddington, particularly on the Wednesday. And we've got another recording of the Saudi Hawks from yesterday's show, which we will play out just because it was so photogenic. A reminder, of course, if you want to rewatch the entire broadcast from the Royal International Air Tattoo, you can do on watch.planestv.com. And here is, I think, my favourite manoeuvre of their show. This is called the pincer, a 5-ship opposition break, and the Saudi Hawks are one of just 2 jet aerobatic teams in the world to perform an opposition break with quite so many aircraft. The others, incidentally, are the Snowbirds with the lag back cross. Taxiing down the runway from the left, the E3A Sentry, the NATO E3, which participated in the NATO anniversary flypast. You've already seen a clip of it. NATO operates a fleet of 14 E3A Sentries, which have been constantly upgraded throughout their service life. They're based in Germany, but regularly deployed to forward operating bases in Turkey, Greece, Italy and Norway. These E3s are typically operated by a team of 20 crews, which are sourced from 15 different member nations. And interesting to see what is effectively a 707 derivative like the KC-135 and the RC-135, but still with those aging TF-33 engines, because of course the other derivatives have predominantly been retrofitted with CFM56s for improved range and efficiency. The time has come to replace these E3s though. They are due for retirement, or they will be soon, and the aircraft that replaces them in the service of this NATO squadron will be the E-7A Wedgetail, and indeed that is the same change that the Royal Air Force has made, albeit with a capability gap. They retired their E3s a year or two ago, and the E-7 is soon to enter service. The US Air Force will shortly be doing likewise, retiring their E3s in favour of the E-7. We're expecting another heavy aircraft to arrive from our right-hand side shortly, because the Canadian CC-177, we believe, is on the move and will shortly be peeking its nose out from behind the chalet line with its precious cargo of the CH-146 Griffon loaded into the back. Now, I'm not sure I have ever heard a TF-33 equipped aircraft other than B-52s taking off at close quarters. So I'm rather looking forward to this. I hope it's going to be as loud as I'm led to believe it might be. While we are broadcasting departures free on YouTube and social media, and indeed we did likewise with arrivals, the airshow proper on Friday, Saturday and Sunday was exclusive to watch.planestv.com, our streaming service. We broadcast anything up to 7.5 hours of flying displays per day. If you would like to watch that, all of the live broadcasts are available to view on catch-up over on watch.planestv.com, and also in a few months' time we'll be releasing a highlights programme, or the official highlights programme of the show, which will include cockpit material with many of the performances and the official airshow commentary provided by Ben Donnell, Mark Manwaring and the various guest commentary teams that took over the microphone over the course of the weekend, and that programme will probably run for around about 2 hours, very much in the same style as the old DVDs that we used to produce. And we anticipate making some of the uncut cockpit recordings available on the streaming service as well in the special features section. So if you would like to see all of that, remember to sign up to watch.planestv.com, and we have a discount code available today, which is DEP24. That will get you 20% off your first 3 months, or 20% off an annual subscription. Okay, let's have some TF-33 noise. Make this loud. I wanted it to be loud. I was not disappointed. Excellent. And the trademark smoke trails as well. Well, I must admit my view is slightly obstructed at the moment by a van, so I can't say for certain that there's nothing waiting at the runway threshold, but best I can tell I can't see anything waiting, so at this point I am going to throw to a little VT, and we're going to show you one of the events, one of the several Duxford events that we will be broadcasting live later this year. This will be exclusive to watch.planestv.com, so make sure to sign up to the streaming service if you want to see the live coverage. We will be at the Duxford Battle of Britain Airshow on the 14th and 15th of September, and here is a little taster of the sort of thing that you can expect to see. It's always one of the most memorable moments of the season. Duxford's Battle of Britain Airshow returns this September, filling the skies of this historic airfield with huge formations of Spitfires. But it's not just about the Spitfire, with many other Second World War types due to take part: B-17, Blenheim, Swordfish and Lysander, to name but a few. And contrasting the old with the new, the modern RAF will perform with the Typhoon and F-35. So that is the sort of action that we expect to see in September, exclusively on our streaming service, watch.planestv.com. You won't be able to find that broadcast on YouTube or on social media. The other thing that you won't find on YouTube or social media are the older programmes from our archive. We're going back all the way to the 1980s, and we've got somewhere in the region of 100 to 150 titles currently available on the streaming service, and an even greater number that haven't yet been digitised, but we are slowly going through them and adding them to the service. We recently added a D-Day programme from the 90s, which is quite a good watch, so if you haven't seen that yet, then do go and have a look. Ian is working on cleaning up some rushes from RIAT 1993, and we will have a programme, probably quite a simple programme, called RIAT The Lost Tapes, covering that 1993 show, which will be available at some point in the next few weeks or months. So here we've got a little taste of the sort of thing that you can expect to see from the current selection of archive programmes, but bear in mind there is a lot more to come.
I was just upstairs getting ready to go to Sunday school, and I heard the commotion, and I rushed out the front street, and I saw this plane flying very, very low, and the pilot was waving down like this.
And as far as we're concerned, the airframe is identical. The flying characteristics are identical to the original Vinny. There are minor improvements, especially around the area of power plants, hopefully.
This maneuver on the longitudinal axis is possible due to a combination of the exceptional aerodynamic characteristics and the great handling qualities.
This Sopwith triplane is also a replica, and in fact it's constructed so accurately that Sir Thomas Sopwith himself commented that it could be considered a one-off extension of his 1916 production line.
Those programmes and many others available on our streaming service, watch.planestv.com. And if you are tempted to sign up, and I hope you are, then we have a discount code available. Use the code DEP24 and that will get you 20% off. That code is only available until the end of today. And it's been 6 absolutely marathon days of live broadcasting. We've been live for anything up to 11 hours per day. 3 of those days out of the 6 we have been making available for free, and I hope you think that effort has been worth a tenner. I really do. We've got a slightly quiet patch at the moment, but there are further movements coming up very shortly. We know Solo Turk has started its engines, and we thought a while ago that the Canadian CC-177 was, if not moving, then at least had its engines running. I can also see what I believe are some Gripens over on the right-hand side on the northeast loop. Potentially as many as 4 of them. It's a bit tricky to tell from this distance with the naked eye, but perhaps we'll get a camera on them, and at that point we will be able to zoom in and confirm exactly what it is. But there's 4 grey jets that look, with the naked eye from a mile and a half away, well, a mile away, that look Gripen-esque, and they have their strobes flashing. So I think we can anticipate some movement in that quarter fairly shortly. James asks if the footage on the website is compressed YouTube footage or uncompressed direct from the cameras. I think what we're feeding to the website for the live broadcast is exactly the same as what we're feeding to YouTube. However, we will now go home and make the highlights program, which will be heavily based on the footage straight off the cameras. And to answer part 2 of your question, those cameras are recording in 4K. It's not really feasible to broadcast live in 4K, but we are recording in 4K. I've just been informed by Andrew, the technical wizard in the trailer, that it will be better quality on the website because YouTube does its own compression. So the website version, if you're watching on watch.planestv.com, will be of a slightly higher standard, I am told. I do apologise about some of the noise that you might have been hearing over the course of this live broadcast, and yes, I mean me, but mostly what I mean is the wind. It's now getting really quite gusty here at RAF Fairford, and you might have also on occasion heard a few construction type noises and vehicle noises as well. The site is now in tear-down mode. We've just had the audio engineers who provide the equipment for the live commentary dismantling the innards, the gubbins of the commentary box right in front of us, so you might have heard some of the noise from that. It looks like the next movement is going to be an arrival. Some chatter about that in my ear, although I didn't catch the details, I'm afraid. James asks when we're going live again on YouTube. Well, I'm glad to say that we'll be live again very shortly, because this coming Friday, the 26th of July, we will be at the Duxford American-themed Flying Day. Now, I don't know the flying lineup for that, but typically we expect to see some of the American warbirds, the Second World War warbirds, based at Duxford with air leasing and all the fighter collection as part of that flying display. So we anticipate seeing some of those on Friday. That broadcast will probably be from around about 1 o'clock in the afternoon until about 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Rolling onto the runway now, the vampire of the Norwegian Air Force Historical Squadron, which is a regular participant here at RIAT, and for the last 2 RIATs has supported one of the Air Force centenary themes. Last year it appeared in Italian markings as part of the Italian Air Force centenary celebrations. This year it is here to mark the Royal Canadian Air Force centenary. The Vampire was one of the first 2 jet types to be operated by the Royal Canadian Air Force. They ordered a total of 86 aircraft, making it the first jet fighter that they really operated in any significant numbers. It entered service with them in 1948 and served until 1956, whereupon it was replaced by the considerably more capable Canadair Sabre. And during that time, the Vampire was also flown by one of the Royal Canadian Air Force's aerobatic teams, the Blue Devils. Quite fitting for one of our other themes as well, pushing the boundaries, marking 100 years of British military flight testing, because this aircraft, the Vampire, has pushed many boundaries. It set world speed records, world airspeed records. It was the first jet to cross the Atlantic, it was the first jet to operate from an aircraft carrier, and it was also the first jet to equip an aerobatic team, that being the 54 Squadron Display Team, later renamed the Black Knights, from the Royal Air Force. But now we have another aircraft landing, and this looks for all the world like another C-295. And this could well be the Czech example. It looks like Czech camouflage. Yes, a Czech 295, which we did expect to see landing an hour or 2 ago. Bell asks why the Vampire wasn't painted with RAF roundels for the RAF 100 flypast in 2018. Well, it was. The 2 Vampires of the Royal Norwegian Historical Squadron were both painted in RAF markings for that year. One from 72 Squadron, and I can't recall what squadron the other one represented, but rather fittingly, they were painted in the markings of 2 squadrons which both had aircraft present in the flypast. And yeah, they didn't participate in the flypast over London, but they did fly at the Royal International Air Tattoo as part of the RAF 100 celebrations here, and it was good to see them alongside those 2 aeroplanes. One of them was a T6 Texan 2. I can't recall what the other aircraft was, but yes, commonality with the squadrons as well. Both squadrons that genuinely operated the Vampire and now continue to remain as operational squadrons within the wider Royal Air Force. And the Royal Norwegian Historic Flight has always been very enthusiastically able to support other nations' major anniversaries, in addition to celebrating the heritage of Norwegian military aviation as well. Not one but 2 C-295s proceeding from left to right. The Czech example on the far taxiway and a Spanish example on the runway, backtracking and shortly to depart. And Ian, who provided an update earlier about Solo Turks, saying the canopies were open, has just said they aren't ready yet. Ian, it was good to meet you on Saturday. Ian spotted us around the static display. Thank you for attempting to give us an update, even if it didn't turn out to be accurate on this occasion. And if there's anything else you spot, do keep us informed, because we don't have a spotter today. Matt is on camera 1. During the arrivals broadcasts, he had his ears pressed to a radio and his eyes glued to tracking apps on his phone, and he was doing a brilliant job of keeping us informed as to what was going on. But we are slightly short-staffed today in comparison to Wednesday and Thursday, so Matt is rather too busy to be spotting for us. We do have a movement list provided to us last night by the Air Tattoo, but things aren't unfolding in exactly that order, and I'll be honest, I've stopped looking at it. And there's some interesting movements down the right-hand side. I can't quite work out what's going on. A Royal Air Force, either a tutor or a prefect, just taxied up to the hold short point and then seemed to turn around. Perhaps just turning around to do a high-power run-up if it's a tutor. A prefect, I don't imagine, would need to do one, it being a turboprop. But it could well be that the next... it does look like, I'd say that looks like a prefect, and that it is going back to its parking space or doing a 360. They like to play with us. Yes, I've just glanced it on the screen from Matt's camera, which has a considerably better optical zoom than my eyes do, and yes, that is definitely a Prefect T1, the replacement in the elementary flying training school role for the Grob tutor, the Tutor T1. Replacement with an asterisk, because I was told once that the prefect is a little bit snug for taller students, so some of the very tallest student pilots do still have to do some training on the tutor rather than the prefect. But the prefect is a huge step up in terms of capability. 180 horsepower on the tutor, 456 on the tutor, on the prefect, so more than doubling the available power. And that has a striking effect on performance, as you would expect. It can fly more than twice as fast, it can climb nearly 3 times as fast, and it can operate 25% higher. Ryan asks who's on camera and who the vision mixer is today. Well, currently on the main camera we have Matt. On the wide-angle camera we have Andy. The vision mixer, as ever, is Andrew, and Ian is doing all kinds of other tasks. He's been helping us doing deliveries of things like food and sun cream and water, but he's also been in the trailer preparing those replays from the past few days and playing them out for you. I think he might be about to take over from Matt on camera 1 to give Matt a bit of a break, because it's been a long old shift. and we've got many hours still to go, so we do try and take turns. I think the only people that don't get notable breaks are Andrew and I, but then our jobs are easy. We just sit down. I have to talk about things. That's alright, I don't mind that. We've got some Hawks holding short of the runway out to our right hand side now. Black Hawk T2 series aircraft. So the question now is, are they British or are they Qatari? They both look near identical, and I think I spy a Qatari roundel there. So these being Qatari aircraft, they will be Hawk Mark 167s, an export version of the Hawk T2, almost identical to the Royal Air Force's T2s, and that stands to reason because these aircraft are based at RAF Leeming, and they fly as part of a joint British-Qatari training unit. Qatar operates a fleet of 9 of these Hawks. All of them are based here in the UK, and deliveries commenced as recently as 2021. Quantum World asks if there are any Shoreham air shows on the streaming service. Yes, there are. Not all of them, I don't think. Not all of the Shoreham programmes that we've made, but there's, from memory, a couple of Shoreham air show programmes on the streaming service, but there's clips of far more of them in the British air shows compilation programmes, which we used to put together at the end of each air show season. So even in those years where you can't find a full Shoreham Airshow DVD on the streaming service, then head to the British Airshows programme for that year, and there'll be a good 10 or 15 minute segment of that edition of the Shoreham show. And we might end up getting a run and break from a Swedish Hercules at this point, because we've got another Qatari Hawk backtracking down the runway, meaning we can't have anything taking off at the moment. And yet on final approach, a Swedish TP-84, that's their name for the Hercules, which now, it appears, has climbed quite high, too high to make a landing off. And I think we'll be getting a run and break. This Swedish Hercules here to support the Gripen in the flying display. It's an H model Hercules. Sweden operates 5 examples of them. And a regular visitor here on support duties, but I can't remember a time when we saw one staying on for static display. Ryan asks if Adrian is still here. He will be later. He's just gone off to Bristol to drop off some filming equipment that we were using earlier on in the week. He will be back with us, and Ryan also asks if he's going to have any more top 10s to talk us through. Well, the pedant in me here is quite keen to point out that we've done 10 air shows for the top 10, so it would be pretty difficult to have more than 10 in that list. But actually, no, you make a good point, and Adrian has a list of highly commended shows that he also wants to talk about, and we've got clips lined up for a couple of those shows. So depending on when he gets back and depending on how much time we have, yes, Adrian might come and speak to us, and we might be playing out another clip or two. But now it looks like the 3 Qatari Hawks are about to roll from the right. Good to see them in the static display, but also one of them taking part in one of Saturday's special features, which was a multinational Hawk flypast marking 50 years of this extremely successful and widely used aircraft type. Has just joined Planes TV and looks forward to tens of hours of footage. Well, welcome, thank you for joining us, and I think you'll find a lot more than tens. You will find hundreds of hours of footage on the streaming service. I hope you enjoy working your way through it. A lovely departure there from the 3 Hawks, a third of the entire Qatari Hawk fleet. And as the Swedish Hercules turns onto final approach, we're going to take a short break on the commentary, and I'll be back with you in a couple of minutes. big thank you to Lee Russell, another new member of our streaming service, watch.planestv.com. Thank you for signing up. I hope you'll enjoy delving through everything that there is to discover on that website. I noticed a discussion about airshow music as well, and some airshow purists saying they love the sound of the engines, they don't want music. And I would say one thing, which is I defy you to watch the Antidotum Airshow Lejno broadcast that we did a few weeks ago and not fall in love with some of the music on that, which was provided by a live orchestra. The music sculpted around the displays, and a conductor, if you like, the creative director of the show, a chap called Lucas, who guided the orchestra through that to sort of shape the music and the crescendos to the performance that was going on above and behind them, and that was really quite magical. So we had that live music on the stream, and if you head over to the website, it's the Saturday Lejno broadcast that you will need to watch to benefit from that. And some of the displays with that live music included the Aerosparks display team at the end of the show, the Swedish Air Force SK-60, the last ever display by a Swedish SK-60. There were others as well, but I can't remember offhand what they were, but that was absolutely magical. More Hawks out on the runway to our right, and I would anticipate these being Royal Air Force Hawk T2s from RAF Valley, which again appeared both in the static display but also as part of the multinational Hawk flypast, which included a jet each from the Red Arrows, the Saudi Hawks, the Midnight Hawks, the Qatar Emiri Air Force and the No. 4 Flying Training School of the Royal Air Force. Martin K asks about the streaming service. He says, when I search the catalogue for 1989, it says nothing found, what's going on? And the simple answer there is nothing available from 1989. We've had to put the option there because the architecture of the website all had to be built in one go. There are things that we recorded in 1989, none of them have been digitised yet. They all exist on tapes that aren't compatible with typical capturing technology. They can feasibly be captured, and they will be at some point, but right now there's nothing from 1989. That will show as empty. There is something from 1987, if I remember rightly, but if you go 1990 and beyond, there will be things for pretty much every year except a dead patch in the late 90s, early 2000s. The late 90s material, some of which is really, really good, just hasn't been uploaded, digitised and or uploaded yet. And there's some things from the late 90s that we are very keen to get onto the site as soon as possible. That includes Adrian's documentary when he followed the Super Constellation crew across the Atlantic in 1997 for their European tour. It also includes Airshow 99, that's another one we're very keen to get up, and that's like a global airshow season highlights programme that included shows in the USA and all across Europe. An excellent programme, one of the first Planes TV DVDs that I ever bought when I was still a customer myself. And then there's a patch, the first half of the 2000s, where Planes TV wasn't really active for a few years, but things pick up again in about 2007, 2008. Again, some of those 07, 08 programs might not be available yet, but from 2009 onwards, I think 95% or more of all the programmes that we've made from that point onwards are available on the streaming service. Now, apologies for whittering on about that while there are phantoms on your screen, but I did want to answer the question because it is a good question. It's a very good question. And these are absolute stars of the static display. We've had no fewer than 4 Phantoms on static display. I don't know how long it's been since an airshow last hosted Phantoms from 2 different operators. Quite a few years, I would imagine. These ones come from the 338th Fighter Bomber Squadron of the Hellenic Air Force. We saw them arrive on Friday, just after the end of the flying display. They did some absolutely fantastic low approaches and overshoots before touching down. That available on watch.planestv.com if you want to go and relive that moment. The Phantom entered Greek service in 1974 and it's marking its 50th anniversary this year. Between 20 and 36 examples remain in service today. It depends on exactly what source you read and exactly what you count as being in service, because some of them are in storage and might technically be flyable, but they aren't flying. They are all highly upgraded. They've received a major upgrade package not that long ago, which enabled them to carry advanced medium-range air-to-air missiles. It also fitted AN/APG-65 radar, various new computer systems, identification friend or foe, and digital multifunction displays in the cockpit. That will allow them to remain in service probably until the late 2020s, but Greece is now actively looking to retire its F-4s, so it's quite likely that they'll disappear at some point in the next 4 years or so. But for the time being, they continue in their 2 primary roles, which are air defence and naval strike. Tom asks, do we have anything from 1983? The company was founded in 1989, so I'm afraid not. Adrian, the company founder, who I hope will come and speak on the stream later when he gets back to Fairford after his Bristol run, he did do some amateur filming in the late 80s before formally setting up the company. There's something from 1987 on the website from the last lightning show at Binbrook. But no, we don't have anything from 83, I'm afraid. Right, I'm going to stop talking because I think you want to hear some J79 engines when they spool up, which will be imminently, I am quite sure. It is Phantom time. They are mighty beasts. Fantastic. And another mighty beast lining up on the runway to the right, even older than a Phantom, and this is the Hunter Mark 58, which has been on static display from Hawker Hunter Aviation, based at Leeming. The most successful post-war British jet fighter, and it's seen service with 22 nations ever since its first flight in 1951. Incredibly, one of those nations still operates the Hunter today, just a single Hunter in the ground attack role, and that is the Zimbabwean Air Force. Hawker Hunter Aviation operates a fleet of retired Hunters, including 10 ex-Swiss Air Force Mark 58s like this one, but also a single ex-Chilean Air Force T-72 twin-seat example, and they are used as threat simulators and trial support aircraft on behalf of military customers. A Year Gardening asks, do we have Folkestone Airshow 1995 in the archive? I don't know offhand, however, anyone, I think I'm right in saying anyone can search the archive. You don't have to be a Planes TV member in order to browse the website and see what is there. So if you want to search around and see the scope of content available before deciding whether or not to buy a subscription, then by all means do that. And then when you do sign up, if you're signing up today, remember to use the discount code DEP24, and that will get you 20% off an annual subscription, or 20% off your first 3 months if you choose to take out a monthly subscription. But now rolling from the right, from Lufttransportgeschwader 62 at Wunstorf of the German Air Force, an Airbus A400M 180. And we had hoped that this aircraft would be performing a flying display here at the Royal International Air Tattoo. It would have been the first time that a German A400M had performed solo displays here at RIAT. Unfortunately, due to a change of crew, that was not possible. The display qualified crew were not able to attend, and thus we were only able to witness the aircraft performing flypasts rather than a display, but still lovely to see some heavy metal in the flying lineup, providing a bit of contrast against the nippy little fighters such as the Gripen, and it is a Gripen that is taxiing onto the runway at the moment. Another question as well, it's very flattering. Guy asks, what is the name of the excellent Planes TV commentator? That's very kind of you. My name is Adam, and I was normally a camera operator with Planes TV, and I still do some of that. I was still doing a lot of camera work over the weekend, but come arrivals and departures, it's sort of become my thing to do a bit of commentary, something I quite enjoy. So thank you for your kind words, I appreciate it. first of several Gripens now lined up, but there's a bit of a queue of them, 4 in all, which we will be seeing departing in fairly short order, and I think 2 of these 4 Gripens are the Czech Air Force examples. The Czech L-159 Alka Advanced Light Combat Aircraft is also holding short of the runway at the moment. The other 2, I presume, are the Swedish Air Force examples. We did at one point expect to see no fewer than 3 Gripen C solo displays in the flying lineup, Sweden, Gripen and Hungary. Unfortunately, the Hungarian Air Force had to withdraw at short notice, but 2 Gripens is, I think that's still good enough, isn't it? Especially when one of them is in a paint scheme, a non-standard colourful paint scheme. And Cheetah asks how we get access to the showground on Monday as a member of the public to watch departures. There are 2 ways that you can be here. One of them is to join the Friends of the Royal International Air Tattoo, one of their multi-day packages. The RIAT grandstand is open today, so you can buy access through that method, or alternatively there is a viewing enclosure at each end of the runway called Park and View East and Park and View West. You can head along to one of those. The view isn't quite so good because you are out at the extreme ends of the airfield outside of the official showground, but you still get nice and close to the runway. East is quite good for departures because you are right next to the threshold, everything taxis on right in front of you, and then you'll see the afterburners heading away from you if it's a fast jet. So that's a nice place to be, and they do sell tickets in advance for that, but I think I'm right in saying they also have a limited number of tickets available on the gate. There goes Andrei Spanko in the special scheme Czech Air Force JAS-39C Gripen from the 211th Tactical Squadron of the Czech Air Force based at Čáslav. I would anticipate seeing a second Czech Gripen, or maybe they just sent the one. Do you know, I can't remember seeing a 2-ship of Czech Gripens arrive. Maybe they just sent the one and no spare. And I do remember a 3-ship of Swedish Gripens arriving. So I'm now sort of leaning towards the idea that there's only 1 Czech Gripen and 3 Swedes, rather than 2 of each. But that was on Wednesday, which feels like about 3 years ago, so I can't be 100% certain in that assessment, I'm afraid. An awful lot has happened between now and then, and there have been some long days. The Czech Air Force, incidentally, don't own their Gripens outright, rather they lease them. That lease currently due to last until 2027, but likely to be extended a little while longer. And that's because while the Czech Republic has selected the F-35A Lightning II to replace the Gripen, those will not become fully operational until around 2035. The first won't even be delivered until about 2031, so a few extra years of Gripen operations will be required. And a couple more questions I've just spotted. Ben Matthews asking if we're running a discount code for today for the subscription. Yes, we do. We've got a discount code DEP24 that will give you 20% off an annual subscription, or 20% off your first 3 months if you choose a monthly subscription. That discount code is only valid until the end of today, so I'm afraid you won't be able to hang about. You do have to make the decision fairly quickly. The other question I spotted is about the B-52. Will that be leaving today? I don't believe it will be. I have not spotted it on the movement list. Taking to the runway now, also from the Czech Air Force, the L-159 ALCA. ALCA standing for Advanced Light Combat Aircraft, and this is an aircraft we've seen in the flying display here at RIAT before, back in 2017, performing a 2-ship tactical demonstration, but this year it's been on static display. Down at the right hand side, those 3 remaining Gripens still awaiting. There's something red and white moving forward. I can't make out what that is at the moment, and then I think I also make out the shape of an F-35. It's the A4 Skyhawk, the red and white thing. Little flashes of red on the underside. This coming from Top Aces, a Canadian red air provider that also operates the Alpha Jet and the F-16. They were the first private company to operate F-16s, and the A4 as well, the A4N specifically, in their operation. And this one based over in Germany. An aircraft developed in the early 50s as a small light strike jet, designed to operate from aircraft carriers, and despite its small size it could carry a very heavy payload, a payload on a par with the B-17. Today, 2 nations continue to operate the A4. It remains in service with Argentina and Brazil, but also used by Top Aces, and they employ more than 40 experienced fighter pilots to operate their fleet, also including the aforementioned Alpha Jets and F-16s. F-35 now moving out onto the runway, looking to me like a Royal Norwegian Air Force example. 2 of them, in fact. This is the first time that we've seen Norwegian F-35s at the Air Tattoo. Norway has ordered a total of 52 of them, all of the A model, and they've replaced the F-16 as Norway's only combat aircraft. The fleet is based at Orland Air Base, with a satellite quick reaction alert deployment to Evans Air Base. And as they come past us in a moment, look out for one little detail which is unique to the Norwegian F-35s. There is a little bump above the jet pipe at the rear of the fuselage, on the top of the fuselage, just in front of the engine. Look out for a small lump, which they don't always have fitted. It is removable and is not normally required in the summer months. But that houses a braking parachute to help bring the F-35 to a stop quickly when operating from icy runways in the Scandinavian winter. It is the most powerful single-engine fighter ever produced, and it carries a volume level to match. Royal Air Force Tutor T1 next to take off. An aircraft that, as I mentioned, has now been largely replaced in the elementary flying training role by the Grob Prefect that we've already seen leaving. The tutor, though, continues to be used for other duties, including for the training and evaluation of flight instructors. It's also used by air experience flights and university air squadrons around the UK. Three Swedish Gripens continuing to hold short on the northeast loop, waiting patiently for their turn. And following a false alarm earlier, I see you mentioned that Solo Turk is now preparing to leave, and likewise movement from the Moroccan F-16s. And as we wait for the next movement, let's take a quick look into the archive, the sort of programme that you can expect to see if you sign up to watch.planestv.com.
I was just upstairs getting ready to go to Sunday school, and I heard the commotion, and I rushed out the front street, and I saw this plane flying very, very low, and the pilot was waving down like this.
And as far as we're concerned, the airframe is identical. The flying characteristics are identical to the original Vinny. There are minor improvements, especially around the area of power plants, hopefully.
This maneuver on the longitudinal axis is possible due to a combination of the exceptional aerodynamic characteristics and the great handling qualities.
This Sopwith triplane is also a replica, and in fact it's constructed so accurately that Sir Thomas Sopwith himself commented that it could be considered a one-off extension of his 1916 production line.
Moroccan Air Force F-16s appearing at the Air Tattoo for the very first time this year as part of the Viper line in the static display, marking 50 years of the F-16. They come from Bafra 6 of the Moroccan Air Force. 24 F-16C and D Block 52s were ordered by Morocco in 2008. The first was delivered in 2011, and Morocco intends to keep their aircraft fully up to date. They are planning to upgrade them to F-16V Viper Block 72 configuration. The upgraded jets will feature F-35 style large area displays in the cockpit, active electronically scanned array radar and the Mark II joint helmet mounted queuing system. Plus, in 2019, an additional 25 new build F-16Vs were also ordered. Probably the most colourful of the F-16 paint schemes that we've seen here at RIAT this year, with in the static line, that is. We did of course have the absolutely beautiful Danebrog 2 jet from the Royal Danish Air Force, which flew on the Friday, sadly had a technical problem thereafter and was replaced by a standard operational grey aircraft on the Saturday and Sunday, albeit quite a fitting aircraft to use at the show, because at this event that marks 50 years of the F-16, the Danish grey jet that was used in the flying display was the oldest F-16 still flying anywhere in the world. It is now at last the turn of the Swedish Gripens that have been waiting so long. These ones coming from F-21 wing. One of them having appeared in the flying display over the last few days. Gripen traces its roots back to the 1970s when Sweden started mulling a replacement for the then state-of-the-art Draken and Viggen. They needed a multi-role fighter, primarily intended for air-to-air and air-to-air service, air-to-air combat, but also capable of reconnaissance. And it also had to be compatible with the Swedish doctrine of dispersed operations, which call for an aircraft that has exceptional short takeoff and landing capabilities and minimal maintenance requirements, because maintenance facilities will be more limited at those improvised highway strips. Quick mission turnaround times as well, so the Gripen is capable of landing, refueling, rearming and taking off again in just 20 minutes. And they've got a low unit price, a true low-cost fighter though, and that extends to operating costs as well. The Gripen's cost per flight hour is less than a third of that of the Typhoon or Rafale, and a sixth of that of an F-35B, and that, according to James, who have run the numbers, makes it the cheapest fourth-generation Western fighter on the market. It's led the Gripen to be popular among nations with fairly modest defence budgets, but used extensively by its native Sweden as well. The type first flew in 1988, entered Swedish service in 1997, and was deployed operationally for the first time in 2011 to enforce the no-fly zone over Libya. They've also taken part with a great deal of success in several multinational training exercises, including Red Flag Alaska in 2006, where the Gripen was the only aircraft to achieve 100% mission readiness, and it then went on to score 10 kills with 0 losses, despite being at a numerical disadvantage. Evidently then, the current version is already highly capable, but a new variant has recently entered service, the 4.5 generation Gripen E. We saw it here at RIAT last year. It claimed the Paul Bowen Trophy for the best solo jet demonstration. That offers a major improvement over the C model with a more powerful engine, new avionics including active electronically scanned array radar, infrared search and track, stronger landing gear, new cockpit with large area displays, a higher payload, and a revised fuselage layout which gives room for 2 additional weapon stations and enlarged fuel tanks. The Gripen E is also being developed into a forthcoming electronic warfare platform known as the Gripen F. Deliveries of the next generation version of the Gripen began in 2019, allowing the C and D model Gripens such as these in front of us at the moment to be retired from the mid-2020s. And those Gripen Cs and Ds that aren't retired will be used as donor airframes and upgraded to roughly Gripen E standard over the next few years with new engines, radar and electronic warfare systems. They won't be able to benefit from the fuselage improvements such as the larger fuel tanks, however. Anyone watching our live broadcast on the Saturday might have spotted a flash of dump and burn during the Gripen display against some fairly dark skies during the negative G turn. The aircraft is capable of venting fuel from a valve on the trailing edge of the wing, and under the right conditions that little plume of fuel can be directed up towards the jet efflux, where if the afterburner is engaged, it can be ignited. The Gripen, currently the pretty much the only jet type on the circuit nowadays that demonstrates this dump and burn at air shows. We've seen it from the Hungarians here at RIAT many times before as well. RIAT 2022 the Hungarians performing an absolutely fantastic dump and burn during a knife-edge exit from a half-Cuban. Bit of rudder used to slice the aircraft ever so slightly sideways, which was enough to redirect that little plume of fuel towards the efflux, and we got quite a big flame on that occasion. After we see the departure of these Swedish Gripens, it looks like the Swedish TP-84 is now ready to leave again. And the Red Arrows also holding short of the runway. They'll be heading off to perform a flypast at Farnborough, this being the opening day of the Farnborough International Air Show. And then they will continue back to their home base of RAF Waddington. The Red Arrows now entering the runway, no fewer than 11 Hawk T1s. And what a year we've had at RIAT this year, marking the 50th anniversary of this extremely successful aeroplane, the British Aerospace Hawk. Not only did we have a multinational flypast of 5 Hawks on the Saturday, but we also had all 3 of the national aerobatic teams in the world that fly the Mark I series Hawk. The Red Arrows, the Saudi Hawks and the Midnight Hawks, all of them performing in a spectacular style. The Midnight Hawks with some remarkably tight formations, the Saudi Hawks with those vibrant smoke and performing wonderful skies on yesterday afternoon in particular. And the Reds with their new 2024 display routine, a fair bit of nostalgia attached to this year's show as they've revived a couple of manoeuvres not seen since the 1990s. The 5-4 split, for example, the flat version of the 5-4 split, last seen in 1993. They also performed the 5-4 cross. Mirror rolls returning for the first time since 2018. Crowd rear diamond arrival for the first time in many, many years. They did do a diamond arrival in 2005, but that wasn't crowd rear. That was on the intermediate display line in 2005, so something a little bit different this season. And then their new manoeuvre for the year, the centenary split, with Reds 8 and 9 drawing the number 60 in the sky, 6 and 7 performing an opposition break underneath. Looking forward to seeing the Reds later this year. They are off to Canada fairly shortly for a short tour to mark the 100th anniversary of the Royal Canadian Air Force, but they'll be back in the UK at the end of September, and we will be broadcasting their final show of the year at the Duxford Flying Finale on the 5th of October, live exclusively on our streaming service, watch.planestv.com. So I count 10 aircraft there, which means there is one Red Arrow still on the ground. Perhaps due to depart at a later point, with only 10 aircraft continuing for that Farnborough flypast, and perhaps that remaining aircraft will then proceed later on today, direct back to Waddington, although the anticipated movement schedule yesterday did list all of the 11 Hawks leaving together. A couple of C-130s next to fly. And before they do, I will just mention that this new Red Arrows sequence for 2024, some of the research for that utilised the Planes TV archive when they wanted to look back on their displays on the 90s, work out what manoeuvres they could reconstruct and try and pick those manoeuvres apart using the best available footage from the era. They used some of the Planes TV archive material for that. There goes one of the several C-130H Hercules aircraft supporting the deployment of the Saudi Hawks. That one coming from number 16 Squadron based at Jeddah. I would imagine off to Waddington, where the Hawks are temporarily based. Saudi Arabia operates quite a large fleet of C-130s, 42 of them, the majority being H models like this one. They also fly some KC-130Hs, which are fitted with refuelling pods. And they also have two much newer KC-130Js. Further Hercules movement coming up shortly, and that will be the Swedish Air Force TP-84 here as a support aircraft. And watching there, the French support CN-235 making its way down the parallel taxiway ahead of its departure later on. And I think we're also expecting to see in the coming minutes some lighter aircraft departing, potentially just entering the runway from the midpoint and turning out straight to our left. Spiggles Tintin has been asking us to show the Slingsby Nipper holding short of the runway to our left, and that message sent a minute or two ago, so it's possible that the aircraft has already left, and we would have tried to show it if we noticed it, but it's possible that we just didn't notice. We can't really hear anything from down that way, and I don't think we can actually see the hold short point properly either, so if it slipped onto the runway quickly and went straight off, there is a chance we could have missed it. Apologies about that, but we will keep an eye out in case it appears over the next few minutes if it is still on the ground. In the meantime, it looks like the French CN-235 is now taking to the runway out to our right hand side in preparation for its own departure. And we also have on approach a Turkish Air Force A400M. This A400M that's now on final approach, a support aircraft for the Turkish Air Force deployment here, which has included 2 F-16Cs from Solo Turk, one of which we've seen in the flying display. Absolutely tremendous stuff. Also the pair of Phantoms on static display, and they have had a static KC-135R Stratotanker as well. It's been great to welcome the Turkish Air Force back to the flying display here at RIAT. The first time since 2018 that we've seen Solo Turk in the flying display. There was a point where we hoped that we would see the Turkish Stars last year. Unfortunately, they had to withdraw due to a lack of available support aircraft. And that was following the tragic earthquake in Turkey last year, which occupied the attention of the Turkish Air Force air mobility fleet for quite some time, as they were involved in the distribution of aid and equipment. If you missed Solo Turk yesterday and you missed our live stream in general, then remember the entire broadcast is available for catch-up on our streaming service, watch.planestv.com. If you sign up, you'll get access to watch all of those. You'll get access to our forthcoming Air Tattoo 2024 highlights programme, including cockpit footage with many of the performances. You'll get access to our forthcoming live broadcasts from other air shows as well, plus access to our back catalogue of programmes stretching back to the late 1980s. Yes, late 1980s. I was about to correct myself there too early. No, the company was founded in 1989. If you are tempted to sign up, then we have a one-day discount offer. Use the code DEP24 and that will get you 20% off either an annual subscription or 20% off your first 3 months if you choose a monthly subscription. You can cancel at any point. bear in mind that the discount code is only available until the end of play today. Two different versions of the AW101 taxiing out in front of us, and the aircraft you see on screen at the moment is a Tsar Queen from the Royal Norwegian Air Force, albeit the aircraft is actually owned by the Norwegian Ministry of Justice and operated by the Norwegian Air Force. And the second aircraft being a Royal Navy example, with a special attachment that I hope we will see revealed as it turns around towards us. That is a Merlin HM2 from 802 Naval Air Squadron based at Culdrose. Merlin being the British name of the AW101. Two primary versions operated by the Royal Navy. The HM2, which is an anti-surface and anti-submarine warfare variant fitted with blue Kestrel radar and electro-optical camera and dipping sonar. And secondly, there's the HC4. They are actually modified second-hand examples previously used by the Royal Air Force. Less specialised airframes, and they are used mainly for transport and resupply. The Merlin is cleared for shipborne operations, and theoretically 14 Merlins are deployed aboard the Navy's aircraft carriers during major operations, although in actual fact the number is usually far lower, in the high single digits. The Tsar Queen first to depart, though, that coming from 330 Squadron of the Royal Norwegian Air Force. Used for search and rescue duties, as the name would suggest. A fleet of 15 are currently in service, one more is on order, and they are stationed at 6 bases around Norway. I think I'm right in saying this is the first time we've seen a Tsar Queen at the Royal International Air Tattoo. Got what looked like some general aviation aircraft coming down the runway now, and indeed we've got Tecnam P2008 JC from the RAF Waddington Flying Club, which is just turning around in front of us in preparation for departure. We'll show you that momentarily. Meanwhile, the Tsar Queen takes to the runway on our right hand side, and the Merlin will shortly turn towards us, and at that point it will be revealed whether it still has its special attachment. It looks like these Merlins might indeed be departing together, similarly to the NH90 multinational formation we saw leaving. And watch the Merlin carefully. Yes, there is the attachment. That big black lump on the right hand side of the fuselage, and this reflects an additional role that the Merlins will soon be taking on, or the HM2 Merlins will soon be taking on. They are carrying the Crow's Nest airborne early warning pod, and that will enable the Merlins to act as a command and control post. 5 airframes will be fitted with the Crow's Nest, but the system has proved a little problematic so far in terms of its implementation. The project is running several years behind schedule. Full operating capability is expected next year, but the system will be retired just 4 years after that, in 2029. Such are the peculiar workings of the world of defence and aerospace. And it does appear that it will be solo departures in the end, with the Tsar Queen going first, keeping it nice and low as it comes towards us. US Air Force F-35A Lightning appearing in the background. That aircraft coming to us from the 48th Fighter Wing at Lakenheath. We'll be seeing that depart soon, but the Merlin has now increased in altitude slightly out to our right and will be flying past in a similar fashion, I hope, as the Tsar Queen did, giving us a good chance to see this Crow's Nest radar. And that radar being lowered into the flight position as the aircraft approaches us. It's stowed sideways on the ground. And it appears the F-35 will be next to take off, a 5th generation fighter designed to be used across NATO to replace a variety of older aircraft types, but particularly the F-16 in the form of the F-35A and the Harrier in the form of the F-35B. This one, the CTOL F-35A, which has 2 key attributes that set it apart from most other fighters. Firstly, it's a stealth aeroplane capable of carrying some weapons and huge quantities of fuel internally, so as to avoid its radar reduce its radar cross section. The other key difference is with the avionics, sensors, situational awareness and data sharing, because rather than having separate systems for radar, electronic countermeasures and weapons, and the way they interact with each other as a single cohesive system. And for example, the F-35's radar is both a sensor and a weapon. It helps to chart and visualize the battle space, but it also forms part of the F-35's electronic warfare package, shaping and disrupting that very same battle space. Likewise, the F-35's navigation and communication and tracking systems are all integrated into a single unit. The electronic warfare suite will soon be integrated into that unit as well, allowing a comprehensive, all-encompassing and highly automated approach to battle space management. The USAF plans to order 1,700 F-35s. Initial operating capability was reached in 2016, and the first permanent European detachment was the 48th Fighter Wing in Lakenheath, where the F-35 has now replaced the F-15C. It is one of those Lakenheath-based F-35s that we see waiting now at the end of the runway. of F-15E Strike Eagles taxiing down the parallel taxiway, but on your screen now, taking off a Riem Cessna F-152. A couple of lighter movements that we are seeing at the moment before we return to the noise and the spectacle of the F-15s. The third variant of F-15 that we've seen at the Air Tattoo this year. So we saw a moment ago an F-35 from the 48th Fighter Wing at Lakenheath, but these are also assets from that wing. This time F-15E Strike Eagles. Quite a different role to what was originally imagined for the F-15 when it was first developed, because the first generation of F-15s were designed to be pure air-to-air fighters. The airframe, though, proved versatile, and so it was developed into the F-15E Strike Eagle, an upgraded model with extra fuel capacity, more powerful engines, and the two-seat cockpit rather than the single-seat cockpit that was more common in the earlier versions. The purpose of the Strike Eagle was to fly deep strike missions without the aid of dedicated electronic warfare aircraft. The USAF ordered a total of 236 F-15Es as a replacement for the F-111 Aardvark, and first deliveries commenced in 1989. The fleet would see its combat debut during the Gulf War 2 years later, and the only F-15Es now permanently based outside the USA are at Lakenheath as part of the 48th Fighter Wing. So we are lucky that we have them here in the UK, and lucky that the 48th is a frequent supporter of the Air Tattoo. The F-15, by one measure at least, is the most successful fighter of the current era because it has been engaged in many combat operations over the years and has racked up an unsurpassed kill-to-loss ratio of more than 100 to 0. It's an aircraft that's always been at the forefront of technology as well. The original variants being among the first in-service fighter to feature innovations such as look-down, shoot-down radar. At a very high cruising speed for their era of Mach 2.5. And now they continue to be at the forefront of technological development in the form of the Advanced Eagle, of which we've seen two variants here at the Air Tattoo, the F-15SA, the Saudi Advanced, which appeared on static display, and the F-15QA, the Ababil, the Qatari version, which was displayed in the flying display in two different configurations, one fitted with a loadout of imitation AIM-120 missiles, and the other flying in a clean configuration with conformal fuel tanks and pylons removed. And those very latest aircraft feature a large number of improvements. Greater range, an enlarged and strengthened fuselage design, more powerful engines, a longer range radar, electronic warfare system, and various other smaller improvements as well. Grumman Tiger taxiing down the runway at the moment, and I would think what we're about to see is the Tiger performing a 180 at about the point where it comes level with us, or before, and then taking off away from us. Unlikely to go far beyond us, because a little way further down the runway are the pair of F-15s, which have now taken to the threshold and are waiting to depart. There goes the Tiger, and now the turn of the F-15s, caution wake turbulence. I assume we might have a short gap here, because that Tiger will not be as fast as the F-15s. It'll need to get a good few miles clearance before the Strike Eagles are permitted to take off. It looks at the moment like we'll be getting a pair of solo departures, what with one aircraft being already on the runway threshold, but the other still holding short at the end of the taxiway. And at some point after this, I can see a Typhoon getting ready for departure, and I think we are due to get a Saudi C-130 landing on here at Fairford as well. But the first of the F-15s rolling now. Another Royal Air Force Typhoon FGR-4 taxiing out to the right. We've already seen 2 depart from number 29 Squadron. They have been providing the Typhoon solo display here at the Royal International Air Tattoo, but this, a static display example. And given the relatively limited numbers of the F-35s available at the moment, the Typhoon very much the workhorse of the Royal Air Force's combat fleet. Sound of those 2 EJ200 engines, which we are hearing not for the last time today because there are still several Typhoons yet to depart, including the Italian Air Force F-2000A, a jet from the Qatar Emiri Air Force, well, in Qatar Emiri Air Force colours, but technically still under the operation of BAE Systems at Wharton because it hasn't yet been delivered. And at some point today, I'm hoping we'll also see the departure of a Typhoon T3 from number 41 Squadron, which is a test and evaluation unit. And you can see the Italian contingent there on the screen. The Typhoon in the foreground, a pair of T346A Masters, the primary display jet wearing that special tail scheme and the spare in a standard grey livery. The C-17J Spartan parked behind them, all 4 of those aircraft coming from 311 Gruppo di Reparto Sperimentale Volo based at Patrouille Suisse just outside Rome, and they provide all of the Italian Air Force's official solo displays. The Royal Jordanian Falcons taxiing out the runway with their extra 330 LXs. And there's also a Hercules approaching down the runway from the right-hand side. This could well be a Jordanian example. Royal Norwegian Air Force. Thank goodness for long lenses, because I could very easily have just set off on a lengthy train of thought about Jordanian C-130s at that point. But no, this is a Norwegian example coming from 335 Squadron based at Oslo. As you can see, it's a stretched version of the Hercules, a C-130J-30. quite a procession of aircraft from multiple directions now. A Royal Air Force F-35B Lightning taxiing onto the runway to our right-hand side, the Royal Jordanian Falcons holding short to the right, a C-130 and a parade of aircraft from Kinetic taxiing from left to right. But it is the F-35 which will be first to depart. This aircraft coming from 207 Squadron. It's the first time that that particular unit has sent an F-35 to the air tattoo. We've also seen Royal Air Force F-35B in the flying display, courtesy of 617 Squadron, although we won't be seeing that aircraft depart because it operated remotely from its base at RAF Marham. This aircraft also based at Marham, by the way, and that is where it will now be heading. As the only Level 1 partner in the F-35 programme, the UK enjoyed some influence on the final capabilities of the aircraft to suit its needs, and particularly so from a weapons perspective. And as a result, the F-35 has been cleared to carry UK-specific weapons, such as the ASRAAM and Meteor air-to-air missiles. The UK was due initially to order a fleet of 138 F-35Bs, which would be split between the Air Force and the Navy. However, it's more likely now that the final order will stand at around 74. To date, it stands at 48. We very much enjoyed seeing that F-35 roll demonstration, a new act for the 2024 airshow season. Got some lovely footage during the hovering portion of the display, particularly yesterday, of the aircraft sitting absolutely static in the sky in front of us against a patchwork of blue and white, and zooming in right on the nose and cockpit, pointing directly at us. It was great, but a not an aerobatic display, but some moments where the bank angle is certainly approaching what would be conventionally described as aerobatic. A couple of lovely tactical pitches, both during the first and the last passes, and all round a very assertive roll demonstration. On final approach now, another of the 4 or so Royal Saudi Air Force C-130s that are shuttling between here and Waddington and their bases in Saudi Arabia to support the deployment of the Saudi Hawks. Saudi Hawks participating in their second consecutive RIAT. They were due to come for the first time in 2011, but had to cancel at short notice. They returned in 2012, and then after a 10-year hiatus they returned again in 2023 and were back with us this year. Last year we had quite the collection of Middle Eastern national aerobatic teams, because we had the Saudi Hawks, we had the Royal Jordanian Falcons, who you see, you don't see them on the screen now, you'll see them on the screen shortly, they're just taxiing onto the runway on the right hand side, but we also had the Emirati national aerobatic team for Zan Al Emirat flying their MB-339, an absolutely spectacular performance with probably the best airshow smoke system I've ever seen. Two of those teams back with us this year, the Saudi Hawks being the rarer British airshow participants of the two, but the Royal Jordanian Falcons coming to the UK every summer as part of their annual European Goodwill Tour. We'll show you them momentarily in their brightly painted extra 330 LXs, twin-seat version of the extra 300. A slight compromise in terms of performance based on the extra weight and the extra inertia, but the aircraft are slightly more viable as tourers on the basis of the larger and better equipped cockpit as compared to the stripped down single-seaters that compete at the absolute top tier of competition aerobatics, and that is very useful for the Royal Jordanian Falcons because of the number of miles they rack up every summer. They get air freighted to Europe, and then they spend a couple of months flying around Europe, a different show every weekend, before being dismantled and air freighted back to the Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan, to their base in Aqaba. There's another advantage to flying these slightly larger twin-seaters, and that is that they do have a bigger wing area and therefore a marginally lower stall speed than the high-performance single-seaters. The headline statistics, though, are unchanged. Still an immensely impressive roll rate of 420 degrees per second. Maximum load factor unchanged as well, plus or minus 10 G. A reminder, if you've just joined us over the past few minutes, that although Planes TV have been broadcasting the arrivals and departure sessions free to view here on YouTube, we are simulcasting to our streaming service at watch.planestv.com, where you can watch ad-free. And the airshow proper on Friday, Saturday and Sunday was broadcast exclusively on our streaming service, watch.planestv.com. If you want to watch the replays of those live broadcasts, they are all available to view now. You just need to head over to the website and sign up. If you are a member, you will also be able to watch all of our other live broadcasts there. We've got several streaming service exclusives coming up over the next few months. The Duxford Battle of Britain Air Show on the 14th and 15th of September, and the Duxford Flying Finale on the 5th of October. And members can also access our back catalogue of airshow programmes dating all the way back to the late 1980s. We're going to be adding to that back catalogue of programmes in the coming months as well, both digitising some additional old material and also creating some new programmes, including a highlights programme of the Royal International Air Tattoo 2024, including plenty of cockpit footage. And we hope to be releasing that in about 3 months' time. Hellenic Air Force C-130. They're acting as a support aeroplane for the F-16s and F-4s that they've provided for the static display. And before we then see the departure of the Norwegian C-130, I'll just finish what I was saying about the streaming service and add that if you do want to sign up, we have a discount code available. Use the code DEP24, that's DEP24, and that will get you 20% off an annual subscription or 20% off your first 3 months of a monthly subscription. That code is only available until the end of today. On the end of the runway now, a C-130J-30 Hercules from 335 Squadron of the Royal Norwegian Air Force, a squadron which has operated C-130s since the late 1960s, but this is the most modern, stretched version of the Hercules family. Norway operates 4 of them from an original fleet of 5. They were delivered between 2008 and 2012, and the reason why they operate 4 from a fleet of 5 is because the fleet, the aircraft have been gradually pulled out one at a time for upgrade works. They're being rotated through Greenville in South Carolina, where they're being upgraded to the very latest production standard. The first of those upgrades was completed earlier this year. And next, a parade of aircraft from the Empire Test Pilot School and Kinetic. They've sent quite the cavalcade of aircraft to RIAT this year as part of the Pushing the Boundaries theme, marking 100 years of British military flight testing. Very apt, given that Kinetic themselves now carry out much of that British military-affiliated flight testing. They operate aircraft both as test beds but also as training platforms used to prepare test pilots for a variety of scenarios that they might encounter. And lining up on the runway now, a Grob 120 TP and a Pilatus PC-21. Also got their King Air holding short. But before they go, here's a look at some F-16s backtracking down the runway. These F-16s coming from the United States Air Force, but based here in Europe at Spangdahlem in Germany. Appearing as part of the Viper line, the US Air Force originally intended to send no fewer than 4 F-16s to the Royal International Air Tattoo. 1 pair from Spangdahlem and another pair coming from Florida. From Homestead, if I remember correctly. Unfortunately, the 2 Florida-based examples were withdrawn. I may just address a comment that has been made. First of all, someone asking why the F-22 is not at RIAT, and or rather why it's been stopped from coming to RIAT, and someone else replying that none of the American teams are doing any overseas shows this year. Well, neither of those are really the case, and no one has necessarily stopped the F-22 from coming to RIAT. It's just that no one has made a positive decision that it should go to RIAT. As for the other remark, the US Air Force display teams have been doing plenty of international shows this year. Their A-10 demonstration team was in Saudi Arabia a few months ago for the World Defence Show. The F-35 demonstration team was at ILA Berlin last month. I saw the F-16 demo team in Canada fairly recently. The Thunderbirds will be going to Canada later this year as well. The F-35 demo team will be going to Canada if a team doesn't come to RIAT. That doesn't mean someone has stopped it. It doesn't mean it's a snub. It just means it's a busy time of year and there's lots of priorities. There goes the King Air 350i from Kinetic, the RIAT debut of this aircraft. Features an upgraded 5-bladed prop, provision for a retractable optics turret, and it's fitted with a belly pod for equipment together with external payload rails. This King Air is able to stay airborne for up to 10 hours at a time. Quite extraordinary endurance for such a small aeroplane. I think another King Air, yes, another King Air taking to the runway now. This one a B-200 coming to us from Maitreya, a civilian organisation based in the USA, who probably best known for providing tanker support. We saw one of their KC-135R Strato tankers at the Royal International Air Tattoo on static display last year. I'll continue to sort of clear up this discussion about the US Air Force demonstration teams, because again I think there's some misunderstanding. There's a lot of misinformation floating around. So my understanding of the situation is they can do shows that aren't necessarily trade shows within North America. I saw the F-16 demo team at the Kinte International Air Show in Canada not that long ago. Outside North America, there are two different approval processes. There's a separate approval process for trade shows as there is for non-trade shows, and yes, that process for non-trade shows is less restrictive. For trade shows is less restrictive. For a non-trade show, the aircraft needs to be deployed to the area anyway before it is allowed to participate in an air show. So there are exceptions, of course. There's exceptions to everything. But by and large, that's the rule that applies to all non-trade shows for both flying and static appearances. It's nothing to do with a sudden shortfall in funding. Anyway, back to the live action. Two F-16s from the 480th Fighter Squadron in Spangdahlem. The F-16 still the backbone of the US Air Force, and it will continue to be for the foreseeable future. While they are slowly replaced by the F-35, the USAF operates over 1,000 F-16s, and there are 3 F-16 squadrons based in Europe. 2 of them, the 510th and 555th Fighter Squadrons, are part of the 31st Fighter Wing at Aviano Air Base in Italy, and then there is the 480th Fighter Squadron, part of the 52nd Fighter Wing at Spangdahlem in Germany. we have another slightly quiet moment here, although there are a few things holding short of the runway. But given there is nothing actually on the runway at the moment, I've mentioned a few times over the last few hours the archive programmes available on our streaming service, and I was about to cue a clip, but no, I'm not going to do that, because just as I started talking to say that nothing is happening, something has started happening, and we have a Czech Air Force C-295 just taxiing onto the runway from the right hand side. After this departs, then we will take a look at a clip from the archives. Okay, now the Czech C-295 has departed and there is no longer anything waiting at the threshold to our left hand side. Let's take a look at some clips from the archive and give you a taste of the sort of thing that you can expect to see on watch.planestv.com.
I was just upstairs getting ready to go to Sunday school, and I heard the commotion, and I rushed out the front street, and I saw this plane flying very, very low, and the pilot was waving down like this.
And as far as we're concerned, the airframe is identical. The flying characteristics are identical to the original Vinny. There are minor improvements, especially around the area of power plants, hopefully.
This maneuver on the longitudinal axis is possible due to a combination of the exceptional aerodynamic characteristics and the great handling qualities.
This Sopwith triplane is also a replica, and in fact it's constructed so accurately that Sir Thomas Sopwith himself commented that it could be considered a one-off extension of his 1916 production line.
Taxiing out to the runway now, the Cranfield University Saab 340, and Ian had the pleasure of going for a flight in this aircraft 18 months or so ago, and he put together a little video that gives you an idea of just what this aircraft does on a day-to-day basis.
In the first instance, we will take a look at the short period oscillation, and I will count the pilots in. 3, 2, 1, go! That was a great one. Is everybody okay at the back? Thumbs up, lovely.
Hello, my name is Joseph Brown. I'm one of the pilots here at the National Flying Laboratory Centre at Cranfield University. So this is our flying lab aircraft. It's a Saab 340, built in 1998, third from the last on the production line. We bought it officially in 2019. It's been heavily modified into the flying lab aircraft that you see in front. University students who've been learning about the theory of flight, we put them on board, expose them to real-life flight test techniques, and it's down to them to explain why their theory doesn't always match our practice. It's like learning to drive, or trying to learn to drive just by reading about it. And then you go and sit in a car and you manipulate the controls and you drive, and all of a sudden you join all the dots together and that makes sense. And it's exactly the same with these guys who have been learning about Fugoys and Dutch rolls and roll modes and how the wing works and everything else. But without fail, they all get off with a big grin on their face, and they all love the experience.
Airlord 02, contact ground for approach 122.855, goodbye. 122.855, I'm going to measure the pitch moment at 6 different speeds or 6 different values of alpha. Okay, we're starting our climb now. So when it gets to 160 knots, I'm going to freeze the screen. That'll be our first data point. Okay, that's our first data point, 160 knots. The elevator angle is -1.0. Now we're reducing speed to 150, so alpha will therefore be greater. Pitch moment will be greater, so we'll need more elevator to balance the pitching moment.
Things like the phugoid you wouldn't necessarily come across in the commercial aviation world. So the aircraft gets pitched up, slowed down from its trim speed. The pilots release the controls, and the aircraft returns to its trimmed angle of attack, and then it starts hunting the speed. If it's an unstable aircraft or one with a very rearward CFG, you can get it so it diverges and becomes greater and greater and greater.
So we will now take a look at the long period pitch mode, or the phugoid mode. In this case, the pilots will raise the nose of the aircraft to about 20 degrees, and when they are ready they will release the stick. We will observe what happens. And the controls are released. So as the controls are released, the aircraft attempts to regain that trim speed. It does that by pitching nose forward, nose down. As the aircraft accelerates through the trim speed, we'll have an increase in lift. This we will experience as an increase in vertical acceleration, an increase in G, and this will cause the aircraft to pitch nose up. And you can see this happening now on your screen. You can feel the increase in G. As the aircraft pitches nose up to try and attain that trim speed, it will start to decelerate, and the aircraft will continue to pitch up and down, trying to regain this trim speed.
Dutch roll as well. That was really a demonstration to show you the importance of the yaw damper system in the aircraft. The yaw damper is designed to stop it from starting in the first place. Otherwise, you felt what the Dutch roll was. It's that yaw roll couple. And to have that for 8 hours going across the Atlantic in highly swept wing aircraft would be very uncomfortable. You'd have a lot of sick people down the back of the aircraft. So the yaw damper demonstration is to show you that it's there to stop it from starting.
Well, it might have been a bit ambitious playing a 5-minute piece out while the aircraft taxied down, and we didn't quite have time. But if you want to watch the conclusion of that video, the piece is uploaded to YouTube. Ian, is it uploaded to YouTube? It's on the streaming service, I think, and it's in the RIAT preview program, which you will find on YouTube. And if a standalone package is not on YouTube currently, it will be at some point soon. Quite a gathering collection of Turkish air power heading down to the runway threshold. KC-135 there, loosely based on the Boeing 707, albeit with one intermediate aircraft in the family tree, the original version of the Boeing 717, which featured a shorter and narrower fuselage. Entered service in 1957. Eventually 803 KC-135s were produced over the course of a 10-year production run. Turkey operates 7 of them. They've all been upgraded with new engines. The TF-33 is replaced with a CFM-56, reducing fuel burn by 25% and increasing range by 60%. They've also been retrofitted with a new navigation and radar system as part of their Pacer upgrade programme. The F-16s also in your shot at the moment, both part of the Solo Turk team. Turkey operates 235 F-16s. The first were acquired in 1987, and many of those 235 aircraft were manufactured locally by Turkish aerospace industries. Turkey will continue to fly the F-16 for many years to come, having already used it in combat successfully on many occasions. They've participated in NATO operations in Bosnia. They've also been used with a good deal of success against the Syrian Air Force, who have a habit of infringing Turkish airspace. To keep them relevant, they have been put through a programme of upgrades. Half the fleet have gone through a midlife upgrade completed between 2011 and 2015, and that included installing new radar, cockpit displays, mission computers, data link, identification friend or foe transponders, night vision goggles, the joint helmet-mounted queuing system, new navigation and electronic warfare systems, and integration with various new missile types. The fleet will be further bolstered by the arrival of 40 F-16V Vipers in the coming years, the latest production variant of the F-16, which features active electronically scanned array radar and large area displays in the cockpit. Additionally, 79 of the older F-16Cs will be upgraded to F-16V standard. And a further modification currently underway because Turkey is developing its own air-to-air missiles. Test and evaluation trials are unfolding so as to integrate those weapons systems with the Turkish F-16 fleet. Solo Turk, the display team, was established in 2011 to mark 100 years of the Turkish Air Force. We have very much enjoyed watching them here at the Air Tattoo. Several very interesting manoeuvres in their routine, including some on-crowd rudder kicks and some very tight loaded barrel rolls as well. Another one coming up at the another manoeuvre that featured at the end of the show, where the aircraft bowed to the crowd by means of a series of push-pulls on the stick, effectively pulling the nose up and down and up and down and up and down, alternating between positive and negative G. Quite an unusual airshow manoeuvre for any aircraft, but particularly so for a fast jet. Good to see smoke being used for the departure by Solo Turk. Now the F4s taking to the runway. These F4s coming from 111 Philo, starting their takeoff roll now. Turkey has operated up to 233 Phantoms over the years, starting in 1974. This has included both the F-4E and the specialist RF-4E reconnaissance version, which was retired in 2015. Turkey has upgraded many of its remaining Phantoms via the Terminator 2020 program, which built on previous upgrades, allowing the aircraft to carry the AIM-120 beyond visual range air-to-air missile. Terminator upgrades also included fully digital modern avionics, a reduction in weight, and the ability to carry a variety of guided air-to-ground weapons while still retaining or enhancing their air-to-air capabilities. That will enable Turkish Phantoms to continue flying into the 2030s. But now their support aircraft rolling from the right, their KC-135R Strato tanker. Great departures from all the Turkish assets, and it may perhaps help that the two Solo Turk jets were both flown by active display pilots. Solo Turk has two display pilots, one for each of the aircraft. They take it in turns to fly the displays, so we saw one of them on Saturday, the other on Sunday, and then when each one isn't flying, they're standing here at Show Centre providing guidance and acting as a safety observer. And next on to our pushing the boundaries theme, because the next aircraft to take to the runway will be a diminutive red Twin Otter. At least that appears to be the next in line at the moment. And this aircraft comes to us from the British Antarctic Survey. Twin Otter, an aircraft type that first flew in 1965 today. It's still in production, albeit not quite in the original form, because it's no longer manufactured by de Havilland, but rather the rights to the design have been purchased by Viking. They resumed the manufacturing process in 2010. The type is used as a short takeoff and landing utility aircraft and commuter airliner, which can be used on very short airstrips and unprepared runways. But this example comes from the British Antarctic Survey. It's returned to the UK for the summer and is temporarily based at Duxford, appearing here at Fairford on static display, but more commonly used in the polar regions. The survey operate a number of research bases as well as a research ship and a fleet of aircraft to assist in this endeavour, They have a single de Havilland Canada -7, 4 of these de Havilland -6s, and all of their aircraft have been modified to operate in extreme frozen climates where they conduct both transport missions and scientific research missions. Just seen one of the 2 USAF C-130s taxiing down the far side of the runway, but now our attention turns to the right and we go from one very colourful aeroplane to several more, because after the departure of the Twin Otter, the departure of the Yellow Sparrows, the display team of the Royal Norwegian Air Force with their MFI-15 Safaris, a team making their UK debut here at RIAT, and it took them quite some time to get here because they don't really have the range to complete the long oceanic crossing that would be required if they flew direct from Norway to the UK in a straight line. So they embarked on a multi-day voyage across Europe in order to make it to RAF Fairford. They will now embark on a similarly long journey back home, flying these charismatic little aeroplanes that trace their roots back to the 1950s, to the Malmo MFI-9 Junior, but this a larger and more advanced development, of which almost 500 have been built, most of them for the civilian market, but also for the air forces of Denmark, Norway, Sierra Leone, Zambia and Pakistan. Pakistan themselves have since developed their own further improved version, which they manufacture under license, known as the Super Mushak. And that has seen an even greater degree of export success. following the departure of that Swedish TP-84, we now see a Royal Air Force Texan T1 from the number 4 FTS based at RAF Valley in North Wales. And backtracking is the Farm BAE 146, a fascinating aeroplane of which we will discuss more in a moment's time. And in fact, seeing as the Texan isn't actually rolling, I shall talk a little bit about that 146. Actually, the aircraft best known as a 4-engine regional airliner. It was developed to have excellent short airfield performance whilst remaining quiet enough to operate from city centre airports, London City for example. Fitted with a full air brake in the tail, it was very quiet, quite enough to be marketed as the whisper jet. But production was not especially long-lived, and the type has been mostly retired from airline use. It still remains in service in some specialised roles, and we'll see 2 aircraft, this BA 146 and 1 Avro regional jet, a slightly more modern derivative, both here as part of the Pushing the Boundaries theme. And I will talk about the specifics of this particular aircraft later on. Also moving from left to right down the parallel taxiway, the Pilatus PC-24, light business jet with unusual flexibility in terms of the way in which it can be operated. It's capable of flying single pilot and capable of operating from rough, unprepared strips, for example, and pretty short ones at that as well. But it is the T6 Texan 2, or the Texan T1 as it is known in Royal Air Force Service, that will be next to roll from the right hand side, an American license-built version of the Pilatus PC-9, of which we've already seen 2 examples today from the Slovenian Air Force. What we are going to do from this point onwards, I think, is because of the wind, which is now getting pretty blustery, I'm probably not going to leave my mic live quite so much and talk to you so much of the time, because I'm painfully aware that the microphone I'm using to speak to you is not as windproof as the mics getting atmosphere sound out in the field. So all the time I'm sitting here with my mic open to speak to you, especially when I'm facing into wind to see what's coming from the left hand side, I could be creating all kinds of horrible wind noise. So I'm going to try and moderate that a bit, and I'll let you enjoy the next couple of departures without me whittering on and the sound of the wind interfering with your enjoyment of proceedings. Thanks everyone for assuring me that the wind noise is not actually that bad. I'll level with you, I'll be honest. Really, that was, as much as anything else, code for we've been live for 6 hours and I quite fancy having a sandwich. But I'm back with you now and have noted your comments about the wind, and turning my attention out to the right-hand side, where two noses are now facing each other, one on each side of the threshold. We have the BA-146 from Farm. We also have the CC-177 from the Royal Canadian Air Force. So we'll see which of these is the first to depart. There is the CC-177 coming to us from CFB Trenton in Ontario, one of 5 CC-177s that the Royal Canadian Air Force operate. That's a C-17 in normal parlance. Until the mid-2000s, Canada had no strategic airlift capability. Instead, it chartered civilian transport aircraft like the Antonov AN-124, or relied on foreign militaries for help. That changed in 2007 with the introduction of 4 C-17s. A 5th aircraft was added in the mid-2010s, and all 5 of the Canadian Globemasters are fitted with an additional fuel tank in the wing root to provide extended range. Inside that CC-177 is another very special participant in the air tattoo, and that is a CH-146 Griffon helicopter, which was rolled out for static display, actually fitting both of our 2 of our main themes. Obviously fitting the RCAF Centenary theme, being a Canadian military aircraft, but also fitting the Pushing the Boundaries theme, given that it came from a test and evaluation unit. So what have we got still to depart? Listed in the foreseeable future: US Air Force KC-10 and KC-135. We've got the Qatari NH-90, Danish F-16, US Air Force KC-46A Pegasus, Royal Air Force Voyager, US Air Force Rivet Joint, US Air Force MC-130J Commando 2, Royal Air Force Typhoon T3, Kinetic RJ-100, and Portuguese KC-390. Now that is just me reading some of the highlights that are scheduled to depart in the next hour or so. If you haven't heard me mention this already, then remember that the airshow proper here at the Royal International Air Tattoo was broadcast exclusively on our streaming service, watch.planestv.com. On that streaming service you can find replays of all of those live broadcasts. You can find airshow programmes dating all the way back to the late 1980s. And that includes recent Air Tattoo highlights programmes. We'll be adding a 2024 highlights programme in a few months' time. You'll also be able to find a calendar of all of our upcoming live broadcasts and watch the live broadcasts themselves. If you wish to sign up, then head over to watch.planestv.com, and for today only we have a special discount code available. Use the code DEP24. That's DEP24, and that will get you 20% off your first 3 months if you take out a monthly subscription, or 20% off an annual subscription. Taxiing onto the runway now, the Farm BAE 146. Farm standing for the Facility for Airborne Atmospheric Measurements, an organisation run jointly by the Met Office, the Natural Environment Research Council and UK universities. It's capable of flying with up to 4 tons of scientific instruments, and it's completed 1,400 science flights across 30 countries, 5 continents, and 120 science projects. In the past year alone, the aircraft has taken to the skies to monitor methane emissions from Scottish wetlands, improve summer storm prediction, and detect changes in the Atlantic marine environment. Away from meteorological research, it's also been used to test the use of blended sustainable aviation fuel. Hear the sound of the Qatari NH90, but we can also see the Draken Europe Falcon 20 holding short at the right hand end of the runway. And indeed the Pilatus PC-24 holding short at the right hand end. Danish F-16 has also joined the queue down at the right. And the Italian fast jets, the T-346A Masters and the F-2000A Typhoon, likewise joining the queue to depart. Pilatus PC-24 first of the group to take to the runway. Many of these movements will feature in our highlights programme from the show when it becomes available in a few months' time, around about 2 hours, including clips of all of the flying display performances, accompanied by commentary by Ben Donnell, Mark Manwaring and the guest commentators that have been providing the official Air Tattoo commentary here. In addition to that, we'll also have some material from our roving cameraman Lee, who has spent the last 4 days moving around the showground, filming the pilots crewing in, taxiing out. He's got some absolutely lovely footage. So there goes the PC-24. The Danish F-16 has lined up behind it. Danish F-16 currently on the runway threshold, an aircraft that was flown in specially on Saturday morning after the primary display jet encountered technical problems. An extraordinary effort on the part of the Danish Air Force, going above and beyond to make sure that they were able to display here at the Royal International Air Tattoo. Sadly, that special scheme jet only managed the one public performance on the Friday, but it did look lovely. This F-16, however, it may be a grey aircraft, but still an interesting one, because this is the oldest F-16 still flying anywhere in the world. We have a clip of the F-16 during its airshow performance, which I think we can play out for you in a moment. There goes the Qatari NH-90 taxiing down the opposite runway. But once that is clear, and seeing as nothing else has immediately taken a position on the threshold, let's take a look at a clip from the Danish F-16 display. This is the grey aircraft as seen yesterday. We saw the colourful jet as mentioned on the Friday. A very aggressive demonstration indeed. One of the most aggressive F-16 displays on the circuit globally. And now, of course, following the conclusion of Belgian F-16 solo displays at the end of last year, it is the only European nation displaying the F-16 AM. Quite a sad thought, given that we, until relatively recently, had several of them. The Dutch ceased their display activities in the early 2010s, the Belgians doing likewise at the end of last season. And I think our answer here as to why aircraft have been holding short at the end of the runway but not actually taking off, and that is because multiple heavies are now working their way down, backtracking the runway towards us. There is the US Air Force KC-46A Pegasus, making only its second RIAT appearance. It debuted here last year as part of the Sky Tanker theme, marking 100 years of aerial refuelling. And behind it, another US Air Force tanker, the KC-135R Stratotanker. Very similar to the aircraft that we've already seen, the Stratotanker we've already seen from the Turkish Air Force, upgraded in exactly the same way in terms of the engine choice, replacing the TF-33s as seen on the E3A Sentry earlier on with the CFM56. Pegasus taxiing in front of us, the KC-135 diverting onto the northerly taxiway. A contrast of old and new, because the Pegasus is the aeroplane that is replacing much of the KC-135 fleet in US Air Force service. The KC-135's being replaced in two tranches. The first tranche, along with the KC-10s, certainly being replaced with the KC-46, and that replacement process already underway. The second tranche facing a more uncertain future, because the competition to determine the successor is still undecided. The KC-46 being one of two choices, the other the Airbus A330 multi-role tanker transport, which has already proved to be an outstandingly successful product in the rest of the world. The Airbus A330 multi-role tanker transport came very close to replacing the first tranche of KC-135s also. That is because there was a slightly botched procurement process in which the A330, then marketed as the Lockheed Martin tanker transport, was selected by the US Air Force and then rejected at a political level. Instead, it was this aeroplane, the KC-46, that found favour. This one comes from the 108th Wing at McGuire Air Force Base in New Jersey. And as you can probably tell just from glancing at it, it's based on the Boeing 767. Specifically, it combines the fuselage of the 767-200ER, the wing, cargo door and floor of the 767-300F, and the cockpit of the 767-400ER. The first delivery took place in 2019, and the type, after a slightly troubled introduction, is now very much in service. Lining up to our right hand side, the Dassault Falcon 20 of Draken Europe, formerly Cobham. A twin-engine aircraft originally developed as a business jet. It's been used for over 30 years to provide electronic warfare adversary training to both UK and NATO forces, initially by Cobham and now by Draken Europe, Draken International having brought out Cobham and renamed it a few years ago. The fleet is based at Bournemouth and Teesside, and they provide adversary air, EW training, target banner towing for gunnery training and so on. The Falcon 20, as it passes us, you'll notice it carries underwing pods, the internals of which are classified, and that allows the aircraft to simulate enemy threats or to interfere with Allied radar systems. And now the turn of the Italian jets to take to the runway. First of all, the T-346A Masters, known by the manufacturer as the M346. An aircraft initially developed jointly with Russia, but the two nations later realised they had slightly different priorities and went their own way. Italy developed the T-346 both as a trainer, but also as a combat-capable aeroplane. Italy themselves don't operate it in the combat role, but a couple of nations do. And they can perform light attack and air policing duties for, according to the manufacturer Alenia, only around 10% of the cost per flying hour of a more advanced fighter like the Eurofighter Typhoon. As the aircraft come past us, note that one of them will have a special tail scheme. That is the primary display jet for this year. Likewise, the Typhoon from the Italian Air Force is bearing a special tail. There are currently 6 operators of the Master. The Italian Air Force has 18 of them in the lead-in fighter trainer role. A further 4 fly with the International Flight Training School, which is a partnership between the Italian Air Force and Leonardo. The Air Forces of Singapore, Qatar, Greece, Poland and Israel have also taken deliveries. Turkmenistan flies 6 of them in the combat role, and Nigeria has recently placed an order for 24, which will be used jointly for training and light attack. The first of those is due to be delivered later this year. We're not quite sure why the aircraft are rolling so far down the runway, whether it is the result of an aborted take-off procedure or if they desire to take off in the opposite direction for some reason, which would not be optimal in terms of wind. Certainly they seem to have taxied plenty far enough that I think we can probably rule out some kind of short takeoff roll. Hearing in the background though, Jordanian Air Force Hercules. There's an interesting history to that aircraft. We'll talk more about that later. And while they taxi off to our left for reasons unclear to us currently, the Qatar Emiri Air Force NH-90 arrives at the runway threshold. One of 28 NH-90s that Qatar has ordered, the fleet being split between the NFH naval variant and the TTH transport variant. This one is an NFH. Deliveries commenced in 2021 and they are due to complete next year. The Italian contingent have now cleared the runway. They appear to be heading back towards the runway threshold. It appears the NH-90 will now take off and fly down the runway before departing, and also waiting to enter, just appearing behind the chalet line, a Voyager KC-2 from the Royal Air Force. Out to our right hand side now, from number 10 Squadron Royal Air Force at Bryce Norman, and about to embark on a very short transit flight back home, a Voyager KC-2. The Royal Air Force operates 3 different variants of this aircraft. There's this version, the KC-2, which features 2 under-wing fueling pods. There is the KC-3, which features a 3rd hose and drogue refueling system directly underneath the fuselage to provide centerline refueling to large transport aircraft. And the 3rd variant is a standard Airbus A330, which is used for the Falkland Island Air Bridge. The aircraft not owned by the Royal Air Force, but owned by a civilian company called Air Tanker, and indeed some of the surplus Air Tanker Voyagers have been leased out to commercial airlines, so you can fly on one of these aircraft, albeit in demilitarised form, on certain Jet2 routes at the moment. Carry around 280 passengers in a seated configuration, somewhere in the region of 45 tons of palletised cargo with the seats removed, plus of course capable of taking on refuelling duties as well. And one of the RAF Voyagers has been fitted out in a different configuration again. That one has a split passenger cabin between economy and business class seating. That is the specially painted Vespina airframe, which is used for VIP transport. Spooling up to our right-hand side, the US Air Force KC-135 Strato tanker, this one coming from RAF Mildenhall. Specifically from the 100th Air Refuelling Wing. The reason for this short delay to the departure of the KC-135 was to accommodate a runway crossing from two light general aviation types, but also from a Eurofighter Typhoon. The KC-135R, however, is now commencing its takeoff roll. And lining up now to our right-hand side is the C-130H Hercules of the Royal Jordanian Air Force from number 3 Squadron, based at Amman, the Jordanian capital. Jordan is one of 7 Middle Eastern air arms that operates the C-130. They operate 3 C-130Es and 7 C-130Hs. 3 of those H models are actually second-hand aircraft recently received from the US Air Force under what's called the Ramp-to-Ramp program, an initiative under which the USAF is transferring surplus C-130s to friendly air forces with fairly modest airlift capability. The C-130 here that we see from the Royal Jordanian Air Force is one of those very newly acquired ex-USAF airframes. It comes with a special tail scheme as well, albeit perhaps not quite as special as some of the paint schemes we've seen from the Royal Jordanian Air Force here in recent years. We are used to seeing a Jordanian Herc on static display, and some of their special tails have been quite spectacular, promoting the Royal Jordanian Falcons and the nation of Jordan generally, particularly the city of Aqaba, where the Royal Jordanian Falcons are based. can now see another Royal Air Force asset lined up on the runway. This being the Phenom T1, which provides multi-engine training. And also waiting at the runway threshold to depart is the Turbo Firecat, the Conair Turbo Firecat from A3A in France, and Typhoon as well. A real star of the static display lining up now in the form of the Conair Turbo Firecat, a derivative of the S2 Tracker, which was a carrier-based anti-submarine warfare platform developed in the early 1950s for the US Navy. Over 1,200 trackers were eventually built in various versions for anti-submarine warfare and for utility work. The type was also developed into the C-1 Trader and the E-1 Tracer AWACS aircraft. Many ex-US and Canadian trackers found use in a civilian life, converted to firebombers by Conair, where the type was renamed as the Firecat. The Firecat was developed in Canada by fitting a fire retardant tank into the torpedo bay under the fuselage and making the aircraft lighter by removing all military equipment. It entered service with Canadian authorities in 1978, and a further 14 were then delivered to France in 1982. They were operated by the Sécurité Civile. Later, France chose to upgrade their Firecats through the installation of turboprop engines, by fitting underwing fuel tanks for extended range, and by fitting a larger fire retardant tank as well. They served for several more years before being retired in 2020. But this civilian group called A3A has recently restored one. It made its first post-restoration flight in October 2023, and a second restored Firecat in civilian operation is anticipated to soon take to the air. That one operated by MEAC, the Musée Européen de l'Aviation de Chasse de Montélimar, the same organisation that already operates an OV-10B Bronco. If you're new to Planes TV, then know that we don't just broadcast the Royal International Air Tattoo arrivals and departures. We actually have our own streaming service as well, where we provide many other airshow live streams, including the airshow days proper here at RIAT, which were broadcast exclusively on watch.planestv.com. A brilliant 7.5 hours of flying, including no fewer than 12 fastjet solo displays and 6 national aerobatic teams. Also on the streaming service, a variety of airshow highlights programmes stretching all the way back to the late 1980s. We'll be adding to that collection shortly with a collection of 2024 highlights programmes, including a programme from the Royal International Air Tattoo, which will be released in a few months' time. We continue occasionally to add archive programmes as well as we slowly move through the process of digitising old content. Future live broadcasts will be available on watch.planestv.com as well. And if you want to sign up for access to all of that, then head over to watch.planestv.com and use the code DEP24, that's DEP24, which will get you 20% off an annual subscription or 20% off your first 3 months if you take out a monthly subscription. That code is only available until tonight. Lights on for a Typhoon FGR-4 from number 12 Squadron of the Royal Air Force, which will be our next departure. And I'm interested to note that the Italians, who we saw lining up for takeoff and then processing down the runway earlier, have returned to their parking position. The canopies, as far as I can tell, are open, indicating probably that there is not going to be much further movement imminently. But a Typhoon from the RAF now. Quite a rare aeroplane has just taxied past us to take up its position at the hold short point. And that is a Portuguese Air Force KC-390. The RIAT debut of a Portuguese KC-390, no less. KC-390 moving towards the hold short point. We'll get you a shot of that just as soon as we can, but in the image at the moment you can see taxiing onto the runway, I think that's the Moroccan C-130 Hercules. A C-130H specifically from the transport squadron of the Moroccan Air Force. We saw it arriving earlier today. It was not here on static display, but rather was only appearing in a supporting role, supporting the deployment of the 2 Moroccan F-16C and D aircraft as part of the Viper line. This show, in case you've joined us relatively recently and haven't heard mention of it, I haven't caught wind yet of the enormous number of F-16s here at the Royal International Air Tattoo. RIAT has been celebrating the 50th anniversary of the F-16 with an absolutely colossal lineup of F-16s from numerous nations. Now from the left, a Wildcat HMA-2 from 815 Squadron of the Royal Navy. when this aircraft arrived, it was fitted with stub wings bearing weapons, and those stub wings were fitted by a friend of ours, James, or he was one of the people who fitted them, and I'm slightly amused to note that they are no longer fitted, so let's hope they were removed rather than fell off. Following the C-130 from Morocco, what you can see is the rivet joint, one of two rivet joints that we've seen here at the Royal International Air Tattoo. We saw one example in the flying display provided by the Royal Air Force as part of the NATO anniversary flypast on Friday, but it didn't land here. So this is our only opportunity to see one up close. The flying display example was a W model. This is a V model of the rivet joint. Taxiing onto the runway now from the right, we have the KC-390 Millennium from 506 Squadron, the newly formed 506 Squadron of the Portuguese Air Force, based at Beja. The KC-390 is a Brazilian multi-role transport, firefighting and aerial refueling platform with comparable capabilities to the C-130J. Its cargo payload is 21 tons. It can carry up to 80 passengers, 66 paratroopers, 2 armoured personnel carriers or 1 Black Hawk helicopter. The aircraft has been designed to fly at unusually high cruise speeds for its class, Mach 0.8 allowing it to fly on commercial air routes. It's also been designed to function well in hot, high and dusty conditions. Another attribute of the KC-390 is its ability to fly low and slow with huge flaps and air brakes, and with those flaps and air brakes deployed, it's capable of descending at up to 9,000 feet per minute. Rolling from the right, the Portuguese Air Force KC-390, hopefully on the first of many visits to the Royal International Air Tattoo. We saw a KC-390 operated by Embraer in the flying display here at the Royal International Air Tattoo on Monday. That was the type's RIAT flying display debut. It's a type that's been in service with the Brazilian Air Force for a few years now. Portugal was the first export customer. They've placed an order for 5 aircraft, of which the first was delivered in 2023. But it's also an aeroplane that is seeing growing popularity among other export customers, including here in Europe. They've been purchased by Hungary to replace the An-26, by Austria and the Netherlands to replace the C-130, and by South Korea and Czechia as well. Several other nations are also considering placing orders, including Sweden, South Africa, India, Greece and Egypt. And while these next aircraft proceed down the taxiway to our right-hand side in preparation to depart, let's take another dip into the archives and look at some of the kind of material that is available if you do sign up on our streaming service over at watch.planestv.com.
Down the runway, 100 knots, and then at 135 knots we rotate and turn right. full power now, middle of the airfield, start raising the nose, big wing over to the right.
The Dassault Mirage F1 is another of the successful French Mirage family.
A pair of interesting Typhoons have just appeared from our left and are working their way down the northern taxiway. The lead aircraft, I think, looks like one of the Qatar Emiri Air Force Typhoons, or the Qatar Emiri Air Force Typhoon. They've only provided one here for the Royal International Air Tattoo. And behind that, we've got a twin-seater aircraft, which I think must be the Typhoon T3 provided by number 41 Squadron, the test and evaluation unit based at Coningsby, as part of the Pushing the Boundaries theme, which celebrates 100 years of British military flight testing. Nimish asking whether there have been unrestricted climbs from the F-jet so far, and no, there haven't been, and part of the reason for that could be the relatively low cloud base, but most of the reason for that is because only standard departures are permitted from air shows here in the UK. There are a lot of aircraft leaving RAF Fairford, and thus it really wouldn't be feasible for special one-off departure procedures from one aircraft to the next, to the next, to the next. They all need to file into airspace corridors, otherwise they will quite simply confuse and overload the surrounding air traffic control units. We are pushing somewhere in the region of 250 aircraft into what is already some pretty busy airspace, not that far from London, not that far from Bristol and Birmingham, so great care has to be taken to insert all of these aircraft into the system in the correct and sensible manner. The Moroccan C-130H rolling from the right. One of 16 C-130s operated by the Moroccan Air Force. Of those 16, 2 of them converted for aerial refuelling duties and 1 converted for electronic intelligence missions. More aircraft from Kinetic and the Empire Test Pilot School now taking to the runway. Kinetic having deployed quite a number of aircraft from their fleet here to the Royal International Air Tattoo, always strong supporters of the show, but particularly so in this of all years, with the Pushing the Boundaries theme, given that it is Kinetic that have taken over many of the Royal Air Force's test and evaluation duties. But taking to the runway now is the RC-135V rivet joint from the US Air Force. This aircraft coming from the 95th Reconnaissance Squadron at Offutt Air Force Base in Nebraska. It's a specialised version of the KC-135 used for signals intelligence. In total, the US Air Force operate 29 RC-135s, the majority being V or W models, such as this one. The rivet joint's modifications are primarily related to its onboard sensor suite, which allows the mission crew to detect, identify and geolocate signals throughout the electromagnetic spectrum. The mission crew can then forward the gathered information in a variety of formats to a wide range of consumers via the rivet joint's extensive communication suite, perhaps to receiver stations on the ground, or perhaps to other aircraft such as the E-3 Sentry or, in due course, the E-7A Wedgetail. The interior seats more than 30 people if you include the cockpit crew, the electronic warfare officers, intelligence operators and in-flight maintenance technicians. All of the US Air Force's RC-135s are assigned to the 55th Wing Offutt Air Force Base in Nebraska. However, aircraft are regularly forward deployed around the globe, including to RAF Mildenhall in Suffolk, and I think, well, I don't know for certain, I think that is where this aircraft has come from and where it will be going to. And apologies for talking all about the RC-135 during the Kinetic departure, which I completely forgot about. Missed that entirely off to my left-hand side, as now we see another C-295 taxiing out, and I'm speculating here because I can't quite see a roundel at the moment, but I'm wondering if this is the Serbian example. Serbia participating in the air tattoo for the very first time this year, becoming the 58th nation to participate in the show. And once this aircraft is clear of the runway, which it now is, I anticipate seeing the RC-135 starting its takeoff roll. Yes, indeed, it is now on the move. There is now a bit of a queue of aircraft out to our right hand side, aircraft waiting to enter from both sides of the runway, and I can't see what is waiting to enter from the right because it's obscured behind the chalet line and the speaker poles. But we do have the two Typhoons, the Qatar Emiri Air Force example and the Royal Air Force twin-seater. The Serbian C-295 is now determinedly pressing in that direction, shortly to join the back of the line. You see it on the screen now. Sounds like one of our camera operators is being instructed to swing round and identify the aircraft that I can't see on the right-hand side of the runway. Matt reckons it looks like a King Air. I concur. From the small amount that I can see, it does look like a King Air. I thought we only had 2 King Airs here at RIAT this year, and we've already seen them depart, but perhaps there's one more that I forgot about. Taxiing onto the runway now, though, the Qatari Typhoon. Qatar ordered a fleet of 24 Eurofighter Typhoons in December 2017, and in the same agreement, they also signed up to a joint training squadron on the type, which was set up at RAF Coningsby, where British instructors from 12 Squadron trained Qatari pilots to fly the Typhoon. The units also deployed to Qatar during 2022 for the World Cup to provide air defence for the competition. The specific aircraft we see lined up on the runway now, though, is not an operational jet. Rather, it's one that comes from BAE Systems at Wharton. The aircraft is awaiting final delivery to the Qatar Emiri Air Force and is still under the operation of BAE Systems. And the next Typhoon already taking to the runway, this one being a Typhoon T3, a twin-seater from 41 Squadron, which is a test and evaluation squadron based at Coningsby, and I believe this aircraft is being used as a test bed for the new ECRS, the European Common Radar System, which is an active electronically scanned array radar that will shortly be fitted to all of the RAF's Tranche 2 and 3 Typhoons. Active electronically scanned array radar, if you're not familiar, this is a relatively new technology that replaces the old versions of radar fitted in most fighter aircraft, as the crucial advantages of having a longer range, being harder for the enemy to detect because it hops between frequencies very frequently, and it processes data more quickly than the current passive scan radars used on the Typhoon. Out there, you can see another kinetic aircraft, I think the last of the kinetic aircraft, which is their Avro Regional Jet 100. A later development of the BAE 146. Of course, we've already seen BAE 146 today. This one used as a test bed, and as the aircraft comes round towards us on the runway, note that it has a highly non-standard nose cone fitted. Questions I've spotted about the B-52 and the KC-10. The answer about the KC-10 is that I'm afraid we don't know. There has been at least one false alarm about it. I think the time that it was due to depart based on yesterday's schedule has already been and gone, but hopefully we'll see it soon. The B-52 I don't think is leaving today. Another C-130 backtracking from the left. A bit tricky to identify at the moment, but most likely scenario I think is that this is the US Air Force MC-130J Commando 2 from RAF Mildenhall. And taken to the runway to the right hand side, the C-27J Spartan from the 152nd Squadron of the Serbian Air Force. A brand new C-295, as can be seen from the fact that it has raked wingtips. Serbia is one of 35 nations that operate the C-295M. They own 2 examples in the basic non-specialised cargo configuration. Both of them were delivered late last year, so they are pretty new to Serbian service, and they replace the Antonov An-26 in various roles, including cargo, medical evacuation and VIP transport. Compared to the An-26s that they replace, the C-295MW offers 50% more payload and 50% lower fuel burn, so quite a substantial capability increase for the Serbian Air Force. A second aircraft just entering the taxiway, and that looks very much like a C-21, the US Air Force Learjet, which appeared here on static display. But rolling from the right, here comes the Serbian C-295. We very much hope this will not be the last time Serbia appears at the Air Tattoo, but it is the first, and we've enjoyed having them. Kinetics Avro Regional Jet 100 now lined up to go. It's used as a test bed and technology demonstrator. For example, 2 years ago the aircraft was fitted with a fast jet radome, which you can still see today on the nose. That allows it to test radar units destined for frontline combat aircraft. This aeroplane is also being used to test quantum-based inertial navigation, a potential new navigation system being developed here in the UK and offering an alternative to satellite-based GPS. The new system is allegedly impossible to hack, certainly much harder for hostile powers to spoof or jam. Test flights began in May of this year, and the aim is for operational use to begin on regular military and commercial aircraft sometime around 2030. The aircraft we were trying to identify a moment ago has indeed transpired to be a King Air. There was one that I'd forgotten about, a King Air B-300, which comes from Textron Aviation. That is just taking its position on the runway threshold. I'm also pleased to report that my attempt at identifying that Hercules a few minutes ago turned out to be correct. It is indeed a US Air Force MC-130J. broadcasting the departures from the Air Tattoo today, which is great if watching takeoff after takeoff is your thing. We have, over the past 3 days, been broadcasting the air show proper. It's up to 7.5 hours of daily flying display performances. 12 fast-jet solo displays and 6 national aerobatic teams. Among the highlights of the flying display, the Canadian CF-18 KC-390, 2 examples of the Gripen, 2 examples of the F-16 from Denmark and Turkey, the Midnight Hawks. Germany contributed an A400M, EF-2000 and NH-90. Italy, the F-2000 Typhoon, the T-346 and the C-27. We had the Royal Jordanian Falcons, the Yellow Sparrows, the F-15QA, the U-2 performing its first roll demonstration at a British air show for something like 30 years. Slovenian PC-9, NATO 75th anniversary flypast, Hawk 50th anniversary flypast, Spanish Harrier, Patrouille Suisse, the Red Arrows, the RAF Typhoon, RAF F-35, RAF Chinook roll demonstration, and the Black Cats. My goodness, that is a long flying display running order, and if you want to relive those flying displays, then all of our live broadcasts from the airshow proper are available to catch up with on demand over on our streaming service watch.planestv.com. You can watch them right now. All you need to do is sign up to watch.planestv.com, and if you have been watching us free on YouTube over the past few days, where we've been broadcasting the arrivals and departures free to view, even if we haven't been doing the airshow proper here, then I hope the 3 marathon days of broadcasting, anything up to 11 hours of broadcasting a day with this skeleton team, has been enough to encourage you to part with 10 of your precious pounds in order to support us, but also to watch the rest of the Air Tattoo coverage, because the coverage, I think, and I know I'm biased, but I think it has been pretty spectacular over the last few days. Some lovely skies, great lineup of aircraft. We had some cockpit footage in yesterday's live broadcast as well. And you're not just joining up to see that, you're also joining up to watch something like 150 other titles, 100 to 150 other titles recorded from the late 1980s to date. Access to our future live broadcasts as well. And speaking of future live broadcasts, we have plenty more to come this season. This Friday we'll be at Duxford for Duxford's American-themed Flying Day. Later on in the year, in August, we've got 2 further events at Duxford, including their flying evening, and I believe the flying evening will be exclusive to watch.planestv.com. It will not be shown on YouTube. Then simulcast on our website and on YouTube, the International Airshow Festival of Flight in Scotland in early September. Following on from that, 2 further Duxford events that will be exclusive to watch.planestv.com, the Battle of Britain Air Show on the 14th and 15th of September, and the flying finale featuring the Red Arrows on the 5th of October. If you want to sign up, then use the code DEP24, and that will get you 20% off if you use the code by the end of today. So the code, once again, is DEP24, and you can use it over at watch.planestv.com. Well, here's an aircraft that I was very much looking forward to seeing, and I can see from the chat that many of you were looking forward to seeing it as well. This is the KC-10 Extender from the United States Air Force, participating in the Air Tattoo for the very last time. It comes to us from the 79th Air Refueling Squadron, based at Travis Air Force Base, just outside San Francisco in California. And it is in the twilight phase of its service career. It was developed from the McDonnell Douglas DC-10 airliner, and this was in response to a need for an aerial refueling and cargo aircraft that surpassed the KC-135's capabilities in terms of range, fuel payload and cargo payload. This was due to the USAF's experiences during the Yom Kippur War, when aircraft involved in the conflict typically weren't allowed to land in Europe, KC-135s didn't have sufficient range to make the journey non-stop, and so C-5s had to make the journey only partially loaded to give them a sufficient range. A competition was held for a longer range transport aircraft. The DC-10, Boeing 747, Lockheed C-5 and Lockheed TriStar were all submitted as competitors, but the DC-10 emerged as the victor. A total of 60 of them were delivered to the USAF, and a further 2 aircraft were then supplied to the Royal Netherlands Air Force, where they were designated the KDC-10. It entered American service in 1981, and this, as I said, will be the final time that we see one at the Air Tattoo, because the type is being replaced by the KC-46. We saw a KC-46 leaving a few minutes ago. I believe only 4 KC-10s remain in service today, and they will be retired in September of this year. It is now turned around on the runway out to our right. The landing lights are on, and very shortly it will roll, about to take off from RIAT for the final time, and probably indeed the last time that we will see this aircraft type in the UK at all. The KC-10 Extender from the 79th Air Refuelling Squadron of the United States Air Force. And here it goes. Enjoy this sight one last time. I'm quite glad to have been here to see that. And we go now from one American aircraft to another, because already having taken to the runway to the right, an aircraft that is not here for the final time, almost certainly we will see it many, many more times, still very much in service and will be for years to come, the MC-130J Commando 2. This is the special operations version of the C-130J. It's operated here by the 352nd Special Operations Wing based at RAF Mildenhall. Its primary mission is the infiltration, exfiltration and resupply of special forces plus the aerial refuelling of Special Operations rotary assets. A fleet of some 37 of these aircraft has been acquired. And after the MC-130J, I can see lined up at the hold short points we have the C-21, also the Global Express, but we are coming towards the tail end of the movements. Still at least half an hour to go of departures here, but we are now on page 14 of 16. Correction, we're on page 15 of 16. And it's not a Global Express that's peeking its nose out, I think. I've just worked out that it's a Gulfstream G700. Anyway, on the roll is the MC-130J Commando 2. Map1 2017 asks what is left. Well, there might be a few things that were due to depart earlier which haven't, so they could yet be due to leave, including the Italian contingent, but they may equally stay on till tomorrow, and I'm afraid we will not be broadcasting. We will be in full teardown mode. Tomorrow is our last day here, and we have a long day ahead of us packing up. But aircraft that are yet scheduled to fly out tonight, including the C-17A Globemaster III from NATO's Heavy Airlift Wing, the Gulfstream G700, the Qatar Emiri Air Force C-17 in its glorious special paint scheme, the Royal Air Force Atlas C-1, and then a few lighter movements as well, potentially. But on the runway now is the USAF C-21, which comes to us from the US Air Force in Europe and Africa 76th Airlift Squadron. I talked a moment ago about some of the other live broadcasts that we have coming up this year, and after the C-21 takes off, then perhaps we'll take a look at a little teaser video for one of our biggest upcoming broadcasts, probably indeed the biggest upcoming broadcast for the rest of this airshow season, which will be our live coverage of the Duxford Battle of Britain airshow in September, 14th and 15th of September specifically. We may also cover a rehearsal day on the 13th. That always one of the most spectacular events of the airshow season globally, not least because of the enormous formations of Spitfires and Hurricanes. The typical finale of the show being the big wing, a close formation of somewhere in the region of 15, 16, 17 Spitfires and Hurricanes. Typically some nice tail chases as well. And it's not just about Battle of Britain aircraft, because the modern RAF will have the Typhoon and the F-35 taking part in the flying display. There'll be other vintage aeroplanes in the lineup as well, some of the American fighters from the fighter collection and from air leasing, for example. So we'll look at that little teaser in a moment. A lovely departure from the C-21, and as that heads off into the wild blue, let's take a look at what is coming up later this year at the Duxford Battle of Britain Airshow.
It's always one of the most memorable moments of the season. Duxford's Battle of Britain Airshow returns this September, filling the skies of this historic airfield with huge formations of Spitfires. But it's not just about the Spitfire, with many other Second World War types due to take part: B-17, Blenheim, Swordfish and Lysander, to name but a few. And contrasting the old with the new, the modern RAF will perform with the Typhoon and F-35.
There goes the Gulfstream G700. I'm going to refer again to that Duxford broadcast, though, very briefly, and just say that to be completely clear about it, that will be exclusive to watch.planestv.com, and indeed I think the plan is that 3 of the upcoming Duxford Airshow broadcasts will be exclusive to watch.planestv.com. That will include their flying evening in August, the Battle of Britain Airshow in September, and the flying finale in October. So if you want to watch those, you'll need to subscribe to the service, and there is no better day than today to do that. Well, there is a better day than today. A better day than today will be to go back in time to Wednesday or Thursday last week, and then you'd have got Air Tattoo over the weekend as well. But barring the possibilities of time travel, there is no better day than today to do that, because we have a discount code available, which is DEP24. That's DEP24, DEP as in departures, DEP24. That will get you 20% off your first 3 months if you take out a monthly subscription, or it will get you 20% off the price of an annual subscription. Papillon asks, can anyone tell me how Flight Radar has managed to track an airport ground vehicle from Fairford and it's ended up over Wales? I think the answer there, doing several hundred knots, I think the answer there is that some of the flight tracking apps can get a little bit confused by military aircraft, and you're probably not tracking a ground vehicle at all. You are almost certainly tracking one of the military departures from Fairford. It's an amusing thought, though. And here comes one of our last heavies of the day. We've still got two C-17s still to clear, and this is one of them. It comes from NATO's heavy airlift wing based in Hungary. NATO's strategic airlift capability operates a fleet of 3 C-17s. They're based at Papa in Hungary, and therefore the aircraft also wear the colours of the Hungarian Air Force. But strategic airlift capability is actually an independent multinational organisation supported by NATO but not controlled by NATO. It's staffed by 145 personnel from 12 member states, and the aircraft provide a strategic airlift capability to SAC member nations and wider NATO allies that don't possess that capability themselves. It is the only C-17 unit outside of the USA that is qualified to use the full range of capabilities that this type possesses. C-17 is the backbone of the American Strategic Airlift Force, and by strategic airlift as opposed to tactical airlift, I mean the regular movement of large amounts of equipment but not necessarily requiring the precision or operation in austere environments of tactical operations. The aircraft harks back to the McDonnell Douglas YC-15 demonstrator of the early 1980s, which won the CX contract in the USA. That then became the C-17, developed by McDonnell Douglas, who then merged with Boeing in 1997. It's been designed to operate from short and narrow airfields, utilising advanced blown air flaps to give it excellent STOL performance. And let's see how short the takeoff is today. The aircraft is capable of operating from runways of only 1,000 metres in length, which is fantastic for this class and gross weight of aeroplane. For an aircraft that can carry somewhere in the region of 40 tonnes, perhaps more, that was a sprightly takeoff and a sprightly wing rock. And a second C-17 popping into shot there, that being the example operated by the Qatar Emiri Air Force. The Qatar Emiri Air Force celebrating 50 years in 2024, and they have made quite a substantial contribution to the air show here at the Royal International Air Tattoo. There's been a Qatari zone in the static display featuring one of their Hawks, one of their Typhoons, one of their NH90s, and this beautiful C-17. And as it gets a bit closer to us, as the light gets a bit more favourable, you'll be able to see just how clean and shiny it is. It was quite striking in the static display, especially compared to the typical standards of transport aircraft. This is not the Qatari example, I apologise. This is the American example. So we've got another one yet. I couldn't make out the paint scheme in the... it's relatively backlit over at the left-hand end of the airfield now, and I completely forgot that we had an American C-17 on site. I was talking about the C-17's performance. Well, the USAF regularly practice an element of the C-17's performance that very few other air arms deploy, and that is the C-17's ability to land on austere runways. The USAF practice that regularly in the Nevada desert. The first USAF C-17 was delivered in 1993. It was declared operational with the 17th Airlift Squadron in 1995. Since entering service, it has served with distinction globally, but particularly during the 2021 evacuation of Kabul, when a single C-17 departed with 823 Afghan civilians on board. A world record for the most number of people ever carried on a single aircraft. In terms of strategic airlift, the C-17 accounts for the vast majority of American capability. More than 100 of these aircraft in service, and they share the load with the C-5M Galaxy. And maybe at some point we will see an actual Qatari C-17. I'm quite happy to continue pretending that's one. But we are due to see that Qatar Emiri Air Force jet in a wonderful, wonderful paint scheme at some point pretty soon. There are a few lighter movements anticipated as well as we get to this stage of the afternoon, and Matt on camera 2 has just spotted a Cirrus SR-22 taxiing out to the runway. this SR-22 is seemingly proving quite elusive, because poor old Andy is doing his best to pick it up. Behind the Hercules, we are told. Oh, so it's quite some distance away. And I can't see it with the naked eye. This is one of the challenges of this job. Seeing aircraft in the first place when we are often looking at things that are over a mile away on the ground, and sometimes anything up to 10 miles away in the air, and trying to identify what it might be. And bear in mind that, yes, you are getting lovely telephoto views from a camera with an extremely substantial lens on it. The lens on that thing is well over a foot long, whereas I'm doing it with a Mark 1 eyeball. So yes, misidentification does occur. I did identify a small general aviation aircraft, I think it was a Piper Cub, as a C-27 earlier today. I am sorry about that, it happens. It's not as bad as one that Ian did last year, but I'm not going to mention that. Those who know will know. While we wait for a little more action, then I'm quite keen to show off another little clip from the archives. If you do sign up to watch.planestv.com, you won't merely get the upcoming broadcast that I've been talking about. You won't merely get the ability to catch up on the live broadcasts from RIAT over the last few days. You will also be able to access over 100 titles from our archive of programmes, some of which recorded as recently as last year, and we'll be adding some from this year at some point soon, as some of them are much older than that, some of them more than 30 years old in fact. And we'll play, after this Cirrus departure, a few more clips from the archive, give you an idea of the sort of thing that you can see. 100 to 150 titles currently available, and that doesn't include all of the special features, for example mini documentaries and uncut in-cockpit sequences. We'll be posting some uncut in-cockpit display sequences from here at RAF Fairford, by the way. We've got a whole load of GoPro footage from the performances, and we will be making some of that available to view on the streaming service shortly. Let's take a look at some of the programmes that are available on the streaming service. A series of 3 fairly randomly selected clips chosen from the archive. I have no idea what we are about to show you, but this will give you a little taste of the sort of thing that you'll see and hear if you sign up to watch.planestv.com.
The flying is accomplished and the display imagination is creditable.
Performing a single fly-past on the Saturday only, the B-2A Spirit of US Air Force Global Strike Command.
The middle clip there from RIAT 2018 showing the B-2A Spirit performing a flypast. And should you want to watch any of the recent RIAT highlights programmes, all of them are available from 2015 onwards on the streaming service, with the exception of this year's, and that is only because we're still here and we haven't made it yet. We will be producing one in due course, runtime of approximately 2 hours, perhaps a little more. It will showcase every single one of the flying display performances, combined with the official airshow commentary, and in many cases with cockpit footage as well. In addition to that, we'll be including our favourite arrivals and departures, plus some close-up footage from our roving cameraman Lee, which you won't have seen yet in the live broadcasts, but he has been running around the showground filming pilots, putting their helmets on, climbing into the aircraft, closing the canopies, starting up and taxiing out. Some of that footage I've glimpsed and it looks absolutely lovely. Taxiing from left to right now is the Turkish Air Force A400M that we saw arriving earlier, supporting the Turkish flying and static display contributions in their visit to RIAT 2024. A terrific contribution from Turkey this year. KC-135 on static, 2 F4s on static, and also performing a lovely arrival on the Wednesday. They did a low overshoot, if I remember correctly. And of course, Solo Turk in the flying display. We were lucky to witness 4 displays by Solo Turk over the course of the week, because we saw one each on Friday and Saturday. We didn't see them on Friday, we saw one each on Saturday and Sunday, but we also saw them fly twice pre-show to give their display pilots a bit of a warm-up. That was on the Thursday, I believe. Solo Turk having 2 display pilots and therefore practicing twice. This aircraft not having any public-facing role at the show. It didn't stay on for static display. That could have been because it was tasked elsewhere. That could have been because there wasn't a space to easily put it that complied with its arrival and departure requirements. So it flew in on the Wednesday pre-show and then left again on Wednesday afternoon. And a similar pattern today, arriving in the morning and leaving right now. It starts its takeoff roll. Partalian noting a 35-second advert on YouTube. Yes, I'm afraid that will happen at a time of YouTube's choosing, not a time of our choosing. And the way to avoid that is to go and sign up to watch.planestv.com, because on the streaming service this broadcast is ad-free, and the same will go for the other broadcasts that we simulcast on YouTube and on watch.planestv.com in the coming months, including this Friday's broadcast from Duxford's American-themed Flying Day. thought I'd probably better find a running order for that flying day at Duxford. It's this Friday. I anticipate we'll be live broadcasting from approximately 1 p.m. to 4 p.m. That will be about typical for a flying day, a relatively short flying display, but always an enjoyable event nonetheless. As I mentioned, that will be simulcast on YouTube and on our streaming service. The YouTube version will have adverts, the streaming service version will not. And I'm just seeking out a flying list for you so that I can let you know what is going to be there. And it sounds like we can expect to see the American Spitfire, the USAF, US Army Air Force coloured Spitfire, that is, RW382, also the Spitfire Mark 1A AR213, B-17G Flying Fortress Sally B, P-47D Thunderbolt Nellie B, the Catalina Society's PBY-5A Catalina Miss Pickup, a couple of Curtiss Hawks, the P-36 and the Hawk 75, the Grumman Wildcat FM2, that's a favourite of mine from the fighter collection, the Lockheed 12A Electra Junior, and potentially a collection, but at least one, of Piper L4 Grasshoppers. Getting towards the time when we expected movements to end today. However, there are a few aircraft that are clearly supposed to be leaving tonight which haven't yet. Whether they've been delayed or not, we simply don't know, so we're going to keep on broadcasting for the time being and cross our fingers. The Italian contingent still sitting out to our right on the northeast loop, the Qatari C-17. I can actually see it if I stand up and walk round the side of our trailer. I can't see any obvious signs of movement around it, but it was supposed to be leaving at around this sort of time. And I believe there might be a Royal Air Force Atlas due to depart as well. In the meantime, we've got some clips that I think we can show you, but I might be queuing them up before Andrew's ready for me. But I heard him and Ian discussing the availability of some clips from around the showground taken by our roving cameraman Lee, just to give you a flavour of the sort of footage that he has been taking. There might also have been some slow motion clips from the flying display taken by us here at our central filming position as well. So I shall say over to Andrew to press the button, and here are some clips. He's already started, I hear. So what you are seeing here is just an assortment of clips from, I think, predominantly the Thursday and Friday. Friday being a very hot airshow day indeed. In excess of 30 degrees here at RAF Fairford, which I know there'll be some of you watching from abroad saying, "What? That's fine, isn't it? What's the problem there?" But we are Brits, we are weak, and we did our best, and we finished the day utterly exhausted. But it was a fantastic day because we had blue skies for much of it, a bit of cloud definition at the end, a vintage RIAT flying display that day. It was only the 4-hour mini show, but it included numerous only on Friday participants, including the U2, the KC-390, and the NATO fly past as well. And at the end of the flying display on Friday, we also had the rather spectacular arrival of a pair of F4s from the Hellenic Air Force, performing a few low overshoots. Thanks for bearing with us, everyone. We are getting to that point in the day where the movements really start to thin out. However, there are a couple of biggies still to come. Just turning its transponder on, the A400M, or as I should probably say, given it is a Royal Air Force aircraft, the Atlas C-1, which is parked out to our right-hand side, and will be taking off fairly shortly, we hope, and also the Qatar Emiri Air Force C-17, the one for which I gave us all a bit of false hope earlier on today. It is due to leave around about now. I can't really see or hear any movement around it, but given that its slot time was only about 3 minutes ago, I think there's no huge reason at the moment to doubt the fact that it will be leaving at some point. So thanks to everyone who's been with us throughout the day, and indeed throughout the last 6 days. It has been an absolutely marathon live broadcast. My chair wants to spin round if I take my hands off it. It's been ever so slightly annoying. As I was saying, thanks to everyone who has joined us over the last 6 days, 6 marathon days. We're not quite done yet. Do continue to stick with us. We're very grateful for your company, and a reminder that everything we've done over the last 6 days is available to watch on demand as catch-up over on our streaming service, watch.planestv.com, and I'm going to plug once again the special discount code that we have available for today only in celebration of the fact that it is RIAT Departures Day. Our discount code is DEP24, DEP24. So if you head over to watch.planestv.com and sign up for membership and use that code, that will get you 20% off your first 3 months if you take out a monthly subscription, or it will get you 20% off an annual subscription, which I think is a pretty good deal. So, as I said, a few more movements still to come. Ryan asks, when did you find time to edit that video of static shots and flying display clips? Do you guys never sleep? It does feel like that sometimes. So we've been on site here since till about 8 o'clock most evenings, getting back to the hotel after dinner somewhere in the region of 10 o'clock, 10:30, and then sometimes having a few bits of work to do, and back on site, alarm at 5:30, back on site for about 6:15 to set up for the following day's broadcast, which in today's case started really early. I mean, this was our earliest broadcast of the week. We were on air from just before 8 o'clock, so it was a bit of a slog at times. But that particular broadcast was that particular video was edited on Friday when we were reasonably well staffed, and Ian was sufficiently free to spend some of the day in the trailer. When he was on a break, I was doing camera one, he was in the trailer, and he was editing those clips which have been rushed over from Lee. And I think anyone who watched the Friday live broadcast will have seen, if not that exact video, then something very similar at the end of the broadcast. As I was saying, all of that available on watch.planestv.com. In addition to a large portion of the rest of the archive, there's programmes like Boscombe Down 1990, Old Mildenhalls, all the way up to the official highlights video of RIAT 2023, live broadcasts from Duxford earlier this season. You can find a little bit of everything as far as air shows go. There's about 100 to 150 titles on there, we think, and that excludes the special features. Excluding the special features, 100 to 150 titles, and we still have at least another 150 more still to digitise at some point. Some of the old archive stuff from particularly the 90s, so we will be working slowly on getting some of that online as well. And if you have any particular requests, then do send us an email after we've packed up from here. Please not now, because we're still very busy, but at some point send us an email expressing your preferences. If there's a DVD that's no longer for sale and it's not currently on the streaming service, then let us know that you'd like to see that one. And we can't promise a time scale, but we can promise that we will move it a bit higher up the priority queue, and it is our ambition one day to have most, perhaps even all, of those old programmes. So once again, if you want to sign up for that streaming service, DEP24 is the discount code, and I'm told in my ear there might now be a title on the screen spelling it out. Excellent. I'll assume that's there. I have no idea if it's there or not. I can't see. Let's assume there's a title there. DEP24, and use that code relatively rapidly, please, because if you wait until tonight, or if you wait until tomorrow, it probably won't be working anymore. It is time to expire at the end of play today. So head over to the website, sign up to the streaming service. If nothing else, if you've been watching this absolutely marathon live broadcast over the past 6 days, anything up to 11 hours of broadcasting with what is a pretty skeleton team for the level of broadcast that we've been putting on for you, then I hope that is at least worth a tenner. We do have a couple more large movements still to come, and until we see some signs of life, then I'm going to leave you with the sights and sounds of RAF Fairford and take a short break from the commentary. I'll speak to you all later. Thanks everyone for bearing with us. I'm pleased to report we have movement on multiple fronts here at RAF Fairford and what is potentially the last batch of departures to go out, because the Royal Air Force Atlas C-1 is taking to the runway to our right hand side. I can hear the Qatar Emiri Air Force C-17, which has just started up, and I think there's been some talk about the Hellenic Air Force Hercules being on the move out to our far left as well. I just confirmed in the chat by Ian Hardman, who's down at Park and View at that end, so if anyone knows, he does. So 3 substantial aircraft still to go here at RAF Fairford, and we've been tracking some activity down by the Italian contingent as well, and indeed the C-27 now has its strobe light turned on, so there may be even more than we thought still to come. But here comes the A400M, the Atlas C-1 from 70 Squadron Royal Air Force at Brize Norton. Quite fascinating sight of those Europrop PT400 engines with the 8-bladed propellers. The prop discs on the A400M look quite unlike those to the naked eye and on camera there as well. Actually, what you're seeing on camera is completely representative of what I see with the naked eye looking up above me as well. They look quite surreal, the A400M's props. Those TP Europrop engines, the most powerful turboprops ever produced at the time that they were manufactured. They had to be developed specifically for the A400M in order to give it the desired performance characteristics. Quite an undertaking, and it required a consortium of different engine manufacturers to pull it off. That consortium comprising Rolls-Royce, Safran, ITP and MTU. A total of 44,000 horsepower across that aircraft. It gives the A400M roughly double the payload capacity of the C-130J, and yet it can take off from shorter runways, climb faster, cruise higher and fly farther. Can also cruise faster than a C-130 as well. Cruise speed of 420 knots, which is faster than typical for a propeller-driven transport aircraft. Saudi Hercules, I think I can make out at the hold short point as well. watching there are the Dodge Charger chase cars for the detachment of U-2s that are based here at RAF Fairford, just moving around the airfield ahead of our next anticipated departures. Matt, eagle-eyed Matt, our spotter, thinks he's seen an interesting shape. Could be a bird. Might not be a bird. But whatever might be about to happen, it looks like there's time for a C-130 departure first, with one of the numerous Royal Saudi Air Force examples taking to the runway. These aircraft supporting the deployment of the Saudi Hawks, who we've so much enjoyed watching, but particularly yesterday when they performed a full show. Matt's just confirmed the thing he spotted was not a bird. Intriguing. What with these Dodge Chargers rolling around the airfield as well. movement on the ground though as well, attracting our attention. Another Hercules entering the runway, and this I imagine will be the Hellenic Air Force example. Yes, I'm getting a decent look at the paint scheme there, and that looks very much like the Hellenic Hercules that we saw here landing a couple of hours ago. Away from RAF Fairford, but still very much in the world of air shows. A little bit of breaking news, but the Battle of Britain Memorial Flight, who were due to be here at the Royal International Air Tattoo, have just announced in the last few minutes that their Lancaster has now been declared ready to fly again, and it was due to be here at RAF Fairford for the Royal International Air Tattoo. The team tried very hard right up until the last minute. Sadly, it was not to be. It's good to see their efforts have been rewarded by at least getting the Lancaster serviceable for the second half of the airshow season, even if it won't be in the air here at RIAT. Of course, we hope to be filming the Lancaster later on this season during some of our upcoming live broadcasts, and I hope that you will join us for that. Yet more good news, but this time very much Fairford based, because over on the northeast loop, the Italian contingent now all seem to have flashing lights. The C-17 has been flashing away for a good few minutes now, but the F-2000A Typhoon now also with lights flashing away. The canopy still seems to be open though, and I think I might be able to see a light on at least one of the masters as well. So we may yet get another fast jet afterburning movement to round out our broadcast. We're trying not to get too distracted by this U2 as we film the movements on the ground, but it's ever so tempting to simply follow it around and around and around in the holding pattern. How lucky we are to have them based here at RAF Fairford, and how lucky we are that they have seen fit to continue to allow the air show to go ahead, despite some of the presumably quite secretive activities that occur here at RAF Fairford. The Qatari C-17 Globemaster also on the roll. On the roll, rolling out of its parking space. It's certainly not rolling for takeoff, not just yet, but some high quality movements to end our broadcast by the look of things, with potentially an Italian Typhoon, the Greek C-130, Qatari C-17, and the aircraft that we've been tracking round in the distance, which we presume will shortly be landing here. The Greek C-130 has just been cleared for takeoff. Taxiing onto the runway, the Qatar Emiri Air Force C-17A Globemaster, which comes to us from number 10 Squadron based at Al Udeid. Incidentally, that's the same airbase at which the F-15QA Aberbills that we've been watching would normally be based when they're not being operated for airshow duties by Boeing. such a shiny paint scheme, this, and you can see it now with the light reflecting off it. Qatar operates a fleet of 8 C-17s, the first 4 of which were delivered in the late 2000s. In 2015, Qatar decided to purchase a second batch of 4, in that case actually giving a home to the surplus C-17s that Boeing had built without having first secured a buyer. One of the Qatari C-17s, and it's the one we see here, is painted not in a standard operational grey scheme, but in the colour scheme of Qatar Airways. It is not operated by Qatar Airways, it is not actually associated with Qatar Airways, but the reason for this, at least insofar as been publicly admitted, is because this aircraft is generally used for humanitarian missions and to support state visits and other diplomatic missions, and thus this scheme has been applied to represent the nation of Qatar. This, the centrepiece of the Qatar Emiri Air Force themed section of the static display. They're also included a Typhoon NH-90 and a Hawk, marking 50 years of the Qatar Emiri Air Force. It became a bit of an informal theme of the show here. And indeed, a good year for C-17s generally, with 5 of them appearing on static display. Now, I haven't actually been through the historical records and added up the numbers, but I would be reasonably confident in asserting that that's the highest number of C-17s ever to have appeared on RIAT static display before, and with a modest collection of C-130s on static, I would say it's probably the first time that C-17s have outnumbered the Hercules on static display here as well. Of course, we've seen plenty of C-130s today, but most of them have been support aircraft that haven't stayed here for the duration of the air show itself. But the last of the 5 C-17s spooling up and getting ready to roll for takeoff. Bit of confusion there as to who was who, as camera 2 was instructed to swing round to the right hand side and camera 1 thought he was camera 2. So apologies about that, and the early pan away from the C-17. It's been, I mean, we must be in our 55th, 60th hour of live broadcasting now over the last week, and into, I think, our 7th, 8th, 9th hour today, 9th hour, I think. And during that time, occasionally, minds do wander, minds do fray. You've heard it from me enough times where I've started a sentence and then clearly run out of mental capacity before getting to the end of it. None of us are immune. Still crossing our fingers to see the departure of the Italians. It does look like the pilots have crewed in, and some of them, if not all of them, have lights flashing. Just for full disclosure, we are approaching a hard stop time, whereupon our permission to film here at what is an active airbase will elapse. So it is possible that the U2 will land after that hard stop time, in which case I'm afraid there's not really anything we can do about it, but up until that point it is our intention to keep on broadcasting. And there is the U2 getting closer to us, nicknamed the Dragon Lady. First flew in 1955 and has been in service ever since then, flying with a variety of organisations during its service career, including the US Air Force, the CIA, NASA, and the Republic of China Air Force. It is a high-altitude aerial reconnaissance aircraft originally developed to spy on the USSR, but it's also been used for scientific research and more recently to monitor balloons over US airspace. Officially, the U2 can fly to 70,000 feet, but the most highly upgraded models can reportedly fly higher than that. Thus, the U2 remains an important capability that has not been properly matched by any other Western aircraft. The USAF fleet of U2s are all now based at Beale Air Force Base in California. However, the squadrons do operate around the world from forward operating bases, The 99th Reconnaissance Squadron operates 2 detachments, one at RAF Akrotiri in Cyprus and one of them here at RAF Fairford, where 2 aircraft are based, one in a clean training configuration and one that flies in mission fit, a modular mission fit where parts of the aircraft can be removed and changed depending on what sort of sensors are required for any given mission. We've been very privileged to see one example performing a roll demonstration here at the Royal International Air Tattoo on Friday. You can rewatch that over on watch.planestv.com. We were lucky as well to see one example landing in mission fit following the flying display on Friday, and here the same again, one of the most secretive aircraft in the world touching down at RAF Fairford right in front of us. Movement from the Italians just as the U-2 touches down. The C-17 taxiing out to the runway. Indeed, the F-2000A Typhoon and the T-346A Masters already at the hold short point. And these will probably be the last movements that we broadcast here from RAF Fairford as the Royal International Air Tattoo 2024 comes to a close. The T-346 used by the Italian Air Force as a lead-in fighter trainer, but it's an aircraft that can pack quite a lot of punch, relatively unusual in the field of non-afterburning jet trainers in that it's able to achieve transonic flight. It's got a good roll rate, avionics modelled on the likes of the Gripen, Typhoon and F-22, and variable flight control software that allows the aircraft to mimic the handling characteristics of multiple types of frontline fighter. It's also got a mission computer, or a mission training computer, with data link, weapons simulations, and the ability to create computer-generated forces, both friendly and unfriendly. However, it's far more than just a trainer. The Master is quite an attractive prospect for lower intensity combat missions and indeed for nations with limited defence budgets. It's been specifically designed to be capable of missions such as close air support and air policing, and while it may not have a gun, there are 7 weapon stations capable of carrying 3 tons of external payload. After the 2 Masters, the next aircraft in the queue is an F-2000A Typhoon. The Typhoon entered service with the Italian Air Force in 2004, replacing types such as the F-104. Single-seaters like the one we see here have been designated the F-2000A, and dual-seaters the F-2000B. Italian Typhoons are used solely in the air defence role, as the Italian Air Force does not consider them to be financially viable to use as multi-role fighters. However, the Italian Air Force is slowly growing a swing-wing capability for the Typhoon. It's now capable of reconnaissance tasks, and thanks to the Rafale Recce Light pod attachment, it also has weapons integration with various guided bombs. The next phase of fleet improvements will include retiring Italy's 26 Tranche 1 Typhoons and replacing them with 24 new-build Tranche 4s. They'll also be upgrading the Tranche 3s with active electronically scanned array radar, the European Common Radar System, as well as improvements to the Typhoon's defensive aid system and potential integration with the Meteor beyond visual range air-to-air missile. 5 squadrons within the Italian Air Force currently fly the Typhoon, but at any one time, 1 or 2 of those aircraft are loaned to the Reparto Sperimentale Volo, the Italian Air Force's flight test centre. We're seeing one of those aircraft now. The RSV doesn't have any aircraft permanently assigned to it because the squadron subjects its aeroplanes to a far greater stress than is typical, so the squadron borrows regular jets from the line on a short-term basis to spread the fatigue life equally across the Typhoon fleet. The Masters and the Typhoons lined up on the runway and about to depart. The U2 still on the runway at the moment. We're just waiting for that to clear, and that requires the fitting of the pogos under the wings. Without airflow over the wings, then because of the landing gear configuration, the U2 is inclined to either drop the left or right wing down to the ground, so these pogos allow it to move at taxiing speed around the airfield. And with the U2 clear of the runway, we can probably anticipate the departure of this trio of Italian jets very shortly. Now, the departure of the C-17, an aircraft that has so much entertained us over the past few days. A quite brilliant flying display, including rolls, derry turns, a half Cuban, even a loop. A spectacularly capable, medium-sized airlifter. It's capable of taking off from only 500 metres of runway, half that of a C-130J. It can carry up to 60 troops, 46 paratroopers, or 11 tons of payload. It's in fact an improved version of the G-222, but has been re-equipped with a glass cockpit and uprated engines, first flew in 1999 and was introduced to Italian Air Force service in 2006. Italy, though, far from the only nation to operate the C-27. It has 16 military operators worldwide, including Australia, Mexico, Greece, Turkmenistan and Zambia. During its RIAT debut back in 2011, it turned so many heads with that double award-winning performance, claiming the Sir Douglas Bader Trophy for the best individual flying display and the As the Crow Flies Trophy for the best overall display, as voted by the Friends of the Royal International Air Tattoo, and a similarly dynamic demonstration over the past few days, if not more so, probably of the many C-27 displays I've seen over the years. Yesterday's was the best. There we go, as we approach, is it the 10-hour mark or the 11-hour mark of today's live broadcast? I think the 10-hour mark. It has been another marathon live broadcast, and don't go quite yet because we are assembling the entire team out by the back of the trailer so that you can just briefly put faces to names and see all of the people who have been broadcasting to you over the last few days, and indeed the last 6 days we have been working so hard. Long days, a skeleton team given the complexity of the broadcast that we have been attempting, but I hope that you very much enjoyed it, and I hope that you'll join us again for future live broadcasts. We'll be live from Duxford, a smaller team live from Duxford on the Friday. We will be broadcasting the Duxford American Air Show. You should now be able to see us. Here we are. Andrew, who's inside the trailer, who just pressed the button to make that camera come live, has now appeared out of the door at the back, and there we are, the entire team that has brought the live broadcast to you. Andy, Adrian, Matt, Andrew's run back inside again, Ian and myself, all doing a bit of everything, the camera work, the commentary, the live mixing, and it's been great fun. It's been a marathon, but it has been great fun. So I think that is everything for us here from the Royal International Air Tattoo. Remember to subscribe to the streaming service. You've still got a few hours left to use that discount code DEP24 to get 20% off, and that will get you access to all of the live broadcasts that we produced over the last few days, everything that we're going to produce over the rest of the summer, and indeed the back catalogue of programmes dating back to the 1980s. But until Friday, when we'll see you again live from Duxford, from all of us here at Plains TV, thank you very much for following our live coverage from RIAT, and goodbye for now.